colleagues, chers collègues, il est mon devoir.
It is my duty to table on the desk pursuant to paragraph P2 on the Auditor General Act, a special report of the Auditor General of Canada.
Standing Order 1083G, this report is deemed to have been permanently referred to the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. It being 11:02, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Orders of the day, private members' business, resuming debate at second reading of Bill 317, National Strategy on Flood and Drought Forecasting Act. In the name of Mr. Scarpaleggia. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. He has 10 minutes. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank you because you are my member when I'm here in Ottawa because I live in your riding of Gatineau. Mr. Speaker, climate change is real. It contributes to, we have to continue to reduce the impact of climate change that we are facing. My colleagues from Lexington bill aims to establish a national strategy respecting flood and drought forecasting. It is a member who has tabled this bill, and I would like to thank him for his commitment to this issue. And as we speak, we are conducting a study on water quality, respecting climate change and its effect on water, and we have heard from tens of witnesses that support the debate, and there are a lot of Quebecers that were present at committee, and I'd like to thank him for his bill and his participation in public debate with respect to environmental issues. Essentially, Mr. Speaker, this bill aims to claim a national, create a national registry in terms of what's happening with water, and establishes best practices across Canada that can be shared. Also, it explains what citizens can do to improve the situation. Essentially, that's it. So, Mr. Speaker, we agree with the principle of this bill because it is part of the federal government's work to coordinate the overall actions of provinces and to share best practices and to pool what can be done and how to do it. However, there are some challenges. We know that the current government is sometimes selfish when we have to share resources between what provinces can do and the federal government can do. We feel that there's some stepping on toes. We saw this with C-69 because the federal government gave it its right to veto hydroelectric project, for example, in Quebec, and this had never been done. So the federal government should not give itself veto for projects that were developed in the 50s and implemented in the 60s. If it had done this, we would not have the proper hydroelectric stations that we have now. So when this government proposes to coordinate actions, because it has to respect a jurisdiction, I'll give you an example. Last spring, we were all faced with the forest fires that burned across Canada. And in June, the member for Carleton committed to sharing the best practices to fight these forest fires. And this also involves bringing in Canadair, aircraft to fight forest fires. And these Canadair planes are a Canadian creation. It's part of our national pride. And we are recognized as being the best in these firefighting aircraft area. And this is why the leader of the official opposition last June suggested so we could have a better coordination when we had to fight these forest fires. Therefore, we have a concern with respect to this. And when it's a question of floods, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to remind everyone, for years our party, the Conservative Party, likes to conserve. And during the election campaign of 2019, in our platform, we had a very dense and fulsome section on floods and water. in terms of water conservation, in fact. And I'd like to thank our former member, the member from Manitoba, Mr. Sopak, who had always fought for environmental causes and conservation and water conservation in particular. So we're very proud of this. For years, we have been aware of this issue, and we have to take care of it, but do so with cooperation. And this is where when we study this bill in committee, we'll ask very pointed questions. We need to know if it will lead to new spending, because we believe that right now the Canadian government has enough people to help to reduce the impact on the environment, and we have to work correctly in their various areas. And when we talk about sharing expertise and best practices, we don't have to hire new people. As a reminder, every time we spend $1 on the government is not spending $1. We're talking about taxpayers' money or money from companies or tax funds that are taken and then invested elsewhere. So this is why we're going to be very vigilant when we have to verify this situation, because every dollar that's spent, it's not coming from the government. It's money that comes from taxpayers' pockets or the pockets of from companies. So we have to be very cautious in this situation. I'd also like to remind everyone that for us, the environment is something that is capital, and we have to tackle climate changes. And I'd like to remind everyone that in last September, we held a national Congress with more than 2,500 people. And during this convention, the leader of our party pronounced a very important speech, and we call it the Quebec speech. He gave the major vision that we have set out, and when we form the next government, and it'll be up to Canadians to decide that. But during the speech, he focused on environmental issues, and our leader recognized, like everyone, that climate change is real and we have to adapt to it. And adapting means we have to have pragmatic approaches and not dogmatic ones. And you know what? The objective is to reduce pollution countrywide. And what does this mean, Mr. Speaker? This is a daily challenge.
Reducing, it's a never-ending story. We have a continuous debate, a continuous fight against emission and against pollution. But we have to reduce it by pragmatic actions, not dogmatic taxation. C'est pourquoi, Monsieur...
And this is why, Mr. Speaker, our leader has carefully established 3 pillars and everything that underpins them in terms of our environmental approach. First, we have to invest in new technologies to reduce pollution through tax incentives. We're aware that new technologies, the ones we're working on right now, are the key and the future in terms of pollution reduction. So we have to have tax incentives. And this doesn't mean subsidies en masse. No, we have to help people, give them tax breaks, those who know how to fight pollution and how to reduce it. We're not here in Ottawa to tell them what to do. No, we have to give them incentives to take action to reduce pollution through tax breaks to keep pollution down. Second, we have to green light green energy. We need green energy in Canada. We need more solar energy, wind, and we have to show greater openness to nuclear power as well. So, Mr. Speaker, we have to accelerate green processes and green energy. Third pillar, Mr. Speaker, it's developing Canada's full potential. In Canada, we have all the necessary expertise to reduce pollution. We have wonderful experts and extraordinary natural resources, and it is the envy of the world. So why, unfortunately, have we not developed our full potential? Last week, Mr. Speaker, I'll give you an example. HEC reported its annual statement on Quebec. We learned 2 things. First, fossil fuels in Quebec consumption rose by 7%. Also, 48% of the oil we consume in Quebec comes from the U.S. Mr. Speaker, I have nothing against Louisiana or Texas, but why do we send billions to the U.S. to buy oil, even though we produce our own oil? So that's what I mean by developing the full potential of Canada's natural resources and energy. Third, the cornerstone of these three pillars is working hand in hand with First Nations. The one person we would like to see, Prime Minister, the member for Carleton, made a commitment with First Nations that just giving them a check this time is over. We have to create wealth. When something happens on your territory, they're going to be involved. We have to reconfirm, well, as we did last week in BC, that they'll be involved. The future belongs to those who are betting on high tech, on green energy, on Canadian potential to work hand in hand with the First Nations, and that is what our environmental plan involves. Thank you. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Avignon, Matisse, Matane, Matapedia. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very happy to rise today to speak to Bill C-317. Why? Because floods obviously have always been part of our lives, but they are a growing part of it with the impact of climate change. True, in Quebec and the rest of Canada and even elsewhere in the world, they always come back every spring. It may cause some trauma for people who live this year after year in their municipalities. It's the case for Matapedia in my riding. For years, I'm not sure how many now, there has been a consultative committee with the mayor and people from public security, people from citizens also that are involved in the committee, and from Restigouche, who watch the rising of the waters every year. They have very interesting expertise to help prevent flooding, but unfortunately, they can't always do so. They can't always prevent the water levels from rising. So this is a growingly big issue for many municipalities. And what the Bureau of Canada Insurance says is that insurance costs from flooding have quadrupled in recent years in Canada, so we have to urgently take action to fight climate change. That's true. In Quebec, what we realize is that most people live near a hydrographic areas, and so more than 80% are exposed to floods. This is kind of the case across the country, and notably in my riding, where there are rivers, and there are also tides, high tides, and this contributes to the risk of flooding. Also, climate change upset is accentuating these floods and intensifying them, so we have to be ready. And this bill says that we need a national strategy to fight floods and droughts. It's not a bad idea. Of course, there are always many players that are working together, and they don't always talk to each other. So do we need better communication amongst the various players? I think yes. A strategy as such that would add bureaucracy, is it the right thing? Maybe not. So we have to really evaluate the needs of the various stakeholders, particularly the government of Quebec that established rather renewed its strategy in recent years. And it's somewhat interesting. Quebec knows the situation very well. It has been struck by major floods in 2017 and 2019. In 2017, dozens of municipalities were affected, and more than 15 municipalities were affected. And it was even worse in 2019, with more than 10,000 people in dozens of municipalities had to evacuate their homes. So we had to provide support and funding for these people who were affected by the floods. So did we benefit from these traumatic events to improve our strategy? That's what the government of Quebec seems to have done with its improved strategy in terms of maps of affected areas. In the Greater Montreal region, 40% of people who were polled did not know that they were living in a flood plain. So when we talk about regions, as it can be in communities near rivers, but there are flood risks in many municipalities. So that's the first step in terms of informing people And so local residents know that there are risks of floods and they have to be prepared. So as I said, this bill, while we do agree with the principle of it, we have to identify the issues and try to find solutions if there are issues. So if I look at the strategy that is already in place in Quebec, it's called the Protection Plan for Territories with respect to flooding, and there are 4 sustainable solutions to better protect or interventions. The first is cartography, mapping flooding areas, so we can analyze the risks of flooding in Quebec. And I was looking at this analysis that was done, and that was done by the government of Quebec. In spring of 2024, we realized that most people in Quebec will be facing bad news in terms of how they can protect their property from flooding. And cartography shows how that several municipalities will be at risk of floods in the coming days. And we know that climate change will be intensifying the risk of flooding. So we did this cartographic analysis, and we realized we also took account of recent events in Bay St. Paul in 2023, and we're already analyzing these situations to prepare for the future. So it seems rather interesting, this first aspect. And the second one is to react and create framework. We need a uniform approach in the case of flooding, and we have to set up protections. The third pole is planning, and intervening. So when we have to support the implementation of resiliency measures and adaptation measures. And the last aspect is knowing the situation and communicating the issues. So we have to support planning, acquire expertise on best practices, encourage development and maintain expertise with respect to flooding, improving access to information for various members of the public, and also inform people of flood risks. So we also set up vigilance so people can better tackle floods, particularly in terms of informing them when water levels are high. It's really important, as I said in the beginning, it's really important to inform people of the risks of flooding in the first stages, and that's a good thing. And communication, in my opinion, we talked about this communication in the fourth aspect. It has to be improved, of course. As I said, in the Matapedia municipality, every year there's a committee that sits and they try to watch what's happening and watch the rising water levels. And they also look at glacier melts. And the Canadian Coast Guard steps in. They go across Canada, they go elsewhere, and they have a lot of rivers and waterways to cover. And Matapedia is in one of the last places it gets to, so sometimes it gets there too late. So communicating with the Coast Guard, in my opinion, is also very important, whether it's the Quebec government or governments for other provinces that intervene directly with the federal government, particularly in terms of the Coast Guard, or local authorities that communicate directly with the Coast Guard. This seems to be fundamental in my view. Also, we need better funding and support for these national strategies. One question that's important to ask the experts, if they do testify at committee, would be to know what their needs are. What is the federal government not doing right now? And I think that better support for victims of floods is important, better funding as well. And these new maps from Quebec will show us what we can predict, what regions are truly at risk, unlike those who are just at average or low risk. So it would be false to say we didn't have any predictability in terms of flooding. Emergency funding plans that are set out by the federal government would be less applicable where in regions where flooding is predictable. So we may need recurrent funding for higher risk flood areas. That'd be something we could ask the experts. But of course, better funding of the Canadian Coast Guard as well is also part of the solution, possibly because we could have Canadair. Well, sometimes they get to my riding at the very end of their efforts, and sometimes they arrive too late in many cases. Last year, things went very smoothly. We avoid the worst, as we said, but there's less snow now than usual. Everyone realized that in Quebec, at least. So will this have a positive impact, perhaps? Or will there be less ice melting and the water levels won't be as high? But perhaps. But if we get more participation, well, we'll see. But we need proper mapping and good communication. I think this is the key. So I'd like to thank the member for tabling this bill, and I look forward to talking about it more with him. Thank you.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député de New Westminster, Burnaby.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have to say that the NDP will be supporting this bill. It's clear when you look at the increasing climate incidents and the impact on the environment. It goes without saying that it's important to have more climate adaptation activities and more resources and more planning and more emergency preparedness. We've experienced this perhaps more in BC than in other provinces. When you look at what happened a few years ago with the heat wave that killed 600 people in the Greater Vancouver area, 60 people in my riding alone, Mr. Speaker. And after that intense heat caused damage all over our region, that was something that we'd never seen before in the history of BC or in the history of Canada even. There was water that was on the surface for several days, and it made it very hard for responders to emergencies. They simply were overwhelmed. We saw ambulance attendants who couldn't reach the calls that they were getting, or there was inadequate ventilation in places, and often seniors died after a few hours only in the sauna that was created in their buildings. Firefighters in New Westminster and Burnaby also tried to help the paramedics and hospitals and the ambulances. And what remains stuck in my memory, Mr. Speaker, is the people working in the firefighting and ambulance and police services who told me that if that intense heat dome had lasted just 24 hours longer, the number of deaths would have been multiplied. It would have been far more than 600 people. So our emergency system was on the brink of complete collapse. And we know that climate change and the impact of climate change is increasing. And last summer, we saw there were atmospheric rivers, and all roads were impassable, and the railways between BC and the rest of Canada. BC was completely cut off from the rest of Canada for quite a stretch of time. You had to go through the U.S. to get from BC to the rest of Canada. And we also see more and more strong winds, and that also does a lot of damage. So today, Mr. Speaker, we know that we're going to have to invent a new category of hurricane, Category 6, because the existing categories don't do it. The categories don't capture the full force of the hurricanes we're seeing nowadays. And it was a sad experience visiting New Orleans after that hurricane that killed 800 people in the New Orleans area. And people are still suffering even years after that hurricane. So all those realities are such that we're going to have to change our ways of doing things. This bill is one aspect, but Mr. Speaker, there's far more that Canada should be doing. And on this side of the House, among the NDP, we can see that this has to be made a priority. And the first bill, the first motion we tabled in this Parliament was motion number 1 on the importance of investing in clean energy and the green transition and public safety as well. We have to adapt to climate change, but even more importantly, we need to make sure that we're winning the battle against climate change. So for us in the NDP, this is an absolute priority. We've watched the Liberals drag their feet for years. They could do far more. They should do far more. But they keep subsidizing the oil patch and the CEOs instead of doing more to fight climate change. And clearly, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives deny the very existence of climate change. And that really saddens me to see that they're unwilling to do anything, let alone do what's needed.
We've lived in British Columbia, the heat dome that killed 600 people across our region. Emergency services were on the verge of collapse. And what we've heard from firefighters and ambulance technicians as people literally died in the saunas that became their apartments, that if that crisis had lasted another 24, 48 hours, that we would have seen a collapse of our emergency services. This is why it is so important to reinforce public safety initiatives to ensure that we can respond to the incredible gravity of these incidences of climate change, these storms of climate change, all of which have such a dramatic impact. British Columbia has lived through 2 atmospheric rivers that have cut off British Columbia from the rest of Canada. Roads washed away, railway beds washed away, and the loss of life that comes with this. And Mr. Speaker, we've also seen the discussions around hurricanes and strong winds needing to move to a whole new category. There's some storms that we've never seen in the history of humanity. Now, Category 6 storms, increasingly occurring. According to newspaper articles, there are at least 5 that go beyond the Category 5, which used to be the most severe hurricanes, to Category 6. This is why the NDP tabled as the first piece of legislation before this Parliament, motion number 1, the Green New Deal, where what we do is go beyond this well-intended private member's bill that we support to a whole range of government's actions, including cutting off the massive subsidies that go to oil and gas CEOs. We need to make sure that we are actually putting into place measures that are going to help our clean energy economy. And that means hundreds of thousands of jobs, but particularly in areas like Alberta and Saskatchewan where there are energy workers, like clean energy investments are going to make a huge difference to the local economy. And yet we've seen a government that has refused to act beyond putting in place a few well-intended measures. We see the Conservative Party that simply denies climate change. What we need to have is a government that steps up and understands the important impacts of climate change and is willing to make the investments to help save this planet, Mr. Speaker. We've seen firsthand in British Columbia. I've seen firsthand in my riding with the 60 deaths after the heat dome in New Westminster, Burnaby. I've seen how the impacts of climate change are increasing year to year. And what we need to do as parliamentarians is stand together, go beyond this bill, and put in place measures that are going to fight climate change like it's a battle that we mean to win. And the wonderful thing, Mr. Speaker, is by making those investments in clean energy, Canada can become a clean energy powerhouse. It's vitally important that we do this. So the mitigation measures are important. Public safety measures are important. But what is most important, Mr. Speaker, is that we treat climate change with the severity that it has as an impact right across this country, in agricultural regions, in our cities, in our towns, in northern Canada. We are seeing firsthand the impacts of climate change. We need to leave a better planet to our children and our children's children, and the only way to do that is by a more comprehensive approach on climate change. That's why the NDP tabled the Green New Deal, and that's why we will continue to push for measures that will fight climate change in a meaningful way. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député de Vaudreuil-Soulanges.
Merci.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor, as usual, to rise in the House of Commons to talk about a bill, this time Bill C-317, that directly affects my community of Vaudreuil-Soulanges. And why is that, Mr. Speaker? Well, because, as you know, in 2017 and 2019, there were historic floods that affected thousands of my constituents. And that forced people to leave their homes. Dozens of homes in my community of Vaudreuil-Soulanges were destroyed. It was a very serious and sad and severe situation. And that forced the government of Quebec to declare a state of emergency in my community. The Canadian Armed Forces pitched in, helped evacuate people from their homes. They filled sandbags. I organized, together with the mayors and elected officials in my region, we organized thousands of volunteers who helped fill sandbags, and other neighboring communities, Lac Saint-Louis, Pierrefonds-Dollard, they pitched in too. They came and helped us by filling sandbags. Even the Prime Minister of Canada came to our assistance with his kids and filled hundreds of sandbags, Mr. Speaker. That's where we clearly saw that climate change is real and has a major impact on our community and others like it all across the country, Mr. Speaker. And that's why I support this bill 100%. The bill tabled by my colleague from Lac Saint-Louis, and the purpose of this is to create a national strategy on flood and drought forecasting.
2017 and 2019. My community experienced two historic floods. They called them once-in-a-century floods. We had two of them in 3 years, Mr. Speaker. The impact on my community was significant and can't be understated. Hundreds of homes flooded. Hundreds of my constituents, families, children, parents, grandparents forced from their homes. The Canadian Armed Forces had to be called in to help evacuate those from their homes. They were literally washed away, Mr. Speaker, in the river. They had to come and help fill thousands of sandbags to help protect the homes from the rising water. These were people's lives. And all of us as elected officials seemed helpless. What could we do against the rising waters? We did our best. We woke up every morning. We had conference calls, myself, le préfet de la MRC, Monsieur Patrick Boussais, les maires, les maires.
The mayors, the Reeves, the city councils, we all worked together to meet the needs of our constituents, but it was hard.
When one of my constituents, Miss Joy, who lived in Taras-Vaudreuil, we showed up to help place sandbags around some of the homes. Her home had already been taken care of. She had built, her and her family and her friends, a 5-foot-high wall of sandbags. She had an island of dryness in a sea of water rising. And I remember while we were filling those sandbags and placing them on other homes, we heard a scream. And when we turned around, we understood why. One of the retaining walls that she had built, Mr. Speaker, was giving way. And we had watched, in a 30-second period of time, her house get completely destroyed by the water. We did our best. We ran over, Mr. Speaker, to try and put back those sandbags, but we couldn't do anything against the force of the rising and raging water. So this is an easy one for me, Mr. Speaker. To support this piece of legislation put forward by my friend and colleague from Lac St. Louis that looks to develop and put in place a national strategy to better predict and forecast droughts and floods, that's a no-brainer. It's a no-brainer for my community, and when I look around this room, I'm hopeful that all colleagues will see this as a no-brainer, because this is something that truly and tangibly will serve Canadians all across the country. Whether you're a community like mine that has been impacted by record floods, whether you're a community in British Columbia that has seen the wildfires develop in record numbers and destroy thousands of homes because of record drought, Mr. Speaker. Whether you're an Atlantic Canadian that is seeing record storms and so forth go through your community, whether you're in the Northwest Territories and you've seen the record wildfires destroy communities like we've never seen before. This is a piece of legislation, Mr. Speaker, that will help Canadians tangibly. C'est un projet de loi, Monsieur le Président.
This will add to the work that's already being done to deal with climate change. We're talking about investing to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. We're investing in the green transition. We're investing in a more sustainable public transit system. We're investing in creating a sustainable economy, and that will help reduce greenhouse gas emissions. That will help achieve net zero by 2050, Mr. Speaker. But there are other pieces to the puzzle. There's other things we need to do to address climate change. We need to equip our cities, our municipalities, and our own communities. They need to know what's coming, Mr. Speaker. What's expected? What forecast do we have for droughts and flooding, Mr. Speaker?
Having that conference call with all the elected officials in my region, and all the decisions that we were making, Mr. Speaker, were based on the information that we were getting from Environment Canada and the forecast that we were getting from the government of Quebec. And we needed more information to make better decisions. And I remember that came to light very poignantly when the Trans-Canada Highway, right before the Ilotort Bridge in my community, which sees 90,000 cars and trucks a day pass over it, started to flood. And those were not included in the provisions that we had seen and the predictions that we had seen given to us by Environment Canada and the government of Quebec and all their resources. Mr. Speaker, it didn't happen, thankfully. We didn't have to shut down the Trans-Canada Highway, but we were within 6 to 10 feet of doing so. So, Mr. Speaker, I wholeheartedly support this piece of legislation. I hope that all members of this House will support this legislation. I think it will do great things to help better equip members of Parliament and our elected officials at the provincial as well as municipal level to better respond to the needs of our communities, make sure that we can do better at keeping them safe. And that is one of our primary responsibilities here in this House, Mr. Speaker, and I look forward to voting in favor of Bill C-317 when the time comes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member from Dauphin Swan River, Neepawa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to speak to Bill C-317, an act to establish a national strategy respecting flood and drought forecasting. I want to thank the member from Lac St. Louis for introducing this legislation and for advancing the important discussions on water management in Canada. The member from Lac St. Louis and I both share a passion for water. And it's been a pleasure to work with him and as the chair of the Standing Committee on the Environment, and as we are currently studying water. This is important because over the last 8 years, the government has neglected the subject of water in its environmental policy. As a lifelong farmer myself, and as a proud defender of the rural way of life, no environmental aspect is more important to me than water. There's an old saying that whiskey is for drinking and water is for fighting over. I think that statement is a testament of the importance of these discussions. Mr. Speaker, I'm a proud Manitoban, and I can confidently say that Manitoba has been the most robust history of adaptation in Canada when it comes to excess water. This doesn't come by choice, but it comes out of necessity. Manitobans live on what was once Lake Agassiz. It is well known that the city of Winnipeg is located directly on a floodplain where the Red River and the Assiniboine River meet. No one expected the city of Winnipeg to relocate because of its location. Instead, adaptation and mitigation were prioritized. In the mid-1900s, the majority of Manitobans lived in the Red River Valley, with many residents residing directly on its floodplain. In 1950, the province was unprepared for a historic flood that displaced tens of thousands of Manitobans and damaged infrastructure throughout the province. Manitoba's great conservative premier, Duff Roblin, understood floodplains and the impacts flooding would continue to have if not addressed. Following this historic flood of 1950 and subsequent Royal Commission, Premier Roblin was responsible for developing one of the most successful environmental mitigation projects in Canadian history, the Red River Floodway. The Red River Floodway diverts water from flowing from the Red River around the city of Winnipeg. Not only was the Red River Floodway prevented more than $40 billion in flood damage to Winnipeg, but the project was also completed on time and under budget, a rare feat by governments today. The Red River Floodway was a monumental undertaking that led to the creation of the Porter's Diversion and the Shellmouth Dam and Reservoir. This big picture thinking enabled governments to successfully plan for consequences hundreds of kilometers away from Winnipeg. Not only was this project responsible for flood mitigation, but it was also responsible for drought adaptation because of its water storage component. I think that these projects are a true testament to what effective and practical environmental policy should look like. In a nation as large and diverse as Canada, mitigation and adaptation should be a focus of environmental policy. It is important to note that Bill C-317 will not directly build water mitigation and adaptation projects like the ones I mentioned, because the Bill C-317 is only a strategy. I believe we need to seek tangible and practical solutions, so I am hopeful that if passed, Bill C-317 will not result in more bureaucrats and consultants, and instead advance solutions to water challenges Canada faces. Mr. Speaker, in 2011, Manitoba was once again caught off guard and experienced another historic flood. Local governments were forced to flood parts of their own community to prevent worse damages in different water basins. I remember the 20-foot walls of sandbags in the city of Brandon, Manitoba. The community was anxiously monitoring the forecast as they prayed for dikes to hold. Unfortunately, many of these lessons from dramatic flooding events are not learned until after the damage is done. Too often, all levels of government fail to focus on proactive and preventive flood management. Failing to plan is planning to fail. As a result, it's citizens who bear the economic and social costs. That's why it is important to be proactive in flood forecasting so communities can prepare for the most likely scenarios and mitigate those potential damages. There were many lessons learned from following the flood of 2011. One of the most significant lessons highlighted was the importance of collecting standardized data for flood forecasting. Following Manitoba's 2011 flood, it became very evident that there was a lot of data available regarding water and floodplains. Municipal, provincial, federal governments had their own data. Water basin organizations had their own data. Farmers and landowners had their own data. But all this data was gathered by different people in different ways with different formats. Water knows no boundaries. So it is critical. It's critically important that different water authorities are able to share standardized data so they can communicate with each other. Any national strategy must enable all jurisdictions to share the data in a standardized and understandable format to prepare and react to flooding. Any national strategy on water must also respect jurisdiction, something that has been absent under this government. The standardization of data is common sense and has the potential to save taxpayers money because it can reduce the administration needed to translate this information. And when we have more accurate data, it allows us to model the impacts of government policies more effectively. Mr. Speaker, this is an organization, and when we have more accurate data, it allows us to model the impacts that policies have more effectively. Aquanti specializes in predictive analytics simulation and forecasting of water resources. It's an amazing model that can forecast if it has enough accurate data points. They can analyze the impact of precipitation, including how much can be absorbed by the soil at various distances downstream. My point to mentioning the model is it needs a lot of accurate data to make these projections accurately, and it requires a standardization and data sharing from local governments. Mr. Speaker, another reason that my point on data is so important is because too often bureaucrats pretend to know the lay of the land better than those who work and live on the land. I know the sponsor of this bill understands the importance of local engagement, but too often the intent of legislation like this is ignored by bureaucrats far removed from the people. No one is better equipped to provide accurate information on water than the individuals who live and work on the landscape. Unfortunately, there are countless examples of government officials not listening to the people on the ground. I know that many farmers who have dealt with the government during times of flooding on their land. And it's all too common to hear about the bureaucrat advising the farmer where they expect the water will move, and the farmer advising the bureaucrat where the water will actually move. When the water begins to move, the farmer who has been farming the land his entire life is right, not the bureaucrat from some downtown office building. So, while Bill C-317 would mandate collaboration and consultation with various levels of government, I do fear that much of the consultation will neglect the people who understand the landscape the best. Hopefully, we can examine how to best include knowledge and landowners in the proposed national strategy at the Environment Committee. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I think that Bill C-317 has the potential to make a positive difference to the future of flood and drought management in Canada. Unfortunately, we won't be able to understand what will be in the strategy or whether the strategy will address the concerns I raised. If Bill C-317 becomes law, I am hopeful that any national strategy on this matter can be built from the ground up and not from the top-down approach in Ottawa. Water has not been given the attention it deserves for too long. So I'm thankful that Bill C-317 has enabled Parliament to discuss an issue that is so important to Canadians. As I said in my opening remarks, whiskey is for drinking and water is for fighting over. I look forward to continuing to fight over water in a productive way so Canadians are better off. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavik, EU. She will have 8 minutes for her speech. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am happy to rise to speak today. I would like to first greet the people of my riding and also thank my team, Jenny, Labine, Eric, Luca, all those who are holding the fort in my riding. Now, I'm pleased to speak to Bill C-17, an act to provide for the development of a national strategy on flood and drought prediction and to provide key stakeholders with the information that they need to forecast floods and droughts. This is a bill that affects me directly because a large portion of my riding was affected by forest fires in 2023. Year after year, more and more regions of Quebec and of Canada are falling victim to floods and droughts which lead to forest fires. And all this is caused by climate change. Climate change is on the rise around the world, so weather patterns are becoming more intense, more frequent, and more variable. Quebec has experienced many floods in recent decades. The socioeconomic costs associated with these floods have been rising steadily, and the same goes for forest fires. The SOPFEU in Quebec describes the fires of the summer of 2023 as the most devastating ever. The drought of May 2023 was the spark that ignited all of these fires. A total of 4.5 million hectares of forest burned, including 1.1 million hectares in populated areas. The summer of 2023 had 30 times more fires than the annual average, including 48 large-scale fires of over 1,000 hectares, 30 times more than the annual average in Quebec. The annual average is usually 1.6 fires per season. A total of 2,360 forest fighters from across Canada and around the world came to give their colleagues a much-needed helping hand in Quebec. The community of Lebel-sur-Quévillon, back home in my riding, was the municipality hardest hit by the fires of summer 2023. This fire was the biggest. It was a giant conflagration of 19 fires that burned 480,000 hectares of forest. 5 years of forest harvest went up in smoke. Lebel-sur-Quévillon, the people there were evacuated. The whole population of the municipality was evacuated. For those who don't believe that forest fires are the result of climate change, well, I can tell them about it. I can tell them about the economic and social losses in my riding, the insecurity and fear of losing homes and possessions, the trauma of reliving fires, and the lack of compensation to support affected towns. The stress is still very present, and we are still waiting for financial assistance. I worked with people to help meet their needs in affected towns. I visited people around the riding during the fires from May through August. Flood and drought are natural phenomena that are amplified by climate change. Adapting to the impacts of climate change requires public authorities to mobilize science to guide public decision-making. This means making relevant information on meteorological events, including droughts and floods, accessible to the public. The Bloc Québécois is in favor of Bill C-317 in principle, but it will be necessary to demonstrate how the bill to develop a national strategy for flood and drought forecasting would improve current public action, since public authorities are already doing some of this work. In fact, we would like to take this opportunity of this debate to remind the House that Canada is not a national state whose population belongs to a single people. There is no single Canadian nation. Canada is a plurinational society, which includes the Canadian majority, the nation of Quebec, and Indigenous peoples. The use of the expressions national policy or national strategy is therefore always a little misleading. It's notorious that as a country, we can both in rhetoric set up diversity as the main value and have so little regard for the diversity of the nations that make up its people. That said, our party's main concern with Bill C-317 is its raison d'être. We wonder whether the bill's provisions are likely to have any positive effect whatsoever on public action. In particular, any effect on the ability of public authorities to plan and to implement adaptation to the impact of climate change. The preamble to Bill C-317 explains that the reason for creating this act is that, at present, flood and drought forecasts in Canada are made by the provinces without coordination among provinces and with limited technical support from the federal government. It is therefore relevant to look at the public actions already taken by the provinces to anticipate and prevent floods and droughts, in order to assess the extent to which support from the federal government would or would not be necessary. In Quebec, we have a land protection plan in the case of floods, and that presents sustainable solutions to better protect our living environments. As can be seen on the Quebec government website, the plan is based on 4 priority actions. Faced with the scale of the situation, the Quebec government took matters into its own hands. We have a Ministers' Action Group for land management in the case of floods, and that was mandated to draw up a government action plan for land use planning to ensure the safety of people and the protection of property in flood-prone areas of Quebec. In order to find sustainable and creative solutions to better protect our living environments from flooding, this ministerial action group worked with the municipal and scientific communities. 2 advisory groups were set up. One made up of representatives from the municipal sector and various relevant associations, and the other bringing together experts from various fields related to flood zone management and land use planning. Following several months of research and consultation, the two committees submitted their reports. The numerous recommendations made by the committees were taken into account in the work of the Ministerial Action Group. We also have the Vigilance application, as my colleague mentioned earlier. That app enables Quebecers to better prepare for flooding. It informs them of the flooding situation in Quebec's regions. The app is also used by municipal and government authorities to alert and mobilize emergency responders. Generally speaking, we can say that the Quebec government has the expertise necessary to protect its province and its population from floods. What's more, Quebec's water strategy is the result of extensive government reflection. It takes into account all past experiences. This Quebec strategy does not need the federal government's participation, which is not necessary in order for us to be able to protect the environment and manage Quebec's natural resources. That said, it's clear that Quebec already has a comprehensive flood prevention strategy and a comprehensive water strategy, and these strategies do not require federal government participation. Also, in Section 3.3, which defines the content of the future federal strategy, Point D will have to be amended to remove an unnecessary reference to a Canadian water agency, whose very existence is just as unnecessary as its reference in the bill, and which has no place because of the division of powers provided for in Canada's Constitution. In closing, Mr. Speaker, thank you. The last thing I want is to relive the awful forest fires we experienced in the summer of 2023 in Abitibi Bay James, Nunavik, EU.
Droit de réplique.
Right of reply, the Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Louis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is a pleasure to be able to close this debate on my bill. First, I'd like to say how impressed I've been by the quality of my colleagues' speeches made by colleagues of all parties in this House today. To reply to some comments made by my colleague, the member for Repentigny, toward the end of the first hour of debate, and also in response to a comment made by the member for Abitibi. What we're aiming for here is not a federal strategy. Far from it. We know that the responsibility for adaptation to climate change and to disasters and the responsibility for jurisdiction, we know that those are provincial responsibilities. We are not aiming for a federal strategy, rather a national one. What this means is that we would like to legislate through this bill toward better collaboration among provinces, the federal government, and Indigenous communities. My colleague mentioned these different groups. The member for Dauphin Swan River mentioned this as well. People who are out on the ground, farmers, we want to work with all stakeholders. Specialists have been meeting informally, but according to the top subject matter expert when it comes to preventing floods and droughts, we do need some sort of coordination. Now, we must also remember that technology has come a long way. And I would like to confirm that Quebec is indeed one of the most advanced provinces when it comes to flood and drought forecasting. They have come a long, long way with technology in Quebec, but this doesn't mean that we shouldn't foster teamwork and collaboration. These days, with forecasting, with all the technological advances there have been when it comes to forecasting, we're no longer forecasting over small areas of land. Forecasting is done continent-wide over huge swaths of land. That's what's being done in Europe right now, for instance. So there does need to be cooperation, but not intrusion by the federal government.
Just to give you an example of the possibilities that we have with the proper degree of cooperation, the possibilities we have of doing accurate flood forecasting, I'd like to refer to, and this is Dr. Pomeroy, who I'm paraphrasing him, and in some cases quoting him directly, but in the summer heat wave of 2021, and I noticed that the member from Yukon is here, in the summer of 2021, Yukon experienced historical flooding along the Yukon River in Whitehorse. A pilot case flood forecast for the territorial government, it's a flood forecast that was coordinated by Global Water Futures, which is out of the University of Saskatchewan, was able to correctly predict the flood and show its cause, which was unprecedented glacier and snowmelt in the high mountain headwaters of the Yukon River in British Columbia. Now, the problem is Global Water Futures funding is being sunsetted, and so we won't have the funding that's necessary for this kind of endeavor. But we need more of these kinds of endeavors. And as Dr. Pomeroy has said, and I don't have much time to get into to quote him, but this exercise could not have been done by any one level of government alone. It had to be a cooperative between the federal government, the Yukon government, and the universities, where the expertise really resides in this area. So it's not a question of public servants dictating anything to anybody. It's not the public servants that are going to be doing this work. It's the experts in the universities and in the provinces as well. So I really appreciate the quality of the speeches that I heard this morning, and I appreciate what seems to be all-party support for this bill. And thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the time.
The question is as follows. Mr. Scarpellegia, seconded by Mr. Maloney, proposes that Bill C-317 for National Strategy on Flood and Drought Forecasting Act be now read a second time and sent to the Standing Committee of the Environment and Sustainable Development. If a member participating in person would like the motion to be carried or carried on dissent, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person would like to ask for a recorded division, I would ask them to rise and indicate it to the chair.
I'd like a recorded vote, please, Mr. Speaker.
D'accord, conformément.
Pursuant to Standing Order 93, a vote by recorded division is deferred until Wednesday, February 14th, 2024, at the end of the period for oral questions. Orders of the day. Government order.
Government business, consideration of a motion, government business motion number 34, proceedings on Bill C-62, an act to amend the Criminal Code, medical assistance in dying, number 2.
Mr. Champagne pour Mr.
Mr. Champagne for Mr. McKinnon, seconded by Mr. Poussin, moves that, notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, A, the Standing Committee on Health be instructed to consider the subject matter of Bill C-62, an act to amend the Criminal Code, medical assistance in dying, number 2, upon the adoption of this order, provided that, as part of this study, I, a minister be ordered to appear before the committee for 1 hour. Can I dispense with the reading of this motion? Okay.
Débat.
Debate.
L'honorable député.
Honorable member. Sorry.
Débat. L'honorable
The Honorable Parliamentary Secretary.
Secretary to the Government House.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to rise to speak to what is a very important issue. This is the type of thing in which it is a very deeply personal and complex issue in which has had a great deal of debate for a number of years now inside the House. But that's not directly what it is that we're actually speaking to, but rather it's the motion that will enable the government to get the MAID issue resolved for the next couple of years, Madam Speaker, or next few years, I should say. And that is, it's a motion that will ensure that the legislation actually passes. And maybe just to give a little bit of a background on that, there is a time limit for us to ultimately get Bill C-62 passed in order to fulfill a commitment ultimately to our courts, Madam Speaker. And we want to keep, obviously, the law validated appropriately. So the motion that we have brought forward today actually allows for the House and ultimately provide some time for the Senate to ultimately pass and give royal assent before the House breaks in the month of March, Madam Speaker, for a couple of weeks. It, in essence, allows for a little bit more debate this week, where it will ultimately pass, and then it'll afford the Senate the following week after the break to be able to deal with the legislation and hopefully see it pass through the Senate without amendment, Madam Speaker. I think it's a very important thing to take place as much as possible, because then that enables the legislation to ultimately receive royal assent before the deadline. I know that there are some members that might be a little uncomfortable in terms of when we have a programming motion that we have before us today and the limitations that it puts on members and the importance of the subject matter in itself. It's one of the reasons why some members might recall last week I stood in my place and I made the suggestion by asking for unanimous consent, Madam Speaker, to look at ways in which, for example, we would have been able to sit late in the evening, so that this way members would have had more opportunity to have a debate on this issue, Madam Speaker. And unfortunately, we didn't get the unanimous consent. And as a direct result, we have to work within the time frame of what the House allows us to be able to ultimately sit, Madam Speaker. And as a result, one needed, in order to meet the deadline, to bring in a programming motion. And that's why it is that we have it before us. Now, you know, at the end of the day, I made reference to the very beginnings, when we started to talk about the issue of medical assistance in dying. It actually came up back in 2015, Madam Speaker. There was a Supreme Court of Canada decision on the Carter versus Canada that made it very clear that we as a government, Canadians, through the Charter of Rights, needed to have made legislation. And that was decided midway through 2015, but no action was taken, Madam Speaker, knowing full well that we had to actually bring in a law in order to address what it is that the Supreme Court had put into place. We all know that there was an election that had taken place, and shortly after that election, it was made very clear that as a government, we needed to bring in the legislation, Madam Speaker. Now, there was an approach to the Supreme Court to take into consideration what had taken place over the last number of months that followed the Supreme Court decision, including an election, Madam Speaker. And the Supreme Court ultimately provided grace to the House of Commons so that we could, in fact, get the legislation that was necessary brought forward to the chamber and ultimately passed, Madam Speaker. And we did have to ask again for yet another extension back then, Madam Speaker. I don't think that surprised anyone. And from the day in which I can recall back in 2015, as I'm sure, Madam Speaker, you can recall, there was a great deal of discussion that had actually taken place. In fact, I suspect that if you were to take a look at the different pieces of legislation, today we call it Bill C-62. The original legislation, Madam Speaker, was, I believe it was C-14. We have had legislation in between that, Madam Speaker, that again the government had to bring into the House. And on occasion when government brings in legislation for debate, there is fairly extensive debate that takes place inside the chamber, but also in committees. And a lot of that debate I can remember quite vividly, quite frankly, Madam Speaker. The issue that the special committee that was put together in order to deal with the issue and provide some thoughts and recommendations and ideas to the chamber, Madam Speaker. And the members that got directly involved. There is no lack of interest or lack of input from the many different stakeholders of all different natures in every region of the country. Everyone had an opinion on the issue, Madam Speaker. At the end of the day, the amount of dialogue that went into the legislation and the creation of MAID, I suspect, Madam Speaker, is probably greater than 90% of all other forms of legislation that come to the House. And we saw that in the passion of the debates that were being presented at the time. Members of Parliament on all sides of the House. It wasn't just Liberals or New Democrats or Conservatives or Bloc or even the leader of the Green Party at the time, where you could see the emotional toll of the debate itself. And that's why, I talk about it being of a very deep, personal nature. It is a complex choice and decisions that have to be made in regards to this. And when I reflect on that debate, there were tears inside the chamber. There were all sorts of emotions as members tried to, in the best way they could, explain why it is that they were taking the position that they were taking on it. And different members voted for different reasons and so forth. But at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, C-14 ultimately passed. After many, many hours of debate inside and outside. And when I say outside, I even go further than just outside of standing committees. I know in terms of emails and correspondence and discussions that I've had on this issue, it was fairly intense. People were wanting to know in terms of how it is that I felt, as I'm sure all members of Parliament were questioned in terms of what it is that they had to say on the legislation. And I do have differing opinions than members across the way, and maybe even quite possibly within my own caucus. I genuinely believe that the need for MAID is there, and there is no question about that, Madam Speaker. But where I think I fall on the side that it seems to be acceptable, at least for a good percentage of the people that I represent, is that I have trust and confidence in our system. The system of healthcare professionals, social workers, and the supports that family members go to when it comes time to make difficult decisions. Whether it's another family member, a local pastor, or anyone else, Madam Speaker. And having that confidence has allowed me to feel comfortable as we have gone through this legislation virtually from day one. and there was a need for changes. When you bring in substantive legislation for the first time that is so profoundly impacting on the lives of Canadians, to expect that your legislation is going to be perfect and not require change, I think is somewhat naive. And that is, in fact, what had taken place. There was a need to make some changes to the legislation. And that is why, ultimately, we had the second go-around of the legislation. There has been a fairly wide spectrum of discussion on that second attempt. And through amendments, it was brought in what is today is relatively something that is being very challenging. And that is dealing with the sole condition being that of mental health, Madam Speaker. And that has, I know, stirred the emotions of a lot of members. And ultimately, when the legislation passed to allow for that to take place, Madam Speaker, there was a whole lot more resistance to it than there was in regards to C-14. Madam Speaker, it didn't surprise me because of the delicateness of the issue. But again, I fell back on to what I believe a vast majority of the constituents in which I represent are comfortable with. And that is what I made reference to in regards to the healthcare professionals and others, Madam Speaker. Because I am not a medical doctor. I don't understand to the same depth as the different professionals would, Madam Speaker. So as a direct result, I feel more comfortable in taking the position that I had taken and that the government had taken on the issue. But we also need to recognize the reality, where we have other jurisdictions that are now very much concerned about implementation. And to what degree are we actually ready to be able to implement the legislation that was actually passed? And I think that's really the crux of it. So that is why we have Bill C-62 today. What C-62 does is it allows for that ongoing exemption to continue. That enables the system, because the system is large and complex, to ensure that everything is ready so that when the legislation takes effect, that people are not going to be let down, and that we still meet the constitutional requirements. Remember, the amendment to the original legislation in part came from an appeal court in the province of Quebec, which obligated members of the House to bring forward other legislation. I know my friend opposite from the Conservative Party says, well, no, we had a choice. We could have appealed that decision to the Supreme Court of Canada. And as a number of them said, yeah, we could have done that. We could have attempted to kick the can down the road. And ultimately, Madam Speaker, it was a decision that was made and supported by a majority of members of Parliament inside the House. Because even though, Madam Speaker, we have a majority when it came to C-14. Members know full well that there's members from all sides that supported it. But today we have, in a minority situation, the only way in which we can pass through legislation is if we have the support of other political entities inside the chamber, Madam Speaker. I would like to think that if you take a look in terms of what it is that we have learned through this process, that it has enabled us to even take a look at other things that we've been able to do directly. You know, during many hours of the debates, people talked about the issue of palliative care, hospice care, and the lack of that type of care being provided to the people of Canada, Madam Speaker. It is a genuine concern that has been there for many, many years. And when I say many years, we're probably talking a good 20 plus years where we need to see more being invested in hospice and palliative care. Far too often we see individuals that get paneled in our hospitals because there is no place for them to go outside of the hospital, Madam Speaker. And then when you take a look in terms of the pandemic and what had taken place during the pandemic, where we saw care facilities, and often, care facilities that virtually had to not shut down, but close the doors to people from the outside to protect those that were on the inside, and those that were on the inside often were dying, I would suggest to you, prematurely, Madam Speaker. And we know that. We know that as fact. We had organizations, whether it was the Forces, Canadian Forces, the Red Cross, that got involved. But if you take a look at the bigger picture, the holistic picture, Madam Speaker, are we collectively, and when I say collectively, contrary to what some might say, it's not just Ottawa. Are we collectively doing enough to be able to deal with some of these social issues that Canadians have a high standard on and want politicians of all political stripes, of all levels of government, to invest more resources? And by resources, I'm not just talking money, Madam Speaker. Time, debate. There are better ways in which we could probably be spending some of the money that we see spent in areas such as healthcare, social services, and so forth. If one takes a look in terms of the process of someone that might first and foremost end up being into a hospital situation, and while being in the hospital, Madam Speaker, they find out that things are not good. That at the end of the day, their life is going to be coming to an end in a relatively short time span. One of the things that happens is the hospital can only provide so much in terms of treatment. And then for those jurisdictions, because it is not consistent, it's not even consistent within a province, let alone a nation, Madam Speaker, where you'll see that individual being kept in the hospital because there's not enough supports in that home atmosphere. There's no other place for that individual to go. So often, far too often, they become paneled into a hospital facility in one form or another, Madam Speaker. I believe that the debates that we've seen on MAID amplified that. And I think these are the types of discussions and debates that we should be having not only here in Ottawa, but we should be also having in our communities and at the different legislatures. And quite frankly, there are some fairly significant stakeholders out there that also have to play a role. Nonprofit organizations. And that's what I can recall in regards to some of the discussions that we have been having over the years in regards to MAID legislation. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, as I pointed out, the original thoughts in regards to MAID and the need for us to bring in legislation and the types of debates that we saw then, contrast that to today, where it is becoming more of a politicized issue, where politics seems to be more important than the issue itself in some ways, Madam Speaker. And that's why when I talked at the very beginning, I made reference to the fact that it's not a good thing that we had to bring in a programming motion, but it is an important thing that we do it today because we were not successful at being able to get the consensus that was required to be able to sit longer and to allow for a consensus as to how the legislation would have been able to pass through the system, Madam Speaker. But we still have opportunities. You know, the motion talks about going to the Standing Committee of Health as a subject matter. So when this motion passes, the motion enables the Standing Committee of Health to actually, with first priority in terms of resources of the House, to be able to get together. A minister will, in fact, be there for a good hour. There will be an opportunity to have a few other witnesses, Madam Speaker. But it will ultimately have to get through the committee. And then it'll be back later in the week, if we can get this motion passed, that will enable the legislation to be given third reading later this week. And by doing that, Madam Speaker, the House will have gotten it through third reading and then enabled the Senate to be able to deal with the legislation in the last week of February and March 1, which then puts it into a time frame that would enable it to ultimately get the type of royal assent that would be necessary in order for it to be enacted into law. I would think, based on what it is that the legislation is actually doing, that the Conservatives in particular would support the legislation. Because the essence of the legislation is to put in a three-year extension. So it provides, in particular, provinces and jurisdictions to ultimately get things in a better state of readiness. So at the end of that period of time, that we're able to provide the type of services that are necessary. And that means, in good part, that there will be ample time for us to continue to have that dialogue and debate. And if there's a need to do and bring forward other things, whether it's private members' business or government business, Madam Speaker, that there are opportunities. But I suspect by passing Bill C-62 that a sound majority of the House will be content with the modernization, if I can put it that way, Madam Speaker, of the legislation. In one part, it kind of reminds me of the issue of the suicide crisis helpline. And I say that for two reasons. One is that some members often will make reference to how the legislation as a whole is enabling of individuals just to virtually have suicide upon request, which is just not the case, Madam Speaker. We know that is not the case. The members that say that know that it's not the case, Madam Speaker. But unfortunately, you will still see members, some members, give that false impression. And I do find that to be somewhat unfortunate, because it is definitely misleading and does a disservice in terms of the legislation and the process that we have gone through, the thorough process. I can't imagine the number of hours. You're talking 3 digits and more of hours, Madam Speaker, of different types of discussions in many different forms. And to try to simplify it by saying, a suicide on demand, I think it does a great disservice to the legislation and to the law that we currently have in place, Madam Speaker. I remember someone telling me, and this is the reason why I bring up the suicide helpline, Madam Speaker, and someone indicated to me that, that there are people at times in their life that give it thought, and when they heard about the legislation, they made inquiries. And because of those inquiries, they were able to get the type of assistance that made things better for them, Madam Speaker. In other words, made legislation, even on occasion, I would ultimately argue, has actually saved lives. Well, Madam Speaker, a doctor in the House laughs at it. I don't believe it's a laughing matter, Madam Speaker. I think that the members should reflect in terms of all the debates and the discussions, and at the end.
Order. I would just ask members who wish to engage to please wait for it to be questions and comments to do that. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
And I hope the doctor asks me the question about 13,000 people that were killed, and just the manner in which he had posed that particular heckle is very disrespectful. To go and try to get on the record, and I wonder if that's the general attitude the member actually takes. It wasn't that long ago he was in the House when he said the Ukraine trade agreement was woke legislation. He was the one that first sent up the red flag, and now in his insensitive way says, what is it, 1,300 killed? 13,000 killed with a smile. Madam Speaker, I can tell you that the individuals that were involved in those difficult decisions did not think it was a laughing matter. They did not.
And I just want to remind members, if they want to participate in the discussion, in the debate, that they should wait until it's questions and comments, whether that is through laughing, heckling, or making comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And it is disappointing. Disappointing that you would have someone that practices medicine talking about it in such a manner in which is disrespectful for the thousands of people that have very difficult decisions to make.
It's unbelievable.
It is unbelievable. At the end of the day, Madam Speaker, these are not easy decisions, and the member opposite feels that these 13,000 just killed. Madam Speaker, you know, government puts in a great deal of effort in terms of getting things in a state of readiness so that we are able to provide the type of services that Canadians want and need. I make reference to the 988 suicide crisis line. And, Madam Speaker, some might try to give an impression that at the end of the day, it's just a 3-number digit, and all you have to do now is just say, we're going to have it, click your heels, and then it appears. The idea came up a number of years ago from what I believe a member from the Conservative Party that was being very genuine on the idea, and it doesn't take away from what other members, other associations, stakeholders were also talking about. And as a government, the minister responsible ultimately did the sharing and the networking that was necessary in order to be able to present to the House of Commons a program that ultimately received the funding that was necessary, and the organization working with the different provinces, territories, and different stakeholders that ultimately turned it into a reality. So today, the 988 number is live. And people that are having those suicidal thoughts can feel comfortable in knowing that by calling 988, that there's going to be someone at the other end in different languages, understanding and appreciating different cultures. Madam Speaker, that is something that I would suggest to you is a way in which the government can clearly demonstrate how things come to the government, ultimately actions are taken, and then something is put in place. The same principles have applied here. The Supreme Court makes a decision based on the Charter of Rights. The government brings in legislation, thoroughly debated, consultation, amazing consultation that had taken place and input on the legislation, hundreds of hours of dialogue, and ultimate legislation that comes and is passed by a majority, members of all political parties, and then ultimately put into place. It's a policy then that's administered, and at the end of the day, as I pointed out earlier, that there is at times a need for changes. We saw that need. One of them was amplified through the Quebec court. We make the change. We listen to what it is that the Senate was saying. The issue of mental health is something that was brought to the attention in a very significant way, Madam Speaker. This legislation, like the previous one, which delayed its implementation, this legislation, C-62, is going to continue that delay, Madam Speaker. And to that end, I believe, Madam Speaker, that at the end of the day, we will, in fact, have sound, solid legislation, and hopefully it will not have to be revisited. Time will tell us on that, Madam Speaker. So with those few words, Madam Speaker, I'm hoping that members can appreciate why it is that the need for the programming of the legislation has been put into place, and why it is that the legislation is so critically important. It is indeed, I would suggest to you, a reflection in terms of what a vast majority of Canadians would want and what the different stakeholders are requesting by having that delayed for 3 years. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And comments, the honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The decision to expand made in cases of mental illness was not a decision of the courts. It was a political decision made by these Liberals, and that is evidenced by the fact that the government's initial legislative response, Bill C-7, expressly excluded MAID for mental illness in response to the Cruchon decision, not an appellate decision, as the member said, but a lower court decision. But yes, the government should have appealed. But one of the things that we heard from experts are fundamental clinical issues, including the difficulty, if not impossibility, of predicting irremediability. It is part of the reason why there was a 1-year delay. It's part of the reason now the government is kicking the can down the road with a further 3-year delay. What evidence can the members cite that that issue is going to be resolved in 3 short years?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, I'm sure the member is aware of that the request for the extension is something that's actually coming from different jurisdictions. There are medical professions and provinces, for example, that have made it very clear indication that they're just not quite ready yet. Believing that if they had more of an extension, a little bit more time, because there's training that needs to be involved, possible accreditation. I don't know all the complexities of it. What I do know is that there's a genuine request for additional time so that the people that need to have the level of expertise are properly in place. So the best interest of Canadians is put first.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Thank you, Madam Speaker. When it comes to medical assistance in dying, this government is no example of proactiveness. The Carter ruling, it took a long time after that to table a decent bill. And in fact, the bill was just a copy of a Quebec bill that didn't even respond to the goals of the Carter ruling. Now, that said, also on the topic of proactivity, when it comes to mental illness, we don't need a 3-year extension. A 1-year extension would suffice. But the government has known this for 1 year because this decision to further extend the deadline is based on the consensus of the Joint Committee. Now, why is it that when it comes to advance requests, the government has been doing nothing for a year? They've been dragging their feet, and they are basing their decision on the recommendations of the committee. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, I would disagree with the member in terms of the government dragging its feet. You can go all the way back to the Carter decision from the Supreme Court, and you'll find that it was actually Stephen Harper that chose to do nothing after the decision, and shortly after forming government in late 2015, we had initiated legislative draftings so that the legislature would in fact be able to deal with the legislation in 2016, where there was thorough discussions and debates in both in the different levels of reading, plus standing committees, Madam Speaker. That's where I spent a good portion of my comments today, amplifying that. The Conservative Party on the one hand, or some within the Conservative Party, want us to get rid of that the mental health component. The Bloc, on the other hand, are saying we're not moving fast enough. I think that the approach that we've taken as government is on target.
Questions and comments? The Honourable for Cowichan, Mella, Langford.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. This is obviously a week when the House of Commons as a whole has to step up to the plate because we really only have 2 sitting weeks left on the parliamentary schedule until the March 17th deadline. But that being said, Madam Speaker, I think it's worth it for us to remember as to why we're here, and we have to go back to Bill C-7 and the Liberal government's 11th hour and inexplicable decision to accept a very consequential Senate amendment to C-7, which got us into this mess in the first place. Madam Speaker, they changed the law without having done the proper research, consultation, and ever since, it feels like we've been playing a game of catch-up. That's why Bill C-39 was necessary last year, and that's why we find ourselves in the same situation with C-62. So through you, Madam Speaker, is the Parliamentary Secretary prepared to accept some responsibility on behalf of his government and issue an apology for setting that arbitrary deadline and getting us into the mess that we now find ourselves in?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, the question before him, the government was being accused of being too slow. My New Democratic friend is now saying that we were too quick when it came to Bill C-7 and accepting not doing enough background work, implying being too quick. I think the Government of Canada, and I believe that the Government of Canada, when you take a look at the broader picture of the Supreme Court decision back in 2015, has brought forward very difficult legislation, and as it was demonstrated, it was not perfect legislation. Given the very nature of that legislation, one would have to be naive to think that there was never going to be a need to make changes, and that's one of the reasons why there were actually standing committees that were supposed to meet within the legislation, mandating those standing committees, because it's the first time we had substantive legislation of this nature.
Gentleman for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's almost 1 year to the day that the governing party proposed Bill C-39. I'm glad we are once again talking about rushing through legislation now to avoid extending medical assistance in dying for mental health. But the Parliamentary Secretary asked a really important question. He said in his speech, are we doing enough on these social issues? The answer is very clearly no. Because what this government is not doing is rushing crucial legislation to address the crisis of housing. They're not rushing through legislation to address legislated poverty for people with disabilities. And they're pretending that their commitment to a $4.5 billion Canada mental health transfer never happened. Why is this the case?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I would challenge the member to show me a government in the last 50, 60 years that has been more progressive on social development than this Prime Minister and this government. Whether you're talking about taking seniors or children out of poverty and by the hundreds of thousands, to dealing with a wide spectrum of social issues, whether it's the child care benefit program, the many different senior supports that we've put into place, not to mention the enhancements, substantial enhancements of OAS, substantial increases in the GIS, especially back in 2016 when we first taken government. I think there's a long list. I could talk about the dental benefits program, Madam Speaker, the tax break for Canada's middle class. There's a whole list that I could actually go on, but you're not going to allow me enough time, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Deputy Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his intervention today. He can be animated speaker quite like myself, but he took his time to be very selective in his words to properly represent his constituents and his view. What I found to be, and I'm just trying to say this and I'm already being heckled, I find, Madam...
Again, honourable members know that if they don't have the floor, if they haven't been recognized to have the floor, then they need to wait for questions and comments or their turn for debate, which will come shortly. The Honourable Deputy Government House Leader.
What I found most shocking was when he was trying to deliver those remarks, the member from Cumberland Colchester immediately started heckling him and yelling at him. And it reminded me of the member from Cumberland Colchester on October the 25th in the Health Committee when he said, "Don't worry, Canadians, because when you're addicted to these opioids that this Liberal NDP coalition is giving you for free in this crazed experiment, what are they going to do? They're going to kill you." And now they're clapping. Now they're clapping at his comments on that. I'm wondering, Madam Speaker, if
Order. If people want to participate in the debate, they need to wait until the appropriate time. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Honourable Deputy House Leader has to wrap it up. 7 seconds.
I'm wondering if the Parliamentary Secretary can provide his comments on whether or not he thinks that people that make comments like that should actually even be participating in a debate like this.
Order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is disappointing to the degree in which such a serious issue, and you have a member of the Conservative Party being disrespectful to Canadians as a whole. I would suggest to you, Madam Speaker, by taking so lightly and by making light of a decision that is so difficult to be made. Well over 10,000 people, and he feels that it's okay just to label, well, they were killed. How insensitive can a person actually be, Madam Speaker? These are decisions of the greatest difficulty, and it's disrespectful the way in which the member behaved himself on the issue.
Yeah, I know that this is a piece of legislation that many are very passionate about. There are differentiating points of view, and I would hope that each side will be able to respect each other, whether they agree with what is being said or not. The Honourable, resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Cumberland Colchester.
I'd like to seek the House's unanimous consent to split my time with the member from Peterborough-Kawartha.
Does the honourable member have unanimous consent to split his time? Yes. Agreed? Agreed.
Excellent.
So the honourable member has 10 minutes for his speech and 5 minutes for questions and comments, and that will be the same for the next speaker.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And it's interesting today to be able to follow that member across the aisle when we're speaking about a matter of grave importance. I find it absolutely fascinating in a very strange sense that the member opposite would suggest that somehow MAID has saved lives, when indeed 13,200 Canadians have died because of MAID. On top of that, we know that that is a 30% increase year over year. We also know that in California, with a similar population, if I have my statistics correct, about 450 people died because of MAID. MAID for mental illness presents a serious difficulty for all Canadians, and thankfully, Conservatives on this side of the House are ready to stand up for those who have mental illness and have suffered with it for a very long time. Madam Speaker, we know clearly from the DSM-5 that many conditions which, if Canadians were aware that they were classified as a mental illness, would find this legislation even more appalling than they do now. Because we know that over half of Canadians reject this terrible idea of MAID for mental illness. When Canadians think of mental illness, they think of things like depression, schizophrenia, bipolar illness, all chronic medical conditions with treatment available. But we also know in the DSM-5 for mental illness, which again, this reckless government, this reckless expansion of MAID is what is causing some of the major difficulties. Because, Madam Speaker, in the DSM-5 also classified as mental illness would be things such as substance use disorder, be things such as autism, both of which are chronic illnesses which I believe for Canadians specifically, they would find it appalling for this reckless government, this reckless agenda to suggest that Canadians suffering with substance use disorder are never going to get better. Canadians with autism who are never going to get better should be subjected to the MAID regime. And I think when you begin to look and understand the difficulties associated, again, with this reckless, costly coalition expansion of MAID, we also know that the 17 chairs of the departments of psychiatry from Canada's universities have spoken out specifically against this expansion of MAID. There's two things that are very important, and let's start with perhaps suicidality, which the member across did mention. And I guess the question then remains is how would an experienced or even an inexperienced physician, primary care physician, or nurse practitioner be able to determine the difference between suicidality and a demand for MAID? And one of the things I think it's important, and the member across is right, I did practice as a family physician for more than 25 years. Practicing in an emergency room setting on a Saturday night when somebody comes in and they're suicidal is probably one of the most stressful things that you can possibly deal with. I think every one of my physician colleagues across this country would admit to that. We are incredibly well trained and we have incredible protocols for dealing with trauma, with stroke, with heart attack. But when somebody comes in with suicidal ideation, it is incredibly personal. It is situational. It is related to medication. It's related to family. It's related to every single and difficult relationship that they have in their lives. And if there's a physician out there who can guarantee me that when they go home after that shift on Saturday night or ends up ending on Sunday morning, and that they have told someone who is suicidal that they are okay to go home, and they know that that person is fine, that they don't worry about that decision, I would challenge them on that, because that, for me personally, Madam Speaker, as a physician, is something that created significant distress and angst. And it should, because what we're talking about, Madam Speaker, very clearly is somebody's life and their decision to end it or not. And what we have here is a regime put forward by the reckless and costly coalition to have people with mental illness receive medical assistance in dying, to be put to death by the state. The other part of that, of course, that's the suicidal part of it, which again, it can be an acute or it can be a more chronic condition. But it's the irremediable aspect of the mental illness that creates significant difficulties for this expansion and reckless and radical expansion of the MAID regime. And what does that word mean, Madam Speaker? It means, in basic terms, that the condition cannot be fixed, that the treatment that has been rendered is all the treatment there is, that there's no other treatment available, that the condition is going to be either to continue the way it is or to get worse in the future. And that is what irremediable means. So who's going to decide that? You know, there is a Canadian Association of MAID Assessors and Providers, and that group is staffed by family physicians and nurse practitioners, much to the opposite thought, if I can say that, to many Canadians who would think it'll be psychiatrists who will be determining if this condition is unfixable and chronic and all the treatment out there possible has been rendered. No, that's not the truth. At the current time, that decision will be rendered by two different either primary care providers or nurse practitioners. And I think that that is incredibly important because we know that even the diagnosis of a mental illness is based on probabilities. Do you have this particular set of symptoms for this amount of time over another period of time? So it's not like high blood pressure where I could go and check your blood pressure. I have a concrete objective answer. It's not like diabetes where I do your blood work and we have a concrete answer that yes, your number is elevated and you do have diabetes and here's what I'm going to do to help you with your diabetes. Mental illness is very, very different. And I think Canadians need to know that, and if they do already know it, they need to remember it. Madam Speaker, the other important thing is the terrible job that this costly NDP Liberal coalition has done with respect to access to health care in general, but more specifically to mental health care. We know that across this country, half of Canadians are extremely unhappy with their ability to access mental health. And we also know that the waiting time for adults to access a psychiatrist in most parts of this country is about a year, which then means very clearly, Madam Speaker, that primary care physicians and nurse practitioners are providing the majority of mental health care out there for Canadians, deciding which treatments are working and which aren't, when to increase medications, when to add on, etc. Very, very sadly, Madam Speaker, it's clear that for Canadians under 18, the wait time for mental health care access to a psychiatrist in Canada, more than 2.5 years. Yep. This system is atrocious. This Prime Minister stood up and promised 7,500 doctors, nurses, and nurse practitioners to Canadians. And Madam Speaker, how many have we seen? I dare say almost zero. This terrible situation with respect to access to care is most acute when people are seeking mental health care. So as we begin to look at these difficulties, and of course, Madam Speaker, from this side of the House, we do not want this legislation to proceed. But once again, what we see is a government in panic mode who has no plan, who has no clear idea of what they're going to do or what they want to do or what they should do on behalf of Canadians. And here we are, we see ourselves multiple times at the 11th hour. We see senior government elected officials across the aisle saying, oh, well, we have to rush this through. We have to get it done on behalf of Canadians. But what they fail to remind Canadians is it's their fault that we've arrived at this situation in the first place. They didn't appeal the right decisions. They allowed decisions to be added on in the Senate, and they didn't make a decision when they should have on behalf of Canadians, Madam Speaker. Therefore, I would implore this House to understand clearly that MAID for mental illness is not the correct path to go down. And I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Thunder Bay Rainy River.
I'd like to thank my member opposite from Nova Scotia and fellow doctor for his intervention. This legislation puts a hold on implementing MAID for mental illness. A year before the legislation will come into effect, they have to reform the committee to reconsider this matter, call the experts again. Do you think that in 2 years' time there's going to be any more of a consensus on this issue than there is at the moment? Thank you.
Is to address questions and comments through the speaker and not directly to the member. The honourable member for Cumberland Colchester.
Well, I thank the member opposite from Thunder Bay Rainy River for his thoughtful question. And I think, as I clearly pointed out, Madam Speaker, that the assessments and providers of MAID are not suddenly going to be psychiatrists. We don't have enough access to psychiatric care in this country due to the terrible management of funds by this government opposite. So am I hopeful that suddenly that this is going to change in the next 2 years? Well, with the new government, I suspect that things will be better from a fiscal perspective. But in order to create more access to health care is going to take some time because of the mess that they've left it in. So am I hopeful that it's going to be better in 2 years? Absolutely not.
The honourable member for Montcalm. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. With all due respect for my colleague who sits on the Standing Committee on Health, I would ask him to reread the expert report. Quite sincerely, when I heard in his speech the people who suffer from mental disorders who are being killed by the state, recommendation 10, the requester must be evaluated by at least one evaluator with expertise in their condition. In the case of mental health, there has to be expertise in the condition and an independent expert from the care team and from the care provider. So we're talking about 2 doctors, and there's another one. The evaluator has to be also review the diagnostic and make sure that the requester is aware of all treatment options and that they've taken them into account. This has to be in the regulations that follows this act. How can he say, even though MAID for mental illness has to come from a request, it's not because you make a request that you're going to be eligible? Does he believe in the people who practice this profession? The Honourable Member for Cumberland Colchester. I'd like to thank my colleague from Montcalm for his question. I think it's better if I reply in English.
Important, Madam Speaker, that Canadians understand that the vagueness of the language out there does not demand that it's a psychiatrist who's making this determination of irremediability. As I clearly pointed out in my speech, the majority of psychiatric care in this country is and has been delivered by primary care physicians over the last 50 years, understanding that that is where the person will primarily receive their diagnosis, that they will receive multiple different treatments if they have an illness that is very difficult to treat. And again, many Canadians, especially those who are adults, will have more than a year wait to see a psychiatrist. So depending on psychiatrists to provide intervention alone with respect to diagnosis and treatment is failing in this country, and then to go on and expect that they're going to suddenly be made assessors is folly.
We have time for a brief question. The Honourable Member for Cowichan-Mellahett Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member from Cumberland Colchester had a couple of factual errors in his speech. The NDP voted against Bill C7's amendment that brought this in. We supported the member from Abbotsford, his Bill C314, and we support the majority report. So we have never been for this expansion. Let's just put that on the record. My question to the honourable member through you, Madam Speaker, is we are at a moment in time in this week with an impending deadline where we can throw blame at the Liberals, and they are well deserving of it, or we can rise to the occasion and be the adults in the room, given that we only have 2 sitting weeks. My question to you, Madam Speaker, is which choice are the Conservatives going to choose? Are they going to be on the side of getting this bill through the House to the Senate in the correct amount of time?
The Honourable Member for Cumberland Colchester, a brief answer.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. You know, clearly we know that the NDP, part of the Costley Coalition, will continue not to support the needs of Canadians, and they will continue to vote with this reckless Liberal government on all things, which has led Canadians to be every month $200 away from insolvency, to have the greatest numbers of auto theft crime in the most recent history, and the chance to believe that they might do something right for Canadians, Madam Speaker, is almost zero.
A point of order. The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Not only is the member misleading the House yet again, but he is also not relevant at all to the subject matter at hand, which is something that is very important. And all parliamentarians should be respectful in the House, Madam Speaker, and I would ask that you...
So the Honourable Member knows full well that there is some flexibility when debating and answering questions. I find that the Honourable Member from New Westminster Burnaby is actually raising points of debate. He may not like what was said. He can address that through speeches or through questions and comments. The resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Kawartha, for Peterborough-Kawartha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is always a true honour to stand in the House of Commons and represent the beautiful riding of Peterborough-Kawartha. I actually believe that today what we are talking about, which we have been talking about now, it's almost a year to the date, is one of the most important pieces of legislation that this Parliament will ever discuss and decide on. And if you don't know about it, I can promise you with certainty that it will either impact you yourself if you're watching or someone you know. What we're talking about is MAID, medical assistance in dying. Now, the Liberals have put forth this notion to extend MAID to people with mental illness. Yes, you heard me correctly. It sounds absurd, doesn't it? Because it is absurd. It is the worst message you can send to somebody who is in despair, that they are not worth saving. It is the worst message as legislators and policymakers that your life doesn't matter. I don't think I can name a person in this House who doesn't know somebody or they themselves haven't had their own battles with mental health. So for the government to say, we are going to put forward legislation that doesn't put more resources or money or time into understanding and better understanding mental illness, which includes substance abuse, where 22 people a day in this country are dying from overdoses. No, we're going to offer you MAID. This must disturb you. This must make you get up. This must make you speak loud. And I don't care where you sit on a political spectrum, this is the legislation that you should be deciding your vote on, because it is a huge statement to what we as Canadians stand up for. I want to read to you, to be eligible for MAID under the Criminal Code, a person must have a grievous and irremediable medical condition which is defined as a serious and incurable illness, disease, or disability that has led to an advanced state of irreversible decline and intolerable suffering. It is impossible to determine irremediable in individual cases of mental illness. Many experts have been clear that MAID for mental illness cannot be implemented safely. Dr. John Maher, a clinical psychiatrist and medical ethicist, said, and I quote, "Psychiatrists don't know and can't know who will get better and live decades of good life. Brain diseases are not liver diseases." And as my colleague, who's a medical doctor from Cumberland Colchester, has attested to multiple times, this is, you cannot say with certain what is going to happen to you. You don't know what tomorrow is. And I'm going to read you the most powerful letter into the record because I think it is critical for everyone to hear it. I also want to tell you that in February of 2023, so just a year ago, 30 legal experts from across Canada wrote an open letter addressed to the Prime Minister and Liberal cabinet ministers to dispute the claims that the then Justice Minister, who had repeatedly made that his government was bound by the courts to expand MAID and make MAID available for persons whose sole underlying medical condition is mental illness. This is hard to comprehend because I spent hours trying to decide why. Why would you want to do this? And you know, my 14-year-old said to me on the weekend, "Mom, if you're in a state of mental illness or bipolar and you're in an extreme low, you can't make a decision that is right for you. That's the whole thing. You need help." And this legislation, you can, in that state, ask for MAID. What? In what planet does that make any sense? It doesn't. I'm going to read this letter into the record. It is extremely powerful. Kayla has been writing to me since this first came aboard, and she's been very vocal in letting me share her story, and I shared her original letter, and now that she knows they want to extend it, yet again, instead of throwing it out, she wanted me to read this to every member in the House of Commons. "Hello, Michelle. I am thrilled to hear that MAID for people with mental health disorders as their only condition will not be put into place next month. However, it is deeply disturbing to me that the Liberals think time to get this right makes it better. What will be the difference in 2027? They will still be offering death to people who may very well live long lives with improved quality of life. In my own darkest moments, I also thought things would never get better. I thought I would be sad and scared and hallucinating for the rest of my life. But they did get better, and offering MAID to people like me when in their worst moments is robbing them of the opportunity for things to get better. It is robbing people of the opportunity to receive help. It is robbing them of the opportunity to heal. It is also disgusting to me that death would be offered as a solution to people with mental health disorders when the resources for people with mental health disorders, at least where I live in Ontario, are in shambles. People are living on the streets with addictions. People are coming to myself to help them get help, knowing that I have been through my own dark mental health struggles, and I am at a loss for where to send them. Wait lists are long, and while I know of some early psychosis intervention programs, people who have been struggling past early adulthood have nowhere to go but the hospital, where they can't stay forever. I want to tell you about my dear uncle. He lives with paranoid schizophrenia. He recently hit rock bottom. He lived on the streets for over a year, and not for a lack of my family trying to help him. He almost died of pneumonia. Every time my family would take him to the hospital and try to get him help for his mental health, he would be released. Then he would get arrested and return to the hospital only to get released again. This went on for years. I understand a normal hospital doesn't have resources for him, but the point is no one knew what to do. But back to MAID. This idea needs to be scrapped. Offering death as hope to people in mental health crises is despicable. Just because it is a needle does not give people more dignity. It denies the dignity that already exists in every single human life. Just because the government hands you the knife while smiling doesn't change the fact that you are handing you the knife to kill yourself. Our lives are not useless or lesser just because we struggle with mental health disorders, and it is time the current Canadian government started to believe that. Thank you, Michelle. Kayla. Can we please give Kayla a round of applause for her bravery? She has spoken up so many times about this and in genuine distress. And you know, I heard my colleague across the way, the Liberal member, I can't remember his riding right now, Winnipeg South, Winnipeg North, say that he, you know, struggled with this because it's so personal. And he said that this was the best, this is what his constituents wanted. And my question to him would be, I would like to see the data. I would like to see a referendum that this is what his constituents want. That they would rather MAID be offered medical assistance in dying than support, help, resources in understanding how the brain works, why the brain does what it does, and what is mental illness. I challenge him right here, right now, to give me that data. Because I can say with certainty, the families I know, the children I know that are on wait lists over 2 years long don't want to be offered death. They want hope, they want treatment, and they want solutions. And this is insane that we are even having this discussion. Well, we'll just extend it. And do you know what the Minister of Mental Health and Addiction said in this House? It's not a matter of if any longer, it's when. That's what she said. This is such a deep ideology that they can't even say, okay, all right, we get it. We heard from the 30 experts. We've heard from the people. This doesn't make any sense, and there's no science here. We'll pull it back. This was a mistake. There is no shame in admitting it was a mistake. We are here to make people's lives better, not worse. And absolutely, without a doubt, this message of, you know what? Yeah, it's not going to get better. So here, sign this paper. We're going to give you MAID. If you are watching, if you have voted Liberal and you are loyal, please, I plead with you today to look at this. This is the most disgusting piece of legislation that has ever been put on the floor of this House of Commons, and we must invest in mental health and treatment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
First of all, Madam Speaker, no government has invested more in mental health than under this Prime Minister and this Liberal government. What a joke coming across from the other way, trying to give an impression, Madam Speaker, someone that's is having a difficulty of having suicidal thoughts could just go to a place and get a rubber stamp saying here's a pill or here's an injection. That's just stupid, Madam Speaker. My question to the member, if she's so brave, why won't she come to any high school in Winnipeg North and have a debate on the issue with me? Will she accept that challenge? Come to Winnipeg North, let's have a debate, and let's invite a few people over in a high school. This way, we can't be accused of trying to make it lopsided one way or another. Will she come to Winnipeg North?
The Honourable Member Peterborough-Kawartha.
1,000%. I hope that he will pay for the plane ticket himself to send me there, and I will be there with bells on. I think what that member said, which is so disturbing, is that he said that their government has invested more in mental health than any other government. What a fallacy and an insult. I don't know who he's talking to, but I have seniors and family members and people calling me that are living on the street that are using a food bank. What do you think that does to mental health? When we have, 35 out of 38 in the OECD of teen suicide in this country, but they've invested the most. When you have a wait list of almost 2 years for a teenager who needs access to mental health, but they've done the best job. What about that $4.5 billion mental health transfer that was supposed to happen?
Yeah.
Where's that?
Where is it?
I'm sorry, but the stats speak for themselves. We have never been in a worse mental health crisis under that Prime Minister who divides people and makes them not want to live than that Liberal government.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Yes, Madam Speaker. It would have been good for the colleague to sit with us on the Standing Committee of Health, on the Special Committee, rather. I think she's confusing things. It's not because you make a request that you're eligible. And all experts, whether they're for or against MAID, have affirmed that you can be in a suicidal state and it can be reversed. So I don't see what the issue is. We shouldn't just be shaking things up for nothing. Someone who is newly treated and who is offered, well, first of all, we don't offer MAID. It's a request, but you're not eligible. And I would invite her to read the recommendations from the expert committee on this.
The Honourable Member of Peterborough Kawartha.
Thank you to my honourable colleague. I guess my response to that member is, why are you offering medical assistance to dying to somebody who has a mental illness when what they need is help? It doesn't make any sense. As I said, I can't reconcile those two things. It doesn't make any sense. And you do not know with certainty whether or not somebody is going to get better. Why would you put that into legislation to even make it an option? It doesn't make any sense.
Yes. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford. A brief question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, there was a letter that was signed by 7 out of 10 provinces in all 3 territories that are asking the federal government for a delay. So the case is bolstered by those health ministers and ministers responsible for mental health and addictions. Now, we have a very tight timeline. We have 2 sitting weeks left until the law changes. And there's plenty of blame to be assigned, but this week we have to step up to the plate as parliamentarians. So through you, Madam Speaker, my question to my honourable colleague is, are the Conservatives going to support this programming motion 34 to get this bill to the Senate so that we have the time, because otherwise the law is going to change, and that is the fact that we're dealing with.
The Honourable Member for Peterborough Kawartha, a brief answer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And what a backward place we work in. Why are we even having this legislation? It shouldn't even have been here in the first place. So why are we expanding it when it shouldn't even have existed?
Right.
Like that, it doesn't make any sense. So now they're like, well, you know what? We only have so much time. We got to expand it because we shouldn't have put it in there in the first place. Are you going to support it or what? Like, what? It is such a backward place. If you hadn't have put this in place in the first place, you wouldn't even be here having this discussion. You should not be offering this legislation, period.
Yeah. Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, let's I'll try to calm down a little bit here. Madam Speaker, in this debate, we see the government with its Bill C-62. They're basing their approach on the special panel, the special joint committee, and they're basing their amendments on that committee. The problem is that the government's been told that, well, the problem is that we shouldn't be putting off indefinitely the option for a person with an irremediable mental disorder for which no a disorder that no doctor has been able to treat in such a way as to alleviate the patient's suffering. And so ultimately, after 10, 20, 30 years, the assessor has to decide whether the person should be eligible for MAID or not. We would propose that the bill be amended. On the one hand, why take 3 years to do this when just last year people were saying it would only take 1 year to get ready to expand the scope of MAID? And the other criticism, the other fundamental criticism of the government is, of course, there was an election in 2015, and of course, there was the Carter decision, and the government and this parliament enacted flawed legislation, very flawed legislation similar to what Quebec had passed a year earlier. But in Quebec, that legislation only dealt with end-of-life care for people with terminal illnesses. I have to say this again. When you're in a terminal phase of an illness, dying has already begun, and it's irreversible. And when you're in a situation of palliative care, it could be the case that there's good palliative care, like in the Cecilia Sanders case. This is something that supports a person holistically through to their ultimate death. It alleviates pain and suffering, psychological suffering. There can be support for the family, too, and loved ones in an environment that, as much as possible, is like a natural environment. So it is possible that all of a sudden, in that process of palliative care, a person could apply for MAID because the patient who's slowly dying suddenly one day is serene and ready to let go. And that, in my view, is not a failure. It could be seen as a success of palliative care. And I wish for all my colleagues, when they get to the point where they're near death, I hope that they can be at peace and serene, and we wish that for everyone. So Quebec did that, but the Carter decision suddenly shows up and says, Ms. Carter is not in the terminal stage of life-ending disease, but she was suffering. And the court was of the view that denying her access to MAID was an infringement of her right to life. And why was that? Because she would be forced to prematurely shorten her life, whereas if she had the option of making the determination, she could define what was the threshold of what was tolerable. And so C7 was tabled in response to that court decision. And when it was tabled, there was an additional element that was perhaps justifiable at the time, and that was that under the Carter decision, you couldn't have a complete ban on MAID. You couldn't ban a vulnerable group, a specific group, from access to MAID. It had to be a case-by-case decision. So it is possible that people with irremediable mental illnesses could meet the criteria. They'd have to go through a whole process, and during that process, you had to ascertain that the patient had never rejected a treatment that had a realistic chance of helping that person. But it is possible that there are people with mental illnesses that cause them intolerable suffering and for which the science of psychiatry can't do anything. And anyone who claims the opposite is not being intellectually rigorous. Psychiatric medicine cannot cure everyone. It's impossible. There is not a cure for every mental disorder, for every case. But there's a lot of paternalism in psychiatry. And this government, with its bill C-62, which is based on the Special Joint Committee's recommendations, the government has introduced in C-62 the fact that there's another recommendation from the expert panel that there was a consensus around. There was even a conservative member who voted along with the majority for requests in advance. So knowing that the deadline was going to be pushed back, there was a whole year in which something could have been added to the bill that would have covered people with dementia and Alzheimer's, those anticipatory requests or requests in advance. So why didn't the Liberals do this? Quebec has done it. There's safeguards, there's criteria. It's a very sound and robust system. And when it comes to these requests in advance, according to Ipsos, an Ipsos poll, the support for advance requests is 85%. In BC, 84%. In Alberta, 84% in favor. In Saskatchewan and Manitoba, 81% are for. In Ontario and Quebec, 87%. In the Maritimes, 81%. So there are other figures. They're all more or less the same, but this is a sample of 3,500 people. It's a sizable group of people, and people are in favor of these advance directives. Why did the Liberal government not speak to people in Quebec who worked on this? And why did they not hear the unanimous resolution of the National Assembly in Quebec? Once again last week that was repeated. Why have the Liberals not listened? Why are the Liberals so gutless when it comes to this? The last time they were gutless, that gave us C-14. And the real problem with C-14 is not a legal problem. The problem is of a patient who's suffering, and in order to meet the criteria of reasonably foreseeable natural death, they would have to go on a hunger strike. Or like Ms. Gladue, they would have to go to court to fight for their constitutional rights. Talk about a lack of courage. Talk about gutless. That's what I'm talking about. And in my view, Madam Speaker, my perspective is the perspective of patients who are suffering. The right to self-determination of patients who are suffering. Because when it comes to medical assistance in dying, or MAID, there have been a number of steps that the patients have already had to go through, given the medical paternalism of bygone days. My conservative colleagues are so in favor of palliative care, and it is important. But in the past, there were heroics. There were doctors who would never give up on a patient because that was their duty. And so, and at a certain time, doctors thought they could save everyone, and they would never give up. They would go to extreme lengths to resuscitate people and keep them alive. But now patients can decline interventions. They can decline treatment. So why do we not have a bill today? Okay, we have a closure motion, basically, and we're not going to spend too much time criticizing that. But we know that March 17th is the deadline. We're not going to tear up our shirts over that. But we wanted a bill that respected the recommendations of the Special Joint Committee. So I'm still waiting for an answer from the government on that. Why is there this 3-year delay for mental illness? Why don't we do what the expert panel said, or the Special Joint Committee? So everything's being lined up. The recommendation of the Special Joint Committee was followed, but why can't we have, and there is a consensus across the country around these advanced directives, but they're not tackling that yet. The Liberals are afraid of the ideology here, and there's a lot of demagoguery around this issue. But at some point, Madam Speaker, you have to be consistent. The approach has to be consistent. The Liberals know full well that the role of government is not to decide for the patient what's good for the patient, especially when it comes to such a personal and private decision as the patient's own death. It's not the government that's going to die in the patient's place, and it's not the patient's neighbor either. This is personal. It's an individual decision. We're talking about a free and informed decision, an individual choice. And if there are people who are afraid of things going off the rails with these advanced directives, well, look what's happening in Quebec. In Quebec, there's the act, which some would say is a bit vague, but the regulations bring a lot of clarity. And in the criminal code, there's a whole procedure surrounding these requests. That's where the safeguards are. And when it comes to mental illness or mental disorder, Madam Speaker, there are standards of practice. There was a committee a year ago that looked at the practical standards, and those were distributed among regulatory bodies in each and every province, the colleges of physicians and surgeons. So it seems to me that when there are clear guidelines, clear practice standards, and when the criteria I was referring to earlier are met, a person who's in a suicidal crisis cannot, Madam Speaker, qualify for MAID. I was looking for the precise reference. Here it is. So, a person is not eligible, and I need to repeat this because there's a lot of confusion I'm hearing around this. A person is not eligible for MAID even if they have a mental disorder and they're suffering. If they're in a suicidal crisis, they're not eligible. If they've recently been diagnosed, they won't qualify. I asked the psychiatrist this question: do you not think that in the current context of openness, opening MAID up to mental illnesses, do you not think that this could have some preventative effect? Because when a person commits suicide, nobody sees that coming. It's always a surprise. And usually when people commit suicide, they haven't been seen by any doctor. They haven't had any treatment. But if a person says to themselves, oh, MAID might be for me, I'm suffering, I'm going to raise my hand and I'm going to request it, well, that individual is not automatically eligible. They will actually have to be diagnosed and treated. Suicide is what's irreversible. When we asked that question, the chair of the expert panel, Mona Gupta, when we asked how many patients would have qualified, she said only 2 or 3. 2 or 3 patients from her whole practice would qualify, but they're people who were suffering. So when people say that there are inadequate resources in terms of assessors and the ability of an independent psychiatrist to make that assessment. Well, a person with with an illness, a person who has cancer or so on, before anyone qualifies for MAID, their decision-making capacity is evaluated. That can be established. The assessor is able to determine whether the patient is capable of making that decision. And the Supreme Court quite clearly said that excluding those people is stigmatizing. It's not only stigmatizing, it's discrimination as well. Why should we be infantilizing and manipulating people with mental disorders, people for whom no treatment has managed to alleviate their suffering in their entire lives? So we in the Bloc, on the one hand, and I love debating with my Conservative colleagues, they're convinced. They operate on the basis of their convictions. But on the one hand, I have the Conservatives who are scaremongering, who are mixing everything up together. And you can quote a witness 20 times who said that this will be hard to put in place. Everyone agrees on that. It's tricky, of course. Nobody's hiding that fact.
Irremediability is difficult to assess. So there are a set of safeguards that have been set up in order to make that determination of irremediability. Now, Madam Speaker, I would like to move an amendment, which is as follows: that the motion be amended at paragraph B2 by adding, after the words be deemed to have sent to a committee of the whole, and to add the words that instruction be deemed given to the committee so that the committee can expand the scope of the bill in order to consider provincial MAID systems which can be applied to advance requests formulated by people who have an illness which will lead to them being unable to give consent, and by substituting the words deemed to have been studied by report without amendment with the words deemed to have been studied by report with the following amendments: that the bill be amended by adding a new section 241.21 to the Criminal Code, which would be as follows: eligibility criteria for MAID specific to advance requests. 241.21, the government of a province can determine the results of advance requests formulated by those suffering from a disease which would make them eventually unable to consent to care based on provincial legislation, and by substituting the words deemed adopted at report stage by deemed adopted as amended at report stage.
Sur ce, Madame la Présidente.
On that, Madam Speaker, I'm now ready to answer questions.
Faut que j'attende pour la motion. Monsieur Thériault, appuyé.
Mr. Thériault, seconded by Ms. Michaud, moves the following motion: that the motion be amended in paragraph B to A, by adding, After the words "be deemed referred to a committee of the whole."
Yes? L'amendement est...
The amendment is in order.
Honourable member for Cumberland Colchester.
Speaker, it's interesting. You know, the member talked a bit about intellectual rigor in some of his comments, and he really conflated the demande anticipée with this particular bill on mental illness. And he also went on to say something about suicide, that suicide is easy to predict, I misspoke. It's not easy to predict, but it's sudden. These people have never had any health care. When clearly studies say that 30% of individuals who have died by suicide sought health care in 7 days, 16% within 30 days, and greater than 90% within 365 days. So I guess the question would be, Madam Speaker, is when he has no intellectual rigor with respect to his comments related to medicine and how it's practiced and the difficulties with irremediability and suicidality, why should we take his idea and say that anybody with mental illness should be able to be eligible for MAID?
The honourable member for Montcalm. All right. Well, Madam Speaker, what I said, there may have been something lost in translation, but what I did say, Madam Speaker, is that suicidality is reversible, and experts agree on that, whether or not they agree on MAID. So it is reversible. So there shouldn't be any fear-mongering about that. Secondly, I gave the example of the fact that mental illness, if we were to make MAID possible for mental illness, then it could have a preventative effect. There are people who will commit suicide who are already experiencing suicidal ideation today. People who were never offered care by the system. We can't predict what will happen to them. Now, I'm not saying that the quote my colleague read is untrue. What I am saying is that there are some people suffering today and we won't see it coming. I do operate thoroughly and rigorously. He knows that very well, and there's no need for him to insult me in his questions. Questions and comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, the member asked the question in terms of why it is the legislation is there, and I just want to amplify the fact that there are many regions of the country, I believe it's 7 provinces, and others that are looking to be able to better get themselves into a better position to be able to provide the level of expertise and other issues related to it to have it in place. So we have stakeholders and provinces that are asking for the delay. That's the reason for it. The question I have for the member is specific. What does he think about the Conservative intentionally misleading Canadians to give a false impression stating that if you're thinking of committing suicide, you could just go and apply and the government will assist you in committing suicide? It is ridiculous. Yet the Conservatives seem to think that they can get away with saying that sort of outrageous things.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Madam Speaker, that is exactly why I say that the government lacks courage. Faced with demagogy, the government prefers to go backwards. The government knows that by pushing this to 2027, they might not be the government that has to make a decision about MAID for mental illness. We could, however, extend the deadline by 1 year. And in 1 year, if we weren't ready, then nothing would prevent us from delaying for another year. But to decide today to delay to 2027 is letting conservative demagoguery win.
Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My honourable colleague, of course, is well aware of all of our work on the Special Joint Committee. We sat together on that committee from the beginning. In our recommendation of our most recent report, we put in that recommendation qualitative benchmarks, not any kind of a reference to a time frame, but more based on whether we had appropriate recommendations from departments and based on consultation with provincial, territorial governments, and also the Indigenous peoples of Canada. Similarly, in the letter that was received by the federal government from 7 out of 10 provinces and all 3 territories, there's more qualitative benchmarks in that the the ministers are asking for an indefinite pause based on, the further collaboration and consultation. Through you, Madam Speaker, to my honourable colleague, I know the Bloc has asked for a 1-year delay, but how do they reconcile that with the fact that so many are calling for these qualitative benchmarks to be established rather than an arbitrary timeline?
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. I already answered my colleague's question. I have already answered this question, and what I told him, I will repeat it, is that the committee did not deliberate for long enough. I would like to be able to ask questions of those who wrote that letter so that I can bring them on side with me and my position. We shouldn't be making a decision to have an indefinite pause. The NDP is a progressive party. The NDP feels that mental illnesses are totally linked to the capacity we have to meet demand. Meanwhile, when someone receives care, they can receive good care and still experience an irremediable condition. So why not do this work over 1 year rather than indefinitely postponing it? This is the Bloc's stance. We want to hear more witnesses. We want to ask more questions. We want to understand their claims that we should, in fact, keep this and postpone it indefinitely. The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg-Saint-Charles, questions and comments. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Now, Madam Speaker, medical assistance in dying is an incredibly sensitive topic. Each of us in this House has our own individual position on this. Now, the colleague was interviewed by Radio-Canada for the program Coulisses du Pouvoir and said that the conservative bad guys on the right were against advance requests and that they were blocking the House's work. That's incredibly false. We never opposed anything here on this side of the House. Can the member apologize for what he said to Radio-Canada, which was misleading?
I just want to remind members that the House is in session, and I'm sure that members want to hear what is happening here in the House as opposed to having conversations. So I would ask them to take their conversations outside if they need to have those conversations.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Madam Speaker, since 2015 in this House, every time we've debated medical assistance in dying, the Conservatives have blocked it. So I understand that maybe the member is displeased to hear that. When we say that we all need to follow our own views and our own consciences, well, the consciences of each average Conservative is largely based on the conscience of the religious right. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Avignon-Lamitis. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm taking over from my colleague who didn't feel like asking a question, so I'm happy to ask a question in her place. Here's my question for my colleague. My colleague has worked on this file, and I believe he was sitting in Quebec at the National Assembly when they were debating this. Can he explain to us the differences between the two parliaments and the two states when it comes to MAID? The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Well, Madam Speaker, as for the way of proceeding, the way of doing this work in these studies, a parliamentary commission in Quebec is organized in a very rigorous manner. Witnesses don't just speak for 5 minutes, accompanied by 3 or 4 other panelists on the same day. And sometimes some witnesses don't even receive any questions because other witnesses receive more questions. Our parliamentary commissions in Quebec, we have hearings for expert witnesses. Each witness has 50 minutes. It's day and night. It's incredibly different. The methodology in Ottawa is inadequate. So we do our work poorly, and we need to address that.
For a brief question, the Honourable for Avalon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to the member opposite. And I know this is a very important discussion that we're having on MAID being available for mental illness to people. So if somebody is in a certain mental state, obviously they're not considered to be of sound mind when they're trying to make that decision. Who would make that decision in their place to decide who avails of MAID and who don't? And And that part of it is what I have a problem with. For somebody else to be able to make that decision, it'd be almost like you're trying to cleanse society. Would you agree that the members should be of sound mind to make the decision themselves when they're deciding on MAID?
The Honourable Member for Montcalm, a brief reply. Well, I'm not sure that the question was well asked. This decision is, of course, the patient's. The patient makes a request for MAID, but then at the patient won't be the one making the final decision. Assessors make the decision, the treatment team as well, and an independent psychiatrist who is independent of the care team and independent of the person who will administer MAID. And there will also be a prospective assessment rather than a retrospective assessment. There are all sorts of safeguards in place so that a good decision is made.
Just want to remind members as they're starting to come in preparation for question period, if they want to have conversations, to please take it out into the lobby. The Honourable Member for Cowichan-Malahatling for resuming debate, and I will have to interrupt him at some point.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to also inform the Chair that I will be splitting my time. I know I only have about 5 minutes before this time allotted for statements by members, so I'll be brief. Today, we're not debating C-62, we're actually debating Motion 34, which is a programming motion to get it through the House of Commons, and we're having to resort to a tactic I don't often like to use, but time is forcing us to do this, Madam Speaker. If we do not act, and by us I mean the House of Commons and the Senate and the Governor General, if we do not have this bill into royal assent by March 17th, the law is going to change. And essentially, that is something that many experts have expressed an extreme amount of discomfort with. There's a lot of professional discomfort. We have seen also from our provinces and territories who are very uncomfortable with the pace of change that is going on. What C-62 is going to do is delay the implementation of MAID for persons who are suffering from a mental disorder as a sole underlying medical condition. It's going to further kick that can down the road until 2027. It also has a legislative requirement that the Special Joint Committee on Medical Assistance in Dying is reconvened in advance of that date, and hopefully that committee will have the time necessary. But, Madam Speaker, we as parliamentarians have to step up to the moment, and I'm particularly speaking to my honourable colleagues in this House of Commons. There is plenty of blame to be assigned to the Liberals, and trust me, I have given my fair share. We are in this situation because of an ill-advised 11th hour amendment to Bill C-7 in the previous Parliament. A bill that the government's original charter statement had presented a reasonable argument against the expansion of MAID to people who had mental disorders. And then when that bill went to the Senate, they inexplicably accepted a consequential amendment that brought us to where we are today. Last year, Madam Speaker, we had to quickly pass Bill C-39 because, again, we weren't ready for the deadline then. That kicked the can further down the road by 1 year. And now we find ourselves in the exact same position. I'm suffering deja vu like a lot of my honourable colleagues are, where we now have to force this legislation to kick the can down the road by another 3 years. I feel like, Madam Speaker, I am caught between two forces right now. It is the ineptitude of the governing Liberals for putting us in this position, and between a Conservative Party that seems to just want to cause chaos in this final week. And, Madam Speaker, this is a moment when the adults in the room need to step up to the plate. There is plenty of blame to be assigned, but we cannot work around the deadline and the fact that we only have 2 sitting weeks left to us. We're still at the second reading stage of this bill, and that's why this programming motion is necessary, Mr. Speaker. That's why we need to step up to the plate and make sure that C-62 is through the House of Commons by the end of this week, because then it still has to run the gauntlet in the Senate, and who knows what's going to happen in the red chamber, but that is something for the government to figure out. So, Mr. Speaker, I know that my time is coming to an end. One thing that's really good about this motion is that there is a requirement that the Standing Committee on Health be convened on Wednesday It's going to allow members of that committee to question either, I think, the Minister of Health or the Minister of Justice, and also have 2 hours to speak to witnesses. But honestly, we need to come together as a parliament and make sure that we get this through. It is further bolstered by the fact that none other than 7 out of 10 provinces and all 3 territories sent a letter to this federal government asking for an indefinite reply. These are signatures of ministers of health and ministers responsible for mental health and addictions, essentially the departments that are responsible for oversight of the whole medical assistance in dying regime. We have to listen to those incredibly important voices. We have to listen to their expertise. We have to honor what they are requesting in this letter. So I ask my honourable colleagues, step up to the plate, be the adults in the room. Let's get C-62 passed through the House of Commons this week. Thank you.
The honourable member will have 5 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Remaining when debate resumes.
Moving to statements by members, déclaration de députés. The honourable member from Nepean.
Mr. Speaker, as we celebrate the Spring Festival, I wish all Chinese Canadians a very happy, healthy and prosperous Year of the Dragon. As one of the luckiest animals in the Chinese zodiac, the dragon offers hope for good luck and health over the next 12 months. I take this opportunity to recognize the important contributions that the Chinese Canadians have made and continue to make for the socio-economic development of Canada. Arriving about 160 years back, Chinese Canadians worked hard in the mines and building railroads. Today, with their knowledge and expertise, Chinese Canadians immensely contribute to our technology sector to keep Canada at the forefront of the knowledge-based economy. I also recognize that the Chinese heritage has enhanced the rich multicultural fabric of our wonderful country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Peterborough, Kawartha.
This past weekend, I shared a heartbreaking Facebook post. I reached out to Dave and Susan Gerard and asked them if I could share it here in the House of Commons, and they replied, yes, please. Here is some of the post, as I don't have time to read it all. After a long battle with addiction, our 28-year-old son, Ryan David Gerard, died of a drug overdose on February 8, 2024. Beloved son of David and Susan, dear brother of Mitchell, cherished grandson of Ted and Betty Maker, and David, deceased, and Dolores Gerard. Our family would like to speak the truth about his death. Silence would mean Ryan's death was in vain, but if one person's life is saved by his story, I would tell it over and over. Fentanyl and opioids are terribly addictive substances, and unfortunately, addiction is a disease that has no cure. Ryan loved animals, water sports, hockey, and soccer. And when he was young, he was above average academically and athletically, but drugs stole his soul. Mr. Speaker, we must fight against these drugs that are killing 22 Canadians a day. It is our job to do better.
The honourable member from Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, February is Black History Month, and I would like to say thank you to all the members of Black communities that are making a difference every day in my home of Scarborough Centre. Over the past several years, I have had the opportunity to visit and work with the C Centre for young Black professionals. They are doing such important and impactful work focused on youth workforce development, education, and advocacy. Another group making a difference is Ogotawa, which helps gifted, underrepresented, underserved, and underemployed artists of African descent male a living from their art. I would also like to recognize the Heritage Skills Development Center and its Executive Director, Charity Lebana, who do a lot of important work to recognize and celebrate the many cultures and communities that call Scarborough home. Let us celebrate Black excellence this month and every day of the year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, a Jerome institution has passed away. Robert Bob Vernet will have left his mark, both figuratively and literally, on generations of local sportsmen and women. He was a scorer, a timekeeper, and an unconditional fan of everyone who played in front of him, and he refused to show preferences. For him, everyone was a champion. For over half a century, in field hockey and baseball, Bob Burnett was the man who dedicated himself and always went the extra mile. He crossed generations, and it wasn't uncommon to see him scoring for players whose parents or even grandparents' games he had marked. Honored many times, in 2012, he received the Prix Henri Descarnelles for the Lawrence Athletes Association and in recognition of his remarkable involvement in various sports associations. He'll be appreciated by all. He leaves a great void behind him. Mr. Vermette, you will not be forgotten. The Honourable Member for Vimy.
Today, as I rise in this chamber, I am filled with profound gratitude and joy as I pay tribute to my beloved spouse, Jerry, on his 70th birthday. 70 years of life, love, and resilience. Behind every committed elected official stands a pillar of unwavering support, and for me, that pillar has been Jerry. Through the highs and lows of public life, his steadfast love and encouragement have been my guiding light. As we celebrate this milestone, I am reminded of the sacrifices our families make, the late nights endured, and the moments missed. On this special day, I extend my deepest gratitude for his unwavering support, love, and sacrifice. May this milestone birthday be a celebration of life well lived, filled with joy, love, and countless cherished memories. Happy 70th birthday, Jerry. You are the rock of our family, and we are so lucky to have you.
The Honourable Member from Des Nete, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, today I want to recognize and thank those who support me in the work I do representing the good people of Des Nete, Mississippi, Churchill River. First, the many volunteers who consistently give generously of their time. Although too many to name, they know who they are. Second, my team members, both at home and here in Ottawa, that do the hard work behind the scenes every day. For me, that is Dion, Hunter, Lene, Emily, and Cindy. And most importantly, though, Speaker, my family, both my immediate and extended family, who are always there for me. Mr. Speaker, it is always great to have the opportunity to show visitors around this place and to see the awe on their faces as they walk around. These last few days, my wife Lori and I have enjoyed having our family here, most of them for the very first time. It has been great to have Kent and Rebecca, Alex and Sam, Nicole, Washington, and their boys Nathaniel and Eli here with us. Unfortunately, my son Mac and Hannah were not able to come. Speaker, I ask all members to join me today in thanking those who support us in the important work we do in this place.
The Honourable Member from Charlottetown.
Mr. Speaker, with federal funding and federal leadership, we are changing how cities approve housing projects with a greater focus on higher density housing, student housing, homes near transit, and affordable housing. We are going to get more homes built for Canadians at prices they can afford. Last week, I was proud to represent the Government of Canada at an important announcement in the great city of Charlottetown. Through the Housing Accelerator Fund, the Government of Canada and the city announced that they had reached an agreement to fast-track 300 housing units over the next 3 years. This work will help spur the construction of more than 1,000 homes over the next decade. I have every confidence that these numbers will be surpassed based on the uptake of developers to the suite of federal programs available, including the GST rebate on rental properties. My community is ready, willing, and able to do its part to address the housing crisis. With this agreement, our government is unlocking new opportunities for growth in Charlottetown. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Hamilton Mountain.
Speaker, in June 2020, a movement was born in Hamilton, Ontario, in response to the murder of George Floyd. Sisters Ashley, Abigail, and Alexandria Montague, born and raised in my riding of Hamilton Mountain, felt compelled to take tangible action to support and uplift their community. They leveraged their considerable talents to unite and promote Black businesses in Hamilton through a platform they call Black Owned. What started as a seed of an idea on Instagram has blossomed into a full-fledged organization to support Black-owned businesses now across Ontario, with training and networking and partnerships with organizations and schools. Our government is also supporting Black-owned through targeted programs for Black youth, helping the Montague sisters expand and connect even more Black-owned businesses. They are the embodiment of excellence we celebrate during Black History Month, and I encourage everyone to visit blkowned.ca, another Hamilton success story.
Hear, hear. Happy Black History Month. The honourable member from Dufferin-Caledon.
The Prime Minister's Arrive scam app isn't worth the cost, and it's absolutely not worth the corruption. First, the Arrive scam app was supposed to cost $80,000, but it ended up costing at least $60 million. We say at least because no one knows for sure because of the complex web of corruption engaged in. But wait, it gets worse. $12 million went to well-connected Liberal insiders that did no work. And speaking of no work, it actually didn't work. In 1 month alone, 10,000 people were sent to quarantine that didn't have to be quarantined. And today, the Parliamentary Budget Officer says there was a glaring disregard of basic management. They can't even manage their corruption properly. What we know for sure is this. The Arrive scam app is not worth the cost, and it's not worth this Prime Minister's corruption.
The honourable member from Halifax West.
February 19 is Heritage Day in Nova Scotia, a day I'm proud to have played a role in creating in law in 2013. This year we honour Petty Officer William Hall, the first Black person, first Nova Scotian, and third Canadian to receive the Victoria Cross for Valour and Bravery. His heroic actions as a crew member of the HMS Shannon are well documented, and I'm looking forward to attending the commissioning ceremony for the new HMCS William Hall, named in his honor this spring. To mark Heritage Day, I'm distributing family activity packs, joining Friends of Clayton Park's event at the Canada Games Centre, supporting 2 free community skates at St. Margaret's Centre in Upper Tantallon, and at the BMO Centre at Gary Martin Drive. Profitez-vous bien avec vos...
Take advantage of the time with your loved ones, and I wish you a happy Nova Scotia Heritage Day.
The honourable member from Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Well, Arrive scam has officially arrived as the next big Liberal scandal. In a damning report, the Auditor General stated that this Prime Minister's Arrive Cam app wasted millions of dollars because of corruption and incompetency. Here are a few highlights from the report. The government had a massive multi-million-dollar contract based on a missing and potentially fictional proposal. The app cost at least $60 million, or at least we think so. It could be way more. They don't know. What we do know is that they lost track of $12 million. If that doesn't paint the picture for you, imagine a contract being signed while shady contractors and lobbyists are lobbying government officials. It's incredible. These Liberals have a complete disrespect for taxpayers and taxpayer dollars. This app should have cost $80 grand, instead it cost $60 million. These Liberals are not worth the cost, and they are definitely not worth the corruption.
The honourable member from Calgary, Forest Lawn.
After 8 years, this Liberal Prime Minister is not worth the cost or corruption of his Arrive scam app that we didn't need and didn't work. The Auditor General found this app was the worst NDP Liberal mismanagement she has ever seen. An $80,000 app turned into a $60 million scandal at least. It's impossible to determine the actual cost thanks to this Prime Minister's complex corruption. At least $12 million went to Liberal insiders that did no work. This Prime Minister continues to demonstrate him and his Arrive scam app are not worth the cost or corruption. The SNC-Lavalin scandal saw strong women getting kicked out of the caucus for standing up to his corruption. The WE scandal saw another minister take the fall for this Prime Minister's family getting paid off. As the RCMP continues their criminal investigation, another cabinet minister could get thrown under the bus to cover up this Prime Minister's crime, chaos, and corruption. After 8 years, Canadians cannot afford any more of this costly, corrupt Prime Minister.
The honourable member from Labrador.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to outline my support for Bill C-49, Amendments to the Atlantic Accord, which has many opportunities for Newfoundlanders and Labradorians and Nova Scotians. The government of Newfoundland and Labrador has led offshore oil and gas in this country for decades. Now they are looking to lead offshore wind energy in North America. We might be a small province, Mr. Speaker, but we are an innovative province, one that is ready to move forward with good, environmentally sustainable energy projects. This is the opportunity of a generation to lead in offshore energy in Canada, creating nearly 30,000 skilled trade jobs and a stable economy at home. I am disappointed that the Conservatives are against this bill. The last time Conservatives tried to axe the Atlantic Accord, royalties, benefits, and jobs for Newfoundlanders and Labradorians was under Stephen Harper in 2006. It is quite obvious, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives don't support Atlantic Canada.
The honourable member from Timmins, James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, the city of Timmins has lost a political icon. Mayor Victor M. Power has gone to the Angels. Nobody loved Timmins more than Vic. He started out as a high school guidance counselor, and Vic brought those skills and concern for people in public life. And the thing about Vic was that he knew everybody. He knew your family history and the name of every cousin and nephew. Now, of course, Vic couldn't have done it without his loving wife, Clarice. They were the ultimate power couple. She knocked on every door during the election. She was the hostess who made you feel welcome, and Clarice brought class, culture, and pride to our northern city. Vic first ran for council in 1966. He gave the city 4 decades of public service and oversaw the transition from a roughneck mining town to a regional center of business, health, and education. He set a standard that politicians at every level should want to emulate. On behalf of Canada's Parliament, we mourn the loss of Vic and thank him and Clarice for their dedication to the North and the people of Timmins.
The
Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, today I'm delighted to welcome to the Hill guests who are particularly important to my riding. I'm talking about the young members of the 953rd Aviation Squadron from Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Their involvement and constant presence in my community is solid. Founded in March 1995 by Mr. Robert Ledoux, 70 cadets already answered the call, and the president at the time, Mr. Serge Roy, left us too soon, but he still took part in the squadron's first flight. His legacy will live on forever in the shared memories of its members. The 953rd Squadron stands out in many ways, whether it's in sports, shooting, or summer camps. Excellence is not an option. It's constantly assured. Its members are also extremely involved in the community. I'm honored to be able to count on such a dynamic squadron in my region, and I wish these members a most rewarding visit to Parliament Hill. Thank you.
The honourable member from Thornhill.
Death, taxes, and liberal corruption, 3 things that are certain in Canada after 8 years of this Prime Minister. The Prime Minister wasted $60 million on an app that was supposed to cost $80,000, that didn't work, that didn't keep anyone safe, and that erroneously forced 10,000 people into quarantine. Shameful. It cost 750 times more than they said it would. The corruption runs deep beyond just the wasteful, self-righteous Big Brother policies of this Prime Minister. Here's what the auditors had to say. A glaring disregard for basic management, insiders setting the terms, $12 million on well-connected consultants that did no work on this app. At a time where Canadians are struggling because of this Prime Minister's costly incompetence, ArriveScam should have been dead on arrival. With this Prime Minister's app, there is no one left to blame. He should look in the mirror or face Canadians who know he is not worth the cost and he is not worth the corruption.
The honourable member from Cape Breton-Canso.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in the House today as my riding of Cape Breton-Canso recovers from one of the heaviest snowfalls in recorded history. I remain very concerned for those in my riding who still require assistance, in particular our seniors and other populations in need. But let me be clear, the snowfall is an ongoing challenge for Cape Breton and northeastern Nova Scotia, and our government is acting on it. We've provided boots on the ground to dig out homes, helicopters to transport evacuees and supplies, and heavy equipment to clear the snow from our communities. Now, we continue to support the province and municipalities as they lead recovery operations. I also wish to thank the many people, Mr. Speaker, who volunteered their time toward helping their communities. From sports teams to heavy equipment operators to Team Rubicon and our own Canadian Coast Guard cadets, we thank you for everything you've done. In times of crisis, Mr. Speaker, our people are truly stronger together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oral questions. Questions orales.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. The Prime Minister could have followed our common sense plan to fix the budget, stop crime, and so on, but instead he decided to waste $60 million when Canadians can't afford food or rent. And this was a scandal, the ArriveCan app that we didn't even need, which falsely sent 10,000 people into quarantine and enriched Liberal cronies. Isn't it true that that app was not worth the cost, just like the Liberal government is not worth the cost? The Honourable Minister, rather. Mr. Speaker, we've read the Auditor General's report. We've accepted her recommendations. The only thing I agree with my colleague opposite on is that anyone responsible for managing taxpayer money must follow strict rules. The rules in this case were not followed. We accept the recommendations to make sure this never happens again. And, Mr. Speaker, we will always remain responsible when it comes to taxpayer money. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. So he's going to punish those responsible for this scandal? It should start with the Prime Minister himself. He should have had the courage to stand and defend himself rather than hiding behind another. This was an app we didn't need. It forced 10,000 people into quarantine when they shouldn't have. It enriched contractors who did nothing. They did no work and simply offered members of the Liberal government whiskey. That's simply not worth the cost. Before we hear the answer, I just ask everyone to please remain a bit more quiet so that the Speaker can hear the questions and the answers. The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and we thank the Auditor General, who we are in favor of her recommendations around ArriveCan. Many of these recommendations have already been implemented. Others will be shortly, including new measures to guarantee that deliverables are clearly identified in procurement contracts. We will continue to ensure that contracts awarded by our government are done so in a responsible, open way.
Crisis of doubling housing costs and 22 million people forced to food banks, the Prime Minister could have followed our common sense plan to axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. Instead, he blew over $60 million on an ArriveScam app that we didn't need, didn't work, sent 10,000 people erroneously into quarantine, losing income, all the while the thing costed 750 times more than the Prime Minister promised. Won't he stand up today and admit that the app is just like him? It's not worth the cost, it's not worth the corruption.
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition knows very well that the moment there were allegations around cost overruns or inappropriate contracting practices, the Canadian Border Services Agency immediately began an internal audit and made the appropriate referrals to the appropriate authorities. We take the obligation to manage taxpayers' money very seriously. Under no circumstances would we condone what the Auditor General determined to be contracting practices that did not follow the rules, and anybody who didn't will be held to account.
Absolutely. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, if he wants to hold someone to account for the ArriveScam, why not hold the one person who had the authority to create the ArriveScam and who had the authority to stop the ArriveScam, and that's the Prime Minister of Canada. He is the government. This was a government program we warned wasn't needed, wouldn't work, and now we know it went 750 times over budget. 75% of the contractors did no work at all, but they did buy whiskey and other treats for the top Liberal government officials. Again, won't the Prime Minister admit the app is just like him? Not worth the cost, not worth the corruption.
The Honourable Minister for Public Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As my colleague from Public Safety said earlier, we would like to thank the Auditor General and welcome her recommendations on the ArriveCan application. Some of that report recommendations have already been implemented, some will soon be implemented, including the introduction of new measures to ensure that tasks and deliverables are clearly defined in future professional services contracts. We are committed to continuing to ensure that contracts are delivered in a fair, efficient, and transparent manner.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
And again, the Prime Minister is hiding under a rock, refusing to stand up and explain himself after he blew $60 million on this Arrive scam while Canadians cannot afford to eat, heat, or house themselves. This scam involved taking money that could be used for border security, like scanning the 99% of shipping containers that go without any inspection from our ports with stolen cars, not to mention other things that Canadians could have done with that money. Instead, it stuffed the pockets of 75% of the contractors who did no work. Again, will the Prime Minister admit that the Arrive scam is not worth the cost and not worth the corruption?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I'm surprised that the Leader of the Opposition would mention investing in border security when his government cut 1,000 officers that did the exact kind of work that he's now pretending he wants to invest in. When they eliminated 50% of the intelligence capacity in the Border Services Agency to work with local, provincial police and the RCMP. So, Mr. Speaker, we have no lessons to take in investing in border security from somebody who gutted the Border Services Agency.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. For La Prairie, rather. Sorry. It wasn't perfect when Quebec introduced medical aid in dying, but some people were suffering, so we focused on the elements where there was a consensus. We wanted to move things forward. That was the humane approach, and that's the approach that's lacking today in Ottawa. There's a consensus both in Quebec and in Canada. People suffering from things like Alzheimer's should be able to make advance requests. Why not move forward on the basis of that consensus instead of kicking the can down the road until 2027 at least? Do patients deserve to be abandoned until 2027? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, MAID is a profoundly personal and complex situation. I respect the work that Quebec has done in the advance request area. Canadians deserve clear standards about what is criminal and what isn't. People should... There's an exception for Quebec on this issue, and we will be working with Quebec in the run-up to the next steps. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. By accepting this motion to postpone MAID until 2027, these three parties are abandoning patients. They refuse to respect the consensus in Canada. But what about the consensus in Quebec? Quebec is ready. Quebec wants to allow advance requests. The National Assembly is unanimous on this. They want advance requests. And Conservative in Quebec agree, but these Conservatives here don't care because for them, Quebec isn't important. When will the government listen to Quebec and authorize advance requests? The Honourable Minister of Justice. Since the very beginning, Mr. Speaker, when we dealt with MAID, we took a cautious approach. We tried to balance individual autonomy with protections for vulnerable peoples. We've taken a prudent approach, and we want to treat these issues in a thoughtful way after consulting Quebecers and Canadians, and that's what we will continue to do. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Garbage decisions. The Auditor General found that the Liberal government wasted almost $60 million on the ArriveCan app that no one uses and doesn't even work. All at a time when Canadians are struggling to put food on the table and pay their rent or mortgage. Why are the Liberals so
Colleagues, I'm going to ask if, as I'd asked at the beginning of question period, if you could please keep your comments to the time that you have questions so I could hear the Honourable Member ask a question and also to hear the Honourable Member answer a question. The Honourable Member from Burnaby South from the top, please.
I think the Conservatives were upset that I forgot to mention their scandals with the Phoenix pay system and Deloitte. They also had their own scandals to worry about. I should have mentioned that as well. But let's talk about the garbage decisions of this Liberal government. The Auditor General found that the Liberals wasted $60 million on an app, the ArriveCan app, that no one uses and doesn't work. All at a time when Canadians are struggling with their groceries and their rent. Why are the Liberals so obsessed with making rich consultants richer and so out of touch with where Canadians are at?
The Honourable Minister for Public Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as we said earlier, we are grateful to the Auditor General for her report, which was important and timely. We have accepted all her recommendations. Some of them have already been implemented over the last few weeks. Some are being implemented. We look forward to more opportunities to work with her so that we make our procurement system as transparent, equitable, and fair as Canadians expect it to be.
L'honorable député de Burnaby Sud.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South. The Auditor General found that the Liberals had wasted at least $60 million for work that the public service could have done. People are unable to afford food, and these Liberals, who are out of touch with reality, are throwing Canadians' money out the window. Why are the Liberals so obsessed with making private consultants rich? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, we obviously thank the NDP leader for his question. We share his concerns about the need to manage taxpayer money appropriately, and what the Auditor General identified were circumstances that were not at all appropriate, and that is why people at CBSA and PSPC have taken steps, the necessary steps, to ensure that this type of situation never recurs. We will always remain focused on managing Canadians' money well.
Member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
The Prime Minister's Arrive scam was supposed to cost taxpayers $80,000, but it was confirmed by the Auditor General that it in fact cost more than $60 million. And after 8 years of this NDP Liberal Prime Minister, we know that he's not worth the cost, and he's definitely not worth the corruption. And this process was so corrupt that his favorite company of two guys in a basement, GC Strategies, got to write the contract for themselves to the exclusion of everybody else. And we know they did no IT work. That's been confirmed, but they got paid $20 million for their trouble. So will this Prime Minister just admit that he's lining the pockets of insiders at the expense of Canadians?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, just because our colleague repeats a series of allegations that are not borne out by the facts does not make them true. Absolutely. The facts are, Mr. Speaker, the very moment that there were allegations of inappropriate contracting practices, an internal audit was begun by the President of the Border Services Agency, and referrals were made to the appropriate authorities, including the RCMP. Anybody who did not follow the contracting rules, Mr. Speaker, will be held to account. My friend knows that, and he shouldn't ascribe a series of responsibility where it doesn't exist.
The Honourable Member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Well, Canadians want us and expect us to ascribe responsibility to the individual responsible, and that's this Prime Minister. This app was supposed to cost $80,000. It cost more than $60 million. They've been under RCMP investigation by the Procurement Ombudsman, by the Auditor General, and the results so far are damning for this government, that they've lined the pockets of insiders while Canadians are lined up at food banks. It's absolutely unacceptable that the cost overruns have seen $20 million go to a company that did absolutely no work on the app. Why are they putting their friends ahead while Canadians suffer?
The Honourable Minister for Public Works.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As my colleague responsible for public safety just said, this misinformation and disinformation is completely unacceptable. What was known was that the border had to be closed and that billions of dollars worth of international trade were at stake. What we heard from the Auditor General this morning was that the situation was unacceptable, so we need to work hard on making sure that things are done properly in the Public Service of Canada.
The Prime Minister's ArriveScan app is not worth the cost or the corruption to Canadians. Today, the Auditor General informed us that ArriveScan, an app that was supposed to cost $80,000, will now cost Canadians a minimum of $60 million. It gets worse. Due to documentation that the AG says was deleted or destroyed, it could be more than $60 million. Wow. She doesn't know who worked on ArriveScan, if the work was fulfilled to requirements, or if it was even completed at all. So why did the Prime Minister rig the process so that insiders get rich and taxpayers foot the bill?
The honourable member for Public Security.
Again, Mr. Speaker, repeating the last part of my honourable friend's question does not make it true. Nope. What is true, Mr. Speaker, is that at the moment contracting practice irregularities were identified, the Border Services Agency took all of the steps appropriate to determine exactly what were the facts and to hold those responsible to account in the case that that's necessary. Mr. Speaker, the Auditor General identified a series of contracting practices that were not followed. The government does not condone that behavior and has taken all the steps to make sure that those circumstances don't repeat themselves.
The honourable member from Calgary-Midnaport.
Every word I say is true, and that member knows it. The Prime Minister's ArriveScan app is not worth the cost or corruption. Contractors were paid over $1,000 a day, even though 18% of the invoices for these contracts had no supporting documentation. So we don't even know if the contractors completed the work. GC Strategies pocketed almost $20 million and yet completed no work themselves. It gets worse. They wrote the requirements for the $25 million contract that they won. Simple question for the Prime Minister. How is he going to get our money back?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, once again, the Auditor General identified some contracting practices that were clearly not followed. Mr. Speaker, under no circumstance is that an acceptable circumstance. Governments have responsibility to manage taxpayers' funds in the most effective way possible. That's why we have accepted all of the Auditor General's recommendations. And the good news, Mr. Speaker, is the Border Services Agency and the Procurement Department had already begun to act to put in place a number of oversight measures before the Auditor General's report, and we look forward to fully implementing everything that she suggested.
The honourable member for Mégantic-Les-Sables. The Prime Minister's ArriveCan app is not worth the money. It's not worth the unjustified cost. It's not worth the lack of expense justification. It's not worth the blatant lack of accounting practices. And it's also not worth the 10,000 people who were quarantined without justification. According to the Auditor General, the Prime Minister's ArriveCan app is not worth the minimum $60 million paid by Canadians. It's not worth the corruption. Does the Prime Minister realize that? The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In times of crisis, the Government of Canada has two responsibilities. One is to provide for people's safety and security, and the second is to follow their internal processes. And there were tens of thousands of Canadians who died in the pandemic. There was billions of dollars worth of international trade at risk, and the borders had to be closed. And so the Auditor General has made some findings about unacceptable mismanagement by people at CBSA. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-Les-Sables. Almost all Liberals voted against this investigation by the Auditor General. The app was supposed to cost $80,000. It cost and ended up costing at least $60 million. The Prime Minister's app is not worth the cost, the 750% cost overrun. GC Strategies, a two-person company that did no IT work, got $20 million, and the CBSA was unable to tell the Auditor General who chose to hire and pay GC Strategies. Does the Prime Minister realize that it's not worth the cost or the corruption? The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During the COVID crisis in 2020, there was $1 billion worth of trade at stake. There were people dying every day in hospitals and long-term care. The government had to act quickly. In spite of that, the lack of information sharing and financial practices by CBSA was unacceptable, as the Auditor General reported this morning. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. The Auditor General's report on the ArriveCan app is catastrophic. It cost $60 million, almost $20 million of which was pocketed by GC Strategies, and they did absolutely no work. The government turned a blind eye to this, and contractors clearly profited from this with the help of government officials. This $60 million scandal was initially estimated to be a contract worth only $80,000. How is it possible to have a cost overrun of 750% without any minister getting involved? The Honourable Minister. 150,000 travelers per day cross the border, and CBSA had to deal with this. There was also food and medications that needed to cross the border. So we needed an app quickly to allow these people and goods to flow. In spite of all that, CBSA failed to take appropriate steps to manage all of this. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. The Auditor General showed that the call for tenders for ArriveCan was not competitive. But she couldn't say who at CBSA decided to choose GC Strategies. So there was no way of knowing who was responsible. And while a company of just two people pocketed $20 million for doing nothing, why hasn't this individual been identified and held to account? When it comes to ArriveCan, accountability will arrive when? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, in our view, accountability is extremely important, and that is precisely why, as soon as we were informed of these allegations of irregular contracting practices, we took the necessary steps. We did an internal audit, which is still underway. We took corrective steps where necessary. And we read the Auditor General's report immediately today, and we will follow through on everything she's suggested. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. ArriveCan cost $60 million, but that's not even clear. According to the Auditor General, the true cost is impossible to calculate because of CBSA's poor financial record keeping. But she does know that 18% of the providers gave no details with their invoices. So we don't know who did what. She also knows that 4 out of 5 resources for evaluating security couldn't prove that real work had been done. How is it possible that no one in the government sounded the alarm before this became public knowledge? The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I think this demonstrates how important it is for the public service to do their work properly, even in moments of crisis like we went through with COVID-19. It's true that there was a danger that billions of dollars were being lost on a weekly basis in economic activity. People lost their jobs and their lives because of COVID. But that is what led to the information from the Auditor General this morning.
Saskatchewan.
The two insiders at GC Strategies worked with the NDP Liberal government to set the requirements of ArriveScam contracts, which GC Strategies then got. In other words, the process was rigged. The government massively overpaid for this $60 million glitchy app because the process was rigged. It was rigged so that GC Strategies got $20 million from taxpayers and did no actual work. After 8 years, it's clear that this Prime Minister's ArriveScam app is not worth the cost or the corruption. Why did the Prime Minister rig the process to pay insiders and punish taxpayers?
Here, here.
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, again, my colleague can repeat a series of things that the facts don't bear out. What we can say, Mr. Speaker, is that the government takes extremely seriously the obligation of public servants to follow the contracting rules. That's exactly what the President of the Canadian Border Services Agency has assured me that she's doing. And she's also assured me that she's taken a series of corrective measures before today's Auditor General report and will continue to do whatever is required to ensure that taxpayers' money is always handled in the appropriate way.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, everything I said is directly in the Auditor General's report. So the minister can't claim he's listening to that report and yet deny what I said. Well-connected insiders average $1,100 per day for working on this contract. Wow. After 8 years, this Prime Minister is not worth the cost, the crime, or the corruption. The Prime Minister's Arrive scam process was clearly rigged, and now Canadians are out tens of millions of dollars when they can least afford it. Why did the Prime Minister rig the process to pay insiders and punish taxpayers?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Again, Mr. Speaker, when the Border Services Agency was made aware of allegations around inappropriate contracting practices, the appropriate authorities were called in. An internal audit was ordered, an audit, by the way, which is still in progress. And, Mr. Speaker, if people did something that was not appropriate or met a criminal standard, they will obviously be held to account. The government has been very clear. All of these processes to respect taxpayers' money are essential, and that's exactly what we're going to put into place.
The Honourable Member from Miramichi Grand Lake.
After 8 years, this NDP Liberal government is not worth the cost or the corruption. The Prime Minister's Arrive scam app is not worth the cost or the corruption. Today, the Auditor General revealed that well-connected insiders and consultants were making $1,100 per day, almost twice the inflated government rate. The auditor also found it disturbing that an app that should have cost $80,000 cost $60 million that we know of. Why did the Prime Minister rig the process to pay insiders and punish taxpayers?
The Honourable Minister for Public Works.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, we thank the Auditor General for her important report, which not only we took great gratitude to see this morning, but we have followed many of the recommendations that we find in that report, including improving evaluation requirements and work experience data, increasing record keeping on subcontracting work, and suspending authorities temporarily for task authorizations until we are confident that better procedures are not only put into place, but also better monitored.
The Honourable Member from Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, unbelievably, the Liberal government has authorized $28.5 million of new military exports to Israel since October. Today, a Dutch court ruled the Netherlands must stop spending F-35s to Israel. Spain and Belgium have suspended arms sales, but Canada continues to send arms, doing nothing to ensure that they are not being used against civilians. So many children are being killed as Netanyahu bombs Rafah, the place where Palestinians were told they'd be safe. How can the minister continue to sell arms to Israel?
The Honourable Minister for Global Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, it's important to make sure that we understand what we're talking about here. There's a wide range of items that require an export permit. When we look at the permits to Israel in particular, let me be clear. I have not received and therefore have not approved any export permits of weapons to Israel since October 7, and any permits issued since October 7 were essentially non-lethal permits. Canada has a very robust export control system. We abide by the UN Arms Trade Treaty, and we take this responsibility very seriously. Thank you.
Good job. L'honorable député de New Westminster Burnaby.
The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Harmful content are costing children their lives. In December, a 12-year-old boy in BC died by suicide after experiencing online sextortion. Sadly, this is becoming more and more common, and this government has done nothing. Liberals promised to protect our kids from online harm within 100 days of the last election. Well, they do nothing. Kids' lives are at risk. When will the Liberals start protecting children by acting on online harms?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General for Canada.
Mr. Speaker, the targeting of children in this country is extremely troubling. It is depraved, and frankly, I find it disgusting as a parent. What the member opposite is highlighting is a problem that absolutely requires a remedy. What we are proposing is comprehensive legislation that will do everything necessary to keep Canadian children safe. Safe from those who would prey upon them in online spaces, safe from those who would keep them away from their parents and the protection that they need. That is the type of protection we will legislate, and we will do it forthwith.
The Honourable Member from Calgary Skyview.
Mr. Speaker, the war in Gaza has been devastating for so many innocent Palestinians. Gaza is one of the worst places in the world to be. While we were the first Western government to actively provide life-saving aid, the silence from the party opposite has been deafening. Can the Minister of International Development please tell us how important it is that we all come together and support efforts to get aid to those desperate civilians who have been devastated by this war?
The Honourable Minister for International Development.
Mr. Speaker, the war in Gaza has been devastating to so many innocent Palestinian civilians. That is why our government has provided more than $100 million in humanitarian aid, making us one of the top donors in the world. I was recently disappointed to hear comments made by the Conservative candidate for York Centre saying that any and all aid to Palestinian civilians will somehow fund terrorism, even through the Red Cross. So while the Conservatives are indifferent to Palestinian civilian suffering, we will remain steadfast in supporting humanitarian support to Palestinian civilians.
That is nonsense, and you know it.
The Honourable Member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, please is an experienced member and understands that the people who have the floor should be talking. The Honourable Member from Brantford Brant.
Mr. Speaker, 2 words for this government: jaw-dropping. Today, the Auditor General revealed that the Prime Minister paid almost $20 million to GC Strategies for his Arrive scam. This 2-person consulting company working out of their basement performed no actual IT work on the app. This amount is double what the government previously reported. Will the Prime Minister admit that he rigged the system to pay well-connected Liberal insiders while fleecing taxpayers?
Terrible, terrible. The Honourable Minister for Public Works.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In a time of crisis, a responsible government has 2 responsibilities. First, to protect the health and safety of its citizens.
Yes,
Second,
exactly.
to ensure the efficiency of its internal system. What we know from COVID-19 is that a daily cost of $1 billion in economic cost to Canadians occurred every day. What we also know that hundreds of people were dying every week. But at the same time, this is no excuse for the type of recommendation and finding that the Auditor General deposited today, and that's why we are going to continue to implement.
The Honourable Member from Brantford Brant.
Mr. Speaker, as outlined by the Auditor General, the pandemic urgency can never justify corruption and oversight failures outlined in this report. The awarding of contractors favor GC Strategies, securing almost $20 million without competition. The CBSA's disregard for basic management practices compromised accountability, competition, and value for money. This Prime Minister is not worth the cost, crime, or corruption. Will fleeced Canadian taxpayers get their money back?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with my colleague that a global pandemic and the rush to put in place a series of measures to protect the health and safety of Canadians does not exclude public servants from following the appropriate contracting rules that are in place. So, Mr. Speaker, we agree with the Auditor General when she says that those rules were not followed in a way that was acceptable. And, Mr. Speaker, as we've said, we're putting in place, and we already have put in place, a series of measures to ensure that this circumstance is never repeated again.
Check them out.
L'honorable député de Charles.
The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, today we found out about the Auditor General's disastrous report on ArriveCan. This confirms that there was a scandalous lack of oversight and transparency. In his mandate letter, the former president of the Treasury Board was supposed to, and I quote, raise the bar for government openness, efficiency, and transparency. The member for Quebec was responsible for auditing spending on these contracts totaling millions of dollars. Will the former president of the Treasury Board apologize to Canadians for having failed in his duties? The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for reminding us of the importance of responsible government. A responsible government protects the health and safety of its people, especially in a crisis like COVID-19, which is the worst crisis in a century and the worst economic crisis since the 1930s. We had to act swiftly to save hundreds, thousands even of lives. But despite that, we find that the Auditor General's conclusions and findings are unacceptable, and next time we will have to do better. The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, I would like to remind the Minister that he was President of the Treasury Board of Canada. It was his responsibility to ensure that public funding was properly managed. Now, during that period, during the pandemic, 23 companies received hundreds of millions of dollars in contracts. Businesses which were not named, they were listed as companies A, B, C, D, and so on the government website. I raised this issue in committee in 2021. Today, we've received confirmation that there was, I quote, blatantly disregarded basic management practices. Can the former president of the Treasury Board admit that he failed in his duty to protect Canadian taxpayers' money? The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the duties of the Canadian government at the time was to ensure that the border with the United States would remain open for hundreds of thousands of Canadians transiting the border every day, and billions of dollars in equipment, food, medications, that would continue transiting through as well. That was why we created ArriveCan, so that the United States, led by President Trump, would not fully close the border, because we needed all those things and people going through the border, and that was important in my riding and in the riding of my Conservative colleague.
Député de Lac-Saint-Jean.
Monsieur le Président, tout le monde.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, everyone can see that the Liberals have been irresponsible when it comes to immigration. But they can change. They can start mending fences today. They can support the Bloc Québécois motion to consult Quebec in order to review immigration targets based on intake capacity. They can also send a clear signal immediately with a single stroke of a pen, Mr. Speaker. They can write Quebecers a cheque for $470 million to pay for the intake of asylum seekers since 2021. Mr. Speaker, will the government finally reimburse Quebecers? The Honourable Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure that the member across the way agrees with me that immigration is an indispensable resource for Canada, for Quebec, and for our economy. What the member is proposing is a motion that Quebec wasn't even consulted on, and now the member is acting as spokesperson for other provinces. Even though we consult with those provinces annually, we have made responsible decisions, and we will continue making responsible decisions with responsible governments. Well, the Liberals, they don't want to face reality when it comes to immigration. Quebec's immigration capacity has been exceeded. It has been exceeded in particular because of the federal government's inaction on asylum seekers. Since 2021, our public services and community organizations have been shouldering a completely disproportionate share of the responsibility for receiving asylum seekers. Quebec is doing too much, while all other provinces except Ontario are doing too little. Will the federal government finally call on the provinces that are not doing their fair share? The Honourable Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship Minister. Well, there are two provinces doing more than their fair share, Ontario and Quebec. Quebec has done a lot of work to welcome asylum seekers, those who arrive at the Trudeau Airport and those who arrive at Roxham Road. But we have transferred $5.2 billion to Quebec since 2015. Half of that funding is from our government for temporary housing. We will do more, and we can work together.
Eagle Creek.
Earlier
today, we learned that the Prime Minister's Arrive Scam app was not worth the cost or the corruption. The Auditor General found a glaring disregard for mismanagement practices. The process was rigged from the beginning, which appears to be business as usual. After 8 years of this NDP Liberal government, taxpayers are paying a high price for Liberal insiders, and Canadians want answers. Will the NDP Liberal coalition come clean with Canadians or continue the cover-up?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Again, Mr. Speaker, far from cover-up, this government has cooperated with parliamentary inquiries that are looking into this matter. Our government proactively sent internal audit reviews to a parliamentary committee, and the Conservative chair decided not to share them with the members. So, Mr. Speaker, we have no lessons to take on acting in a transparent manner. We have said from the beginning that any allegations of inappropriate contracting practices need to face the most severe consequences. That's exactly what this government will do.
Check them out. The Honourable Member from Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Well, this from the minister responsible for clam scam. After 8 years, it has never been clearer. This Prime Minister's Arrive Scan app is not worth the cost or the corruption. Rules were ignored, the government overpaid, and Canadians are kept in the dark. The system is so corrupt that only this Prime Minister could have thought it up. The rot starts at the top. This NDP Liberal government is trying to cover it up. Will this coalition allow the study of Arrive Scam to continue, or will they shut it down to keep their buddies safe?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, my colleague refers to the work of a parliamentary committee. As I said in the previous answer, our government has collaborated at all times with the parliamentary committee. Absolutely. Mr. Speaker, the president of the Border Services Agency, at my suggestion, sent a copy of the preliminary internal audit to the committee. The Conservative chair decided not to share it with the members because it might somehow prevent them from asking a series of partisan questions to bureaucrats who were there to appear before the committee. So, Mr. Speaker, we have been transparent and will continue to be at all times.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this government's incompetence, here's some more evidence that they're not worth the cost or the corruption. Get this, the ArriveCan app had a starting budget of $80,000 and it ended up costing over $60 million. That's 700 times more expensive than anticipated. Mr. Speaker, what was there in between $80,000 and $60 million? Well, bogus invoices paid out of the pockets of Canadian taxpayers. Can we find out who received all this money? This is a scandal of epic proportions. The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the scandal would have been if the Canadian government hadn't taken its responsibility of protecting the health and safety of Canadians, including in the riding of Lévis-Lotbinière, where hundreds of people's jobs depended on effective, efficient, rapid transit between Canada and the United States. $1 billion in trade every day. But despite that, the Auditor General's recommendations this morning are cause for concern, and we will continue to work on them and address them over the upcoming weeks. The Honourable Member for Madawaska-Restigouche. Mr. Speaker, economic indicators in Canada seem to indicate that Canada is in an enviable position faced with the rest of the world, but some Canadians are still concerned about affordability and about the economy. Can the minister tell us about some recent economic successes and what they mean for our overall growth? The Honourable Innovation Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his excellent question. Yes, Canadians are concerned currently, but there are some important economic gains that will be significant and positive for Canadians. For instance, last month, our economy created 37,000 jobs in Canada. Unemployment is going down, and women's participation in the labour force has hit record highs. We have also made generational historic investments in biomanufacturing, in natural resources, and in other industries. Canada is positioning itself as an economic leader of the 21st century.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this NDP Liberal government, it's clear that this Prime Minister is not worth the cost. And what else isn't worth the cost? The Prime Minister's $60 million ad scam app. What started out as an $80,000 app is now at $60 million, and the Auditor General can't confirm that it won't go higher. Taxpayers do not get value for the Prime Minister's $60 million ad scam app, as the Auditor General has stated. Will the Prime Minister come clean and tell us how much taxpayers are going to be truly fleeced for his ArriveScam app?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, once again, our government has, at the very first opportunity when these allegations were made, taken all of the appropriate steps to ensure that taxpayers' money is respected. The Border Services Agency President ordered an internal investigation. Those preliminary findings were shared with the committee, for which my honourable colleague is very familiar. It's too bad that the chair of that committee chose not to share, for example, that report with the members of the committee. Our government is being transparent and will always be to ensure that taxpayers' money is well spent.
The honourable member from Edmonton West.
Speaker, it was that minister's department that hid the RCMP investigation from the Auditor General. Mr. Speaker, it was also his party that had those documents on Wednesday, and what did they do with it? They filibustered and then voted to excuse the witness. So it's very clear this government, every chance they get, will cover up the ArriveCam scandal. So, quick question. What is the government trying to hide? When will it truly come clean on ArriveScam?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, obviously the government is interested in the utmost transparency in this matter. That's why the President of the Border Services Agency and her officials appeared before the committee. That's why, Mr. Speaker, an internal investigation was ordered. My colleague referred to a referral to the RCMP. It may surprise him, but it's not politicians that direct the operational work of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, so we can't speak to what exact investigations are being done. We have full confidence that they will hold those to account in the case that that's merited.
The honourable member from Perth Wellington.
Mr. Speaker, for 2 years, parliamentary committees have been investigating the cozy relationship between government officials and highly paid insiders. Documents tabled at committee show that the two-person in a basement firm GC Strategies were hosting dinners and whiskey tastings for the same government officials who were given multi-million-dollar contracts, all while government officials were getting mighty high bonuses. Can the chair of the mighty Government Operations Committee inform this House when the committee will next meet and when we will get answers for all Canadians?
The Honourable Chair of the Government Operations Committee.
Mr. Speaker, this Wednesday at Government Operations, it estimates the Auditor General will be appearing on her ArriveCan audit. Given today's report, we will be ordering the past and present Ministers of Public Safety, Procurement, Health, and Treasury Boards, past and present, to answer for ArriveCan mismanagement and waste. GC Strategies, who we now learned were paid $20 million, will be issued a summons ordering their appearance. The committee will call every witness and compel every document to hold the government to account on ArriveCan.
The honourable member from St. John's East.
Mr. Speaker, like many people across this country, I have been deeply disturbed by attacks.
Honourable member from St. John's East. I'm going to ask members, please, to allow the chair to hear the questions and the answers from all members. The honourable member from St. John's East for the top, please.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, like many people across the country, I have been deeply disturbed by attacks from the premiers of New Brunswick, Saskatchewan, and now Alberta on vulnerable 2S LGBTQ plus students who are looking for privacy, dignity, and a safe place to be who they are. Far too often for this group, home is not a safe place. To the Minister of Employment Workforce Development, what can our government and people that believe in inclusion do to fight this discrimination?
Good question. Good question.
The Honourable Minister for Economic Development.
Since Danielle Smith took to social media to threaten the privacy, the safety, and the dignity of queer and trans students, I have spoken to countless individuals who have told me how terrified they are about the discriminatory actions taken by the provincial government. I have one message for every person in Alberta who believes in the inclusive and equitable province that we know it is to be. What they need to do, Mr. Speaker, is call the silent Conservative MPs in this room, call the MLAs in Alberta, so that we can kill this bill before it gets to the floor of the legislature.
The Honourable Member from London Fanshawe.
Out-of-touch Liberals show time and again that they don't have the backs of brewery workers. Liberals are set to drastically increase the tax on beer in April. This will hurt breweries, small businesses, restaurants, and their unionized workers risk losing their jobs. Workers deserve better. Will the minister listen and reverse her decision to increase costs on those who are already struggling to keep their doors open?
Good question. Good question.
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Finance.
I'm really glad to have a question about Canadian workers and Canadian jobs because it gives me a chance to share some good news that we got on Friday. The Canadian economy in January added 37,000 new jobs. That means we have 1.1 million more jobs than we had before COVID hit. Unemployment fell to 5.7%. And you know what? That is lower than it was at any time when Stephen Harper was Prime Minister.
The Honourable Member from Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, Hazim is a member of my community with family members trapped in Gaza, including his brothers, sister, and mother. Like so many, he worries he won't be able to get them to safety because unlike Ukraine, this government has imposed an arbitrary cap of 1,000 people who can qualify for special immigration measures. Worse still, other countries like Iceland have been successful in getting family members out in 2024 while Canada hasn't. What is the minister doing to compel Israel to allow Canadian visa holders to leave Gaza?
The Honourable Minister for Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is inaccurate that we have been unable to extract people from Gaza in 2024. We have a unique program, unique in the world, to get family members of Canadians out from Gaza. It has yet been unsuccessful because of uncooperation from local authorities at the Rafah gates. We urge them to help us in getting those people across the border. That said, I have asked my department to review the humanitarian terms of the program to make sure they are complying with our obligations without compromising the security of Canadians. We will get people out, Mr. Speaker.
And so brings us to the end of oral questions today. I see the Honourable Member from Edmonton Manning, who is rising on a point of order.
Find unanimous consent for the following motion, that the House condemn the Prime Minister's past comments.
So, I'll ask the Honourable Member from Edmonton Manning. I heard at least on 3 occasions no. So I'm going to ask all colleagues who are going to be leaving this chamber, please, if you can carry on your conversations outside of the chamber. Alors, je demande à tous les députés.
So I'd ask all members who will be leaving the chamber, please. I see several people rising on points of order.
So I'm going to ask that. The Honourable Member from Edmonton Manning, unfortunately I heard many people saying no to the demand for unanimous consent. I see the Minister for Women and Gender Equality rising on a point of order. So then I hear colleagues. Order, please. I'm going to remind members that when there is an opportunity for the House to consider points of order on unanimous consent motions, it is very helpful for members to ensure that they have asked and sought unanimous consent, at least from the House officers, so that we could negotiate. It's not a rule, as the honourable member has pointed out, but it's a very good practice so that members' time, which is very, very valuable, is being best used. So we've had 2 members rise, 1 a minister, and I see that there was no unanimous consent. I see other people rising on an order, and I am going to go to colleagues. We saw on 2 occasions members rise and immediately shouted down with no. That is an indication to the chair that there is not unanimous consent. It's also an indication to the chair that there has not been negotiations and discussions beforehand to try to make these unanimous consent motions adopted. I see the honourable member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to see...
I'm hearing again no's from several members. I see the member from Regina Capel rising on a point of order, and I'm certain as a House officer he has sought unanimous consent. The honourable member.
I move that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice.
I hear no and shaking of heads from other House officers here. Colleagues, we have a couple of votes afterwards. I know you all have business to do, but if this is the way that members would like to continue going, we will run through this. I see the honourable member from Barrie Innisfil who's riding on a point of order. I'm also hearing no agreement for points of order. The honourable member from Charleswood, Headingley, St. James, Assiniboia.
I'd like to seek you.
I also hearing no. My goodness, I thought this was Wednesday. Colleagues, I'm going to continue recognizing the members who are rising, but I would ask members who have not negotiated or who have not sought some arrangement that it is in your interest to do so, so that we don't waste time. The honourable member from Dufferin-Caledon is rising on a point of order. I hear that there is no agreement for unanimous consent. The honourable member from Battleford Lloydminster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move that the House call.
I'm afraid I'm not hearing that. The honourable member from Yorkton Melville. I'm also hearing no from the House. The honourable member from Central Okanagan, Similikin Nicola. I also see the honourable member from Yorkton Melville. Please, if I could ask you to take your seat. If I could ask the member to take her seat. Colleagues, ministers. Colleagues, gather yourselves, please. We are not being inspirational to the people who might be watching us from home. The honourable member from, I'm afraid, from Okanagan, Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola, had a whole bunch of no's already with the last time I raised it. I know the honourable member was speaking at the same time. The honourable member from Parry Sound. I'm hearing no. The honourable member from Leeds Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
I have a point of order, Chair. I have a point of order. During question period, the member for Windsor-Tecumseh did shout that the member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan was lying. That is unparliamentary language, and I believe if you verify with the proceedings verification officers that they will be able to confirm that the member did conduct himself in an unparliamentary way, and he should withdraw and apologize to this House. Thank you.
I thank the honourable member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes, for rising on that point of order. I don't know if the member from Windsor-Tecumseh would like to take to his feet. If that language is unparliamentary, I will certainly take a look at it. But if the member wants to get up and preempt the work of the speaker, it would certainly be appreciated. The honourable member from Windsor-Tecumseh.
Mr. Speaker, if that in fact was the case, of course I do retract that statement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from New Westminster Burnaby is rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And you are reminding all members that as a sign of respect to this Parliament, you need to circulate motions for unanimous consent in advance to all members. Not a single Conservative did that for the UCs that they're presenting today.
It's coming from you, Peter. It really is.
I thank the honourable member. It is good practice in which to do so. The honourable member from Calgary, Nose Hill.
Responding to that point of order, Mr. Chair, I would remind the House that the Chair has ruled in the past that on unanimous consent motions, when it is clear that if a member is seeking unanimous consent and there is no consent at that time, there is no obligation for the House to listen to the entirety of the matter at hand. Thank you.
And I thank the honourable member for that supportive statement. The honourable member from Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the December be Christian Heritage Month.
I'm hearing no from the honourable member. I see the honourable member from Lakeland is rising to her feet.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House call on the government to axe the quadruple carbon tax.
I am hearing no from several members. I would like to remind the honourable member. I'd like the honourable member from Lakelands to not only please listen to the good advice from the member from Calgary Nose Hill, but please out of respect to the chair. The honourable member, St. Albert, Edmonton.
I was noting its resolution of June 12, 20...
Hear that there is no unanimous consent for this. The honourable member from Saskatoon University.
Yes, there was another attempted arson at a church on the weekend, Mr. Speaker. And if you seek unanimous consent, you will find...
I hear that there is no unanimous consent. All right. It being 3:20, the House will now proceed to the taking of deferred recorded division on the amendment to the motion of Mr. Blanchet relating to the business of supply. Call in the members.
The question is as follows. Monsieur Blanchet,
Mr. Blanchet, seconded by Mr. Brunel-Duceppe, moved that the House A, recall its unanimous vote of November 1st, 2023, calling on the government to review its immigration targets starting in 2024 after consultation with Quebec, the provinces and territories. Shall I dispense? No? And territories based on their integration capacity, particularly in terms of housing, healthcare, education, French language training, and transportation infrastructure, all with a view to successful immigration.
a meeting with his counterparts of Quebec, the provinces, and the territories in order to consult them on their respective integration capacities, and C, call on the government to table in the House within 100 days a plan for revising federal immigration targets in 2024 based on the integration capacity of Quebec, the provinces, and the territories. Amendment, Madame Kwan, appuyée.
Ms. Kwan, seconded by Ms. Barron, move the following amendment, that the motion be amended by adding the following. D, call on the government to table in the House within 100 days a report on the gap between the resources that are needed to align federal immigration targets in 2024 and the capacity of Quebec provinces and the territories to successfully resettle newcomers.
Les nouveaux arrivants. E, demande.
And E, call on the government to table in the House within 100 days a plan to ensure adequate resources are provided to Quebec provinces and territories to support the successful resettlement of newcomers.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the amendment will please rise.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Désilé.
Monsieur Désilé.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr.
Oh, pardon me.
Mr.
Back to Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Abu Taif.
Mr. Abu Taif.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Morant.
Mr. Morant.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Monsieur Lou.
Monsieur Lou.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Dreesen.
Mr. Dreesen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Tolney.
Mr. Tolney.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford Lloydminster.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Ms. Rempel Garner.
Ms. Rempel Garner.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle. Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Gazan.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Chagger.
Ms. Chagger.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Ian.
Ms. Ian.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Ms. Jazek.
Ms. Jazek.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Fagascados.
Mr. Fagascados.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Ms. Damoff.
Ms. Damoff.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mrs. Vandenbeld.
Mrs. Vandenbeld.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Ms. Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Sobara.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Blois.
Mr. Blois.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Gainey.
Ms. Gainey.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period is ended. Si les députés n'ont
If members were unable to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them.
Kingston?
Madam Speaker, I'm told that my photo may not have not synced up with my actual appearance, and therefore my vote may not have counted, so I voted yes.
The honourable member's vote did come through. Thank you. Okay, seeing no other, oh, sorry, here we go. The honourable for Victoria.
I just wanted to make sure my vote had counted online. I vote yes.
Yes, your vote did come through as well. Seeing no more, the table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 175, 175. Nays contre 152, 152.
Je déclare la motion.
I declare the motion carried.
La prochaine mise au...
The next question is on the main motion. The question is, as amended, the question is as follows. Mr. Blanchet, seconded by Mr. Brunel Duceppe, moved that the House A, recall its unanimous vote of November 1st, 2023, calling on the government to review its immigration targets starting in 2024 after consultation with Quebec, the provinces and territories, based on their integration capacity, particularly in terms of housing, healthcare, education, French language training, and transportation infrastructure, all with a view to successful immigration. B, call on the Prime Minister to convene a meeting with his counterparts of Quebec, the provinces, and the territories in order to consult them on their respective integration capacities. And
100 days a plan for revising federal immigration targets in 2024 based on the integration capacity of Quebec, the provinces, and the territories. And D, call on the government to table in the House within 100 days a report on the gap between the resources that are needed to align federal immigration targets in 2024 and the capacity of Quebec, provinces, and territories to successfully resettle newcomers. Et E, demande au gouvernement.
And E, call on the government to provide adequate resources to Quebec, the provinces, and the territories.
That the motion be amended, be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader?
Yes, we request a recorded vote, Madam Speaker.
Okay. La période.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Désilé.
Monsieur Désilé.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazin.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Abutayev.
Mr. Abutayev.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Monsieur Lou.
Monsieur Lou.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Major.
Mr. Major.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Dreesen.
Mr. Dreesen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Tolney.
Mr. Tolney.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Falk Batterford Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Batterford Lloydminster.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Ms. Rempel Garner.
Ms. Rempel Garner.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Kazan.
Ms. Kazan.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Ms. Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
Ms. McPherson.
Miss McPherson.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Miss May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Chagger.
Ms. Chagger.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Ian.
Ms. Ian.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Ms. Jazek.
Ms. Jazek.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. DeMoff.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mrs. Vandenbeld.
Mrs. Vandenbeld.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Back to Monsieur Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. McDonald, Avalon.
Mr. McDonald, Avalon.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Zuberi.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Blois.
Mr. Blois.
Mr. Lewis, Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis, Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Madame Chatel.
Madame Chatel.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Gainey.
Ms. Gainey.
La Chambre attendra maintenant la fin.
The House will now vote for the electronic voting period to end before proceeding.
electronic voting period has ended, and the House will now await the end of the. Oh, sorry. I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 173, 173. Nays contre 150, 150.
Je déclare la motion telle que.
The motion as amended is carried.
Je désire informer la Chambre par raison.
I wish to inform the House that due to recorded divisions, government orders will be extended by 27 minutes.
Orders. Wait, no, it's. I just ask members to please exit quietly. Order. Tabling of documents. Introduction of government bills. Déclaration.
Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees.
The honourable member for Halifax West.
I have the honor to present dans les deux langues officielles.
In both official languages, the two following reports of the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights.
Report in relation to the motion adopted on Thursday, February 8, regarding the hate and violence directed toward the two SLGBTQI+ community, and the 21st report regarding the proposals for the 2023 Corrective Act.
Presenting reports from committees.
The honourable member for Waterloo.
Conformément au mandat qui.
Pursuant to Standing Orders 108 and 114, I have the pleasure of presenting to the House the 58th report of the House Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs on membership of standing and standing joint committees. With the consent of the House, I will seek concurrence for this 58th report later today.
Merci.
Thank you.
Presenting reports from committees.
Introduction of private members' bills.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Deltel, seconded by Mr. Major, seeks the permission of the House to table a bill entitled Number 11, an act to amend the Impact Assessment Act, Federal Provincial Agreements. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm very proud to table this bill, Madam Speaker. This bill would amend the Impact Assessment Act so that the federal government and provinces can, under certain conditions, reach agreements to exempt some projects from the application of this law. So to be clear, Madam Speaker, this means that for each project there will be only one assessment so that projects can be green-lighted. Green projects can be green-lighted as soon as possible. And we need these projects in Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Mr. Deltel, seconded by Mr. Major, moves that the bill be now read a first time and printed. The motion is deemed adopted. First reading of the bill. When will this bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House.
Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Melillo, seconded by Mr. Caputo, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Code, Orders Prohibiting the Possession of Weapons. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Kenora.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's my honour to introduce my private members' bill today, which simply would amend the Criminal Code to institute a mandatory weapons prohibition for all individuals convicted of a violent indictable offence. Madam Speaker, this is a common sense approach to target violent offenders given the alarming increase in violent crime that we've seen across the country. And I look forward to debating this in greater detail when the time comes, Madam Speaker, and having the support, hopefully, of colleagues on all sides of this House. Thank you.
Mr. Melillo, seconded by Mr. Caputo, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? Right now. At the next sitting of the House. Introduction of first reading of a private member's bill. Mr. Ruff, seconded by Mr. Cooper, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Parliament of Canada Act. Need to know. This motion is deemed adopted.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My bill will basically introduce and formalize a process for parliamentarians to request a secret security clearance from the Government of Canada by deeming they need access to the information for the purposes of processing that request. Currently, individual parliamentarians have limited probability of obtaining a security clearance unless they possess one from a previous career or they have the privilege of sitting on one of the special committees. Ultimately, this bill would increase Parliament's ability to take national security and intelligence issues seriously while facilitating Parliament's ability to not only hold the government to account, but to increase Canadians' trust in our federal democratic processes and institutions. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I apologize for not acknowledging the member to come and say his little piece there, introducing his bill. Mr. Ruff, seconded by Mr. Cooper, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? Right now. At the next sitting of the House. Introduction dépôt de première lecture d'un projet.
Introduction of private members' bills. Ms. Vien, seconded by Mr. Lehoux, seeks permission to table a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Canada Labour Code, Complaints by Former Employees. The motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Lévis. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I thank the member for Beauce for seconding my bill. I thank him for that. This bill will make former employees' lives easier, those who work in organizations regulated by the Canada Labour Code. Through this bill, I hope that we will all give more time to former workers to come forward with complaints of harassment. Currently, they only have 3 months to do so, and I feel that this is too short a timeline. For other employees not under the Canada Labour Code, there is no mandatory limit. So this bill would increase from 3 months to 2 years the time to make a complaint as a former employee. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madame Vien, appuyée par
Ms. Vien, seconded by Mr. Lehoux, moves that this bill be now read a first time and printed. The motion is deemed adopted.
Projet de loi, first reading of this bill.
When will the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House.
Introduction and first reading of a private member's bill. Mr. Hoback, seconded by Mr. Calkins, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Code, Motor Vehicle Theft. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Prince Albert.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I think, Madam Speaker, you're going to find that people in my constituency and Canadians right across Canada are going to be very happy with this motion. This is something the Conservatives are going to take action on, Madam Speaker. So today I introduce my bill, An Act to Amend the Criminal Code for Motor Vehicle Theft. My bill will toughen the penalties for repeat car thieves who are acting on behalf of organized crime. While Liberals attend photo ops and meetings, Conservatives are going to take action on this issue and show results for our constituents. So thank you, Madam Speaker. I look forward for support on this bill.
Mr. Hoback, seconded by Mr. Calkins, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Introduction of first reading of a private member's bill. Mr. Tocher, seconded by Mr. Melillo, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Canadian Environmental Protection Act 1999, Plastic Manufactured Items. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Saskatoon University.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's an honor to rise and introduce this common sense bill that I think will get support across all party lines. And what it does is it cleans up the mess that the Liberals, that the courts have found that Liberals have messed up when they tried to ban the plastic straw. So it's a common sense approach that removes plastic as a listed substance that is toxic and is very timely because we know that the cost of living is through the roof right now, and especially with food and everything else costing so much more money. And if the Liberals were successful in banning single-use plastic in the food preparation and distribution, it would only cause the price of food to increase to even higher rates. So, Madam Speaker, it's an honor to first introduce my bill that will bring back the plastic straw, but more importantly, drive down food costs across the country. And I know there will be a wide support for this motion from all parties when we get into debate.
Mr. Tucker, seconded by Mr. Melillo, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Introduction and first reading of a private member's bill. Mr. Upal, seconded by Mr. Scheer, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Code, Extortion. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Edmonton Millwoods.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as you know, with the Liberals' soft on crime policies, violent crime has risen to an unprecedented level across the country, including extortion, and businesses across the country are being extorted at highest levels we've ever seen, over 218% since this government has come into office. The Protection Against Extortion Act reintroduces mandatory minimum penalties that were scrapped by this government in their legislation, Bill C-5. Madam Speaker, it is my honor to bring forward this common sense bill that will help to protect Canadians. Thank you.
Mr. Paul, seconded by Mr. Scheer, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Motion. The honourable member for Waterloo.
Madam Speaker, if the House gives its consent, I move that the 58th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, tabled earlier today, be passed. All those who oppose the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those who oppose the motion will please say nay.
Adopté.
Carried.
Motions. Presenting petitions. The honourable member for Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. À la demande du gouvernement.
At the request of the Liberal government, the Correctional Service of Canada applies a syringe sharing program in federal penitentiaries, which encourages the use of illicit drugs in prisons. Illicit drugs in federal penitentiaries are contraband, as are the objects which are used to inject them. The needles which are used for illicit drugs in federal corrections facilities represent a very serious risk to the safety of inmates and corrections agents. This program makes the danger even greater for those who work in our penitentiaries. Canada's drug strategy should be used to help Canadians who are addicted to drugs to be rehabilitated from that addiction and to receive treatment instead of maintaining them in a state of addiction. My constituents in Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon call on the Government of Canada to end the activities of the needle exchange program in prisons and to no longer authorize the use of illicit drugs in Canadian prisons and to concentrate their efforts on ways to help inmates free themselves from addiction. Thank you. I'd like to congratulate the honourable member for presenting his petition entirely in French.
The honourable member for Dauphin Swan River Nippewa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always an honour to present a petition on behalf of constituents. Madam Speaker, I rise for the 30th time on behalf of the people of Swan River, Manitoba, to present a petition on the rising rate of crime. This NDP Liberal government has ignored the people of Swan River.
Used to say what's in the petition and not what's not in the petition. And so just when he mentions the type of government, I just want to say that's not in the petition, so he shouldn't be talking about that. Just what's in the petition. The honourable member for Dauphin Swan River, Nippewa.
I was explaining what was in the petition, why the petition was happening, though.
I've looked at the honourable member's petitions in the past, and it doesn't specifically mention that. It's about the government. So anyhow, I will bring it back to the honourable member. The honourable member for Dauphin Swan River, Nippewa.
People of Swan River are calling for jail, not bail, for the violent repeat offenders. Madam Speaker, the people of Swan River demand that this Liberal government repeal their soft-on-crime policies that directly threaten their livelihoods and their community. I support the good people of Swan River.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Speaker, the petitioners in this petition are noting that the climate crisis will require massive efforts to reduce energy consumption. They point out that 17% of all energy consumed in Canada is used in heating and cooling and other activities in our homes. COP28 calls on governments to double energy efficiency by the year 2030. The petitioners are asking the Government of Canada, in the ongoing provincial, territorial, and federal work, to develop a new national building code that will reduce overall energy demand by about 15% at least of what current structures are consuming. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to present a number of petitions to the House on behalf of my constituents. The first of a number of petitions that I will present today is dealing with the issue of parental rights. The petitioners, note that the Liberal government has sought to involve itself in decisions that should be made by parents and by provinces. And they further note that the Conservative leader has criticized the government's attempted interference in this area and called on the Prime Minister to butt out of provincial decisions. In particular, these petitioners reference the New Brunswick policy in this respect. Petitioners say that in the vast majority of cases, parents care about the well-being of their children and love them much more than any state-run institutions. The role of government is to support families and respect parents, not to dictate to them how they should make decisions for their children. Petitioners call on the Government of Canada to butt out and to let parents raise their own children. The next petition that I'm tabling is highlighting concerns about the ongoing persecution of Falun Gong practitioners in China. Petitioners describe the history of that persecution, including the work done by the late David Matas and, by David Kilgore and the late David David Matas on uncovering the horrors of forced organ harvesting and trafficking. Petitioners call for an end to persecution of Falun Gong practitioners. They ask the Government of Canada to do more to combat the persecution of Falun Gong practitioners. The next petition that I'm tabling highlights concerns about how the government is attacking freedom of choice in healthcare as it relates to access to natural health products. Petitioners note that it is a fundamental right for individuals to be able to choose how to prevent illness or to address illness or injury in their own bodies, and that Canadians are competent to make their own healthcare decisions without state interference. Therefore, petitioners call on Parliament to respect the health freedom of Canadians and to reverse the changes that the government made with respect to natural health products in the last Budget Implementation Act. The next petition that I'm tabling shares the concerns of petitioners regarding this government's radical agenda as it relates to euthanasia. In particular, in this petition, petitioners are raising concern about proposals to expand euthanasia to children. They note that Mr. Louis Roy of the Quebec College of Physicians recommended expanding euthanasia even to, quote, babies from birth to 1 year of age who come into the world with severe deformities and very serious syndromes. Petitioners find that proposal repugnant and believe that infanticide is always wrong. Therefore, they call on the Government of Canada to block any attempt to legalize the killing of children. Next, Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to table a petition in support of a private member's bill C-257. This is a conservative private member's bill that would add political belief or activity as prohibited grounds of discrimination to the Canadian Human Rights Act. Petitioners identify that all Canadians have a right to be protected against freedom from discrimination, that many Canadians do face political discrimination or discrimination on the basis of political belief or activity, that it's a fundamental right to be politically active and vocal without fear of reprisal, and they say that it is in the best interest of Canadian democracy to protect public debate and the exchange of differing ideas. Bill C-57, by adding this additional language to the Canadian Human Rights Act, would protect people from political discrimination and create an environment in which people can feel free to express themselves on important issues of the day without fear of reprisal. Petitioners therefore ask the House to support Bill C-257 and to defend the rights of Canadians to peacefully express their political opinions. The next petition that I'm tabling raises concern about a proposal from the government, from the Liberal Party, in their last election platform to effectively politicize charitable status determinations. Liberals proposed in their last platform to deny charitable status to organizations that have convictions regarding abortion that the Liberal Party doesn't like. And this proposal, petitioners say, would jeopardize the charitable status of hospitals, houses of worship, schools, homeless shelters, and other charitable organizations that don't agree with the Liberal Party on matters of conscience. The government has previously used a values test to discriminate against worthy applicants to the Canada Summer Jobs Program, denying funding to any organization which was not willing to check a box endorsing political positions of the governing party, and that this proposal would amount to a second values test. Petitioners say that charities and other non-profit organizations should not be discriminated against on the basis of their political views or religious values and should not be subject to a politicized values test. Therefore, they call on the House and the government to protect and preserve the application of charitable status rules on a politically and ideologically neutral basis without discrimination on the basis of political or religious values and without the imposition of another values test, and to affirm the right of Canadians to freedom of expression. The next petition that I'm tabling raises concern about cuts that this government has made to women's shelters, cuts that have been made in the context where we see ballooning spending in other areas. Petitioners point out that women's shelters are sadly seeing increased demand, that the high cost of living and the housing crisis have made it harder for women and children fleeing a violent home to find a safe place to live. And at a time when, quote, this Liberal government is dramatically increasing spending on bureaucracy and consultants, they are cutting $145 million of funding for women's shelters. Therefore, petitions call on the Government of Canada to restore funding for women's shelters that have been cut. And, Madam Speaker, that's all for today.
Amazing.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions. Point of order, the honourable member for Kings Heads.
Madam Speaker, I rise today on a point of order just to offer a small apology. On Thursday, February 8th, the member from Nunavut and I were having a back and forth during debate around housing. I had raised the prospect of the fact that she had voted against the fall economic statement. That was factually untrue. She had abstained, and I know that she had rose on a point of order later in the day when I was no longer in the chamber asking for an apology. I can say with great confidence that it was not intentional and I had misconstrued her vote, and I apologize for that. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions. Oh, yeah, I'm done that one. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, if a revised response to question number 2070, originally tabled on January the 29th, 2024, could be made an order for return, this return would be tabled in an electronic format. Madam Speaker, if you'll indulge me, I would like to offer some input for the benefit of the Chair and for all honourable members. The revised answer that was just tabled is in response to a question of privilege raised by the member for Edmonton Strathcona last week respecting the answer provided to an order paper question number 2070. The response contained inaccurate information due to an error in producing the answer, and I understand that last Friday the Minister of Foreign Affairs reached out to her to apologize on this issue. I would like to thank my honourable colleagues for her understanding and to assure all honourable members that the government acknowledges and accepts that it is the right of members to have the best information available to do their important work. Having said that, Madam Speaker, I would ask that all remaining questions then be allowed to stand.
Agreed. Does the honourable member have unanimous consent to allow the questions to stand? Agreed? Okay. Yes, sir. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour, government orders, government bills, commons. Consideration of a motion respecting Senate amendments, resuming debate, C-29, National Council for Reconciliation Act.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Nunavut.
And I'd like to thank the member for King Hance for his apology. I do accept it, as he is correct that I did abstain. And just to clarify, when I abstained, along with my colleague, the member for Winnipeg Centre, and the full support of the whole NDP caucus, to abstain because we felt quite strongly that this Liberal government had been failing on Indigenous peoples' issues, and that we need to continue to fight hard, keep fighting hard for Indigenous people. So, representing Nunavut has been a huge honor in this House. I have learned so much more about First Nations and Métis in Canada. I acknowledge that we are on unceded Anishinaabe Algonquin territory, and I thank my colleague, NDP colleague, member for Edmonton Griesbach, about doing more than land acknowledgements. Because what this means is that before Ottawa, First Nations thrived on these lands for thousands of years before these parliament buildings were ever built. Acknowledging that we are on these unceded territories also means that First Nations still exist, despite government and religious efforts to erase them. I am thankful to the strength of First Nations who continue to host and welcome us. I thank the former Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations, who is now the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenships, for having tabled C-29, an act to provide for the establishment of the National Council for Reconciliation in June 2022. The introduction of this bill had been long anticipated by Indigenous peoples for years. Before speaking to the bill, I am compelled to retell some of the experiences of Indigenous peoples to form the context of what will become the National Council for Reconciliation. Once I complete some of that context, I will speak to Bill C-29, the amendments from the other place, and conclude with remarks about the greater sense of hope I have for Inuit, First Nations, and Métis. I recognize the strength and courage of First Nations, Métis, and Inuit who have been waiting far too long for its passage. I am guided by Indigenous voices in my support for Bill C-29. I honor the survivors of residential schools. I honor their parents who were robbed of raising their children. I honor those students who died in residential schools. First Nations, Métis, and Inuit children who suffered the genocidal policies continue to ensure that Canada must reconcile with Indigenous peoples. Canada must do its part to reconcile with Indigenous peoples. Inuit, First Nations, and Métis experienced child sexual abuse, physical, emotional, and spiritual abuses. These traumas continue to show in the form of intergenerational traumas suffered by children and youth today. Just last week, I had conversations regarding education, and despite having explained what education was used for, genocide, I was expected to be okay with how it was described. I repeat, Western education was used as genocidal tools against Indigenous peoples. It is still used to keep Indigenous peoples at the fringes of Canadian society. The Royal Commission on the Aboriginal Peoples, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, and the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Girls and Women gathered important evidence, and I implore all Canadians to read these reports, to incorporate these works into school curriculums, and to ensure all work in all of Canada is trauma-informed. These are important ways that Canadians can reconcile with Indigenous peoples. The National Council for Reconciliation was part of the 94 calls to action by the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. Calls to action 53, 54, and 55 specifically call on the Parliament of Canada, in consultation and collaboration with Aboriginal peoples, to establish the National Council for Reconciliation. The Liberal government not only took 7 years to table this legislation, they also failed to collaborate with Indigenous peoples. I recall specifically that Inuit Tapiri Kanatami dropped support for C-29 based on the concerns not addressed by this Parliament. Call to Action 53 will be implemented where there is monitoring, evaluating, and reporting on the Parliament's responses. Call to Action 254 will be implemented when multi-year funding is sustained for the National Council for Reconciliation, so they have the financial, human, and technical resources to function appropriately. This call to action will be implemented when an endowment of a National Reconciliation Trust is created. Call to Action 55 will be implemented when the progress on closing the gaps between Indigenous peoples' health indicators, eliminating overrepresentation in justice, and other areas are reported. The important work of the National Council for Reconciliation will ensure a nonpartisan approach to hearing what the issues are and the changes that need to be made. It will fulfill an important role in monitoring government programs and policies. I think all members of this House can agree on the merits of this work and the pressing need for the establishment of the National Council. Indigenous women, girls, Two-Spirit, and gender-diverse people continue to go missing. Families on and off reserve live in overcrowded, moldy homes that make us sick. Communities lack access to fresh water and affordable, healthy food. Suicide rates, especially among youth in Nunavut, remain among the highest in the world. The scars of residential schools and other sinister tools of assimilation persist through intergenerational trauma. Too often, the government is left standing by. I have hope that the National Council will help pressure the government to end these injustices and many others. Reconciliation is an important process that demands the highest standards of implementation. When the Liberals tabled the original Bill C-29, it required some work. This is evidenced by the many amendments that were passed at committee stage and now by the Senate. I am proud of the NDP's amendments that were passed at committee. We ensured the inclusion of important advice to be drawn from survivors, elders, and Indigenous legal professionals. We fought for language that ensures the National Council will use a rights-based approach to their work on advancing reconciliation. These amendments will make the National Council stronger. I thank the committee and the other place who took great care in their deliberations on Bill C-29, some of which I will outline below. The inclusion of the word post-contact in the preamble differentiates Métis from First Nations and Inuit. This acknowledges the fact that First Nations and Inuit existed before the arrival of settlers. It is an important and welcome change. Adding a definition for Indigenous governing body keeps C-29 more consistent with other legislation. It is more accurate language than the previous use of government, as not all Indigenous groups are considered governments. Senate Amendment 3 expands on who reconciliation can be with. It will not just be government and Indigenous peoples, but expand it to Indigenous peoples and non-Indigenous peoples. Senate Amendment 4 provides greater clarity on what the National Council for Reconciliation will monitor and report, including education. Amendment 5 clarifies the importance of the federal government's obligations on the duty to consult. It clearly outlines that First Nations and Inuit and Métis who are a duty to consult will remain. That consulting with the National Council for Reconciliation does not mean that Indigenous peoples were consulted. This is an important distinction that ensures the National Council for Reconciliation will remain arm's length and nonpartisan. It reaffirms Section 35 rights of Indigenous peoples. New Democrats agree, looking to amplifying the rights of Indigenous peoples at every possible opportunity. Amendment 6 is particularly important as it enables the National Council for Reconciliation to seek a clarification if the minister fails to comply with obligations set out in the Act. Senate Amendment 7 changes what the minister will be required to do from a one-time activity 6 months after the National Council is established to annually. This will be important to keep the minister accountable, always. One of the main flaws of the original bill is that it was overly vague. I am glad to see that the other place agrees and has added more prescriptive language. The added language around the National Action Plan helps clarify the National Council's research scope and follow-up actions. I am hopeful this will ensure more robust work and reporting. Senate Amendment 8 makes a small but meaningful change. The government's progress towards reconciliation will be reported and progress by all levels of government and society separately. This gives the National Council more flexibility in its reporting by not lumping the two together. Overall, as I said, the amendments are welcome additions that will help strengthen Bill C-29. I remind parliamentarians that much work is still required. Indigenous peoples and acknowledge the efforts in reconciliation. Reconciliation must remain at the core of our work. The passage of Bill C-29 is another step. So long as Indigenous peoples are deprived of their right to self-determination, right to housing, and so much more, reconciliation must continue. I am encouraged by the amendments that were made by the other place, and I am encouraged to see the strength that they've added to the National Council for Reconciliation. To the future board members of the National Council for Reconciliation, expectations will be high. Inuit, First Nations, Métis, all across Canada will look to you to keep the governments accountable. It is not easy to challenge the established colonial structures and hold the government to account on injustices. If anyone will be able to do it, it can be the National Council for Reconciliation. I urge all parties to support the Senate amendments so the National Council for Reconciliation can be established. Finally, as I said in the beginning, I said I would conclude by sharing the hope I have for the future. I express my gratitude to the Supreme Court of Canada, who have upheld the rights of Indigenous peoples' right to self-govern over children, youth, and families. Indeed, prior to the damages caused by Canada's genocidal policies, Inuit, First Nations, and later the Métis exercised their own laws in areas that include well-being for children, youth, and families. The Supreme Court's decision to uphold the constitutionality of C-92 is an important milestone in Canada. They have acknowledged that Indigenous peoples can make our own laws. It has affirmed the importance of implementing UNRIP. I thank the 43rd Parliament for having tabled C-92, an act respecting First Nations, Métis, and Inuit children, youth, and families.
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Regarding to Government Business 34, I give notice that at the next sitting of the House, a Minister of the Crown will move, pursuant to Standing Order 57, that the debate not be further adjourned.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for, just give me 1 second here, for Winnipeg South Centre.
Thanks very much, Madam Speaker. Appreciated the comments from my colleague from Nunavut. I very much enjoyed sitting on committee with her thus far. It's been a collaborative and rewarding experience. I'm wondering if she can speak just a little bit further to the importance of this being Indigenous-led, the importance of this being an opportunity for Indigenous peoples themselves who have for so long in our country through a variety of different mechanisms been left out of the conversation, why this important piece of legislation is critical to be Indigenous-led and how she sees that being of benefit to the process. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For Nunavut.
And I thank the member for his question. I also enjoy sitting in committee with him. It is critically important for the National Council on Reconciliation to be Indigenous-led because it will need the experience of First Nations, Métis, and Inuit to guide its work and the accountability that is demanded of the government. If there is anyone who can express in the best way the failures of federal governments, provinces, it's Indigenous peoples, because we are the ones who are subject to these policies. We're the ones who are subject to this legislation, and we feel on every day all the injustices that we're experiencing. And because of what we've experienced to date, we are in the best position and have been already saying for years that we're the ones with solutions, and our solutions have been ignored for far too long, and the National Council for Reconciliation will be an opportunity to ensure that those solutions are being heard.
There's a bit of a buzz in the House. There's a few people having conversations. I would just ask them to maybe take those conversations to the lobby or to the outside of the chamber. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for, I'm sorry, I'm forgetting. The Honourable Member. No, I'm still not remembering it. Berthier-Masquinongé, yes. I'm sorry about that. That's all right, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. This is an important, sensitive issue. We need to show a great deal of diplomacy. And I don't know if my colleague will be able to answer this question, but there was an agreement in Quebec in 2002 between the Cree Nation and the Nation of Quebec in the northern part of Quebec Territory, which led to a better partnership. Now, of course, this is not entirely the same thing, but it's still constructive. And we saw that people's standard of living in the Cree Nation has gone up considerably since then. Now, of course, it's not perfect, not at all, but it does fill me with pride to see that something was accomplished. So, in this case, this council would generally supervise progress throughout Canada, but does my colleague think that this type of initiative can be positive? I'd like to know how she sees it. Thank you.
Member for Nunavut.
And I thank the member for his question. I'm not too familiar about that work that was done before. I am aware that it was led by my colleague, the former MP, the NDP MP. I think I could say his name because he's not in this house anymore, Romeo Saganash. And I very much always appreciate his leadership because he's also a former residential school student, and he is one of the people that I very much look up to, being able to be a leader despite all the atrocities that he was able to experience. What I learned from him is that partnerships are so important between Indigenous peoples and settler governments, and we need to make sure that focusing on those partnerships for overall well-being of all is, if that's the focus, then that's why then there's always going to be better success. And I think that the National Council for Reconciliation, it's not supervising what Canada is doing. It's making sure that Canada will be accountable and it will be reporting on what Canada is not doing, and I think there's a huge difference between that. So I do look forward to Canada's accountability towards Indigenous peoples improving, and that's why I support this bill so wholeheartedly.
For Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from Nunavut who blows me away every day in this place. She mentioned the SCC ruling on C-92. One of the concerns I've had lately in terms of self-determinations on child welfare matters impacting our kids, I pushed forward in committee amendment to an adoptive care bill, an EI bill, to include kinship and customary care to ensure that the bill was consistent with Bill C-15, meaning that all future legislation has to be compatible with the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. The Liberals are now in the process, the member from Winnipeg North the other day is in the process of trying to throw out those amendments, which once again with the SCC ruling affirm the need for amendments to the current EI bill. I was wondering what my colleagues' thoughts were about the government's continual fight to not allow us to bring our kids home.
Nunavut.
And I thank the member for her question. I always appreciate her fierceness in this house, and I learn always from you. So, it's definitely been very disappointing to sit here since 2021 to see this Liberal government not respecting UNDRIP after having passed C-15. A very important aspect of UNDRIP, as you've mentioned, is the importance of free, prior, and informed consent. If this Liberal government, for example, had used FPIC in developing the Métis bill, I think that First Nations in Ontario would have been a lot more supportive in helping to ensure that that bill is supported by all. I think that ensuring free, prior, and informed consent is something that helps to unite all Indigenous peoples, and it's been quite unfortunate to see this Liberal government dividing First Nations, Métis, and Inuit against each other. And what we need to see from the example set by the Supreme Court on upholding the constitutionality of C-92 is to say that in order for us to do better for First Nations, Métis, Inuit, children, youth, and families, free, prior, and informed consent must be at the core of our work. That is how we'll make sure that our relationships are respectful, that we are working towards an overall sense of well-being for now and for the future of all Canada, because with Canada being founded on Indigenous peoples' lands, if we work together, we can make sure that we're ensuring legislation is meeting the needs of First Nations, Métis, and Inuit children, youth, and families.
Questions and comments? The Honourable for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague from Nunavut, and having a chance to speak to C-29. It's a bit of an explanation and background and a bit of mea culpa, because when C-29 came forward, I recognized it, of course, as being in response to one of the calls to action of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, specifically found in paragraphs 53 and 54 and 55. And I compared C-29 at first reading to the language in the TRC report and found it quite lacking. It was quite thin. So I made amendments. I was fortunate. I mean, as any member here knows, when you go into committee and you're not a member of the committee and trying to make amendments, it's very difficult. But I took the language from the TRC call to action that was missing and brought forward an amendment which got widespread support to add in all the words that were in paragraphs 53, 54, and 55 of the calls to action of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, and did so, and those amendments of mine were accepted. The Green Party amendments were accepted, and then I came to find from Indigenous peoples in my community of Saanich Gulf Islands, from First Nations, that it seemed to them that I'd participated in approving a bill that hadn't been properly consulted with Indigenous peoples before first reading. So it's a bit of I'm grateful to the Senate for the additional amendments as outlined by my friend, Honourable Member for Nunavut. It's very important.
I have to allow the Honourable Member to answer. The Honourable Member has just taken a minute and a half to ask her question, and so I do have to I'll allow her to wrap up very, very quickly.
Forgive me. Thank you, the Honourable Member for Nunavut.
The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
I do remember when you came to our committee, and I thank you for coming to our committee that time.
Address all questions and comments through the chair and not directly to the members.
I do remember, I do recall the member from Saanich Gulf Islands, sorry, I'm probably mispronouncing her writing, came to Indigenous and Northern Affairs Committee to come and help make those amendments. I've learned as well in this whole process that this whole colonial process of first reading, second reading, third reading, sending bills to committee is all it's still, even though it's 150 years old, it's still a very foreign process for Indigenous peoples. When we call on witnesses to speak to us, to share their testimony, doing it with 5 minutes as a first point and then another 2.5 minutes later is not a form of consultation for Indigenous people. So even those processes are flawed, and I think that's why free, prior, and informed consent is so important, because the duty to consult as a standard is too late, and we need to make sure that we're holding governments to account and asking them to please exercise free, prior, and informed consent for Indigenous people so that they do feel engaged in ensuring that legislation that does come to them is something that they recognize and not as a foreign instrument that is yet another
And Alors, conformément à l'article 38 du
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, it is my duty to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight are as follows.
Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke, carbon pricing. The Honourable Member for Spadina, Fort York, housing. And the Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, carbon pricing. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's actually a pleasure to be able to rise and talk about such an important piece of legislation. It's not the first time that I've had the opportunity to discuss or to debate the legislation. In fact, Madam Speaker, it's something in which I believe at the end of the day we have seen a great deal of effort, whether it's from the current ministers to the parliamentary secretaries to those that have held those positions previously. And I ultimately believe that they have followed the lead of the Prime Minister of Canada. The Prime Minister of Canada made it very clear, even before he was the Prime Minister, when we sat in the opposition benches, when the Truth and Reconciliation report came with all 94 calls for action, Madam Speaker. At that time, the Prime Minister made it very clear, before any other political party, before any other leader, that we recognize the injustices that have been done, and it's important that we get behind and support all 94 calls for action. And virtually from day one, that has been the approach for the leader of the Liberal Party. Even back then, on a personal note, one of the issues that we felt was very important, I had stood in my place while I was in third party and talked about the murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls, and we needed to have a public inquiry. And Madam Speaker, in 2000 and late 2015, we saw a change in government and an affirmation in terms of a commitment that the Prime Minister talked about while he was the leader of the Liberal Party in third party. And I believe, Madam Speaker, that as a Prime Minister and as a government with the different ministries, that we have worked diligently following Indigenous leadership on a wide spectrum of issues. And as a direct result of that, we have seen many calls for action actually implemented. This is not the first time in which I've stood in my place to talk about legislation that is rooted in the calls for action in which the government has brought forward. You know, the member from Winnipeg Centre made reference to the children. I take very, very much pride in the area in which I represent and being a strong advocate. I work with people like Cindy Woodhouse and Sharon Redsky, in particular, and many others, to try to deal with the issue that is so very, very important. I understand and I can appreciate the importance to Indigenous leaders, and that's one of the reasons why we brought in the legislation in regards to children. I think the member's got to be careful when she tries to make accusations of me when I do my responsibility as a parliamentary secretary in regards to legislative suggestions that are outside of scope. And that's what it is that the member is referring to when she made reference to my comments to another member. And it is somewhat unfortunate because I have been very much diligent on this issue because it's an important issue to my constituents, Mr. Speaker. Also, when I think in terms of reconciliation, this is a significant step forward. But it is not the first step, Madam Speaker, nor will it be the last step. I think it's important that we recognize, when you take a look at the holistic approach about the calls for action, the Truth and Reconciliation, you know, many of us follow in a very real and tangible way what Indigenous leaders are telling us and acting where we can. And we have seen things such as the statutory holiday brought in, Madam Speaker, under this government. We have seen the opportunity enhanced significantly due to the leadership of Indigenous people in regards to children in form of legislation. We've seen the reinforcement of things such as language as part of heritage brought in. In fact, Madam Speaker, if you take a look at it, 94 calls for action. And when you look at the total number, you're probably talking somewhere in the neighborhood of, let's say, 80%, just above 80%, where the federal government has the entire scope or shares responsibility. And a vast majority of those are either in significant progress has been made or actually done, Madam Speaker. So some might try to paint a dark cloud over the calls for action, when I would suggest to you, Madam Speaker, that those members that paint that dark cloud need to take a look in terms of maybe what other previous governments have done to show some contrast. And, Madam Speaker, as I indicated,
I just want to remind members there'll be an opportunity for questions and comments. I know this is a very important issue and it's very passionate as well, so I would just ask members to please wait till the appropriate time to make comments or wish to ask questions. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, and I'm pointing out the fact of all of the calls for action are important. And not only is it important that we work on the ones that we are solely responsible for or jointly, but we also do what we can for those that we are not. It wasn't that long ago, for example, in which it was the call for action number 58 in regards to the Pope's apology, where the Prime Minister and others. Madam Speaker.
Order, the Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to make the point here that what's offensive is a parliamentary secretary referring to other members having to reflect on themselves, especially when he can park that himself.
The honourable member is raising points of debate and not points of order. I do want to remind members to please be cordial in the House. As I indicated a while ago, this is a very sensitive matter, and I would hope that there would be respect within the House, whether individuals are supportive or not supportive of what is being said. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Point of order. The member from Winnipeg North is referring to me, and I will take the time to respond during questions, Madam Speaker, but I just would like to remind the member of his colonial behaviour when he's telling an Indigenous woman that I should be thankful with his government's continued violation of our rights, including not respecting and fighting against EI amendments that would make this legislation align with the United Nations Declaration on the Rights.
I just want to remind, again, I want to remind the honourable members that these are not points of orders. They are points of debate. I know that it's, again, it's a very sensitive matter, but it's also a very important piece of legislation. And I just want to make sure, because I know that the changes and the impacts that this does is great, and I know that I just want to remind members that they will have an opportunity to ask questions and comments. The points of order, the honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
I would also, in terms of decorum in the House, that maybe as a white male, maybe he needs to check his privilege at the door lecturing an Indigenous woman about how we should feel about bringing our kids home that maybe because he represents a riding with the highest number of kids in care, that maybe when he drops name of women in our community that I also work with, he shouldn't objectify Indigenous women in the House of Commons.
Again,
Thank you, Madam.
I just want to again remind members that there are opportunities for questions and comments. These are points of debate, and the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, the matter that we're debating today is actually a good, positive story. We have there are Indigenous communities from coast to coast to coast that have recognized and worked alongside and in many ways led on the initiative with the Government of Canada in bringing forward the National Council for Reconciliation. And I emphasize the importance of the recommendations or all the calls for action, because that is one of the issues in which the Council itself will continue to monitor. So everything that I've said, Madam Speaker, is something in which the Council itself will be taking a look at, and ultimately holding governments of whatever political stripe to some sense of accountability in regards to Indigenous-led reconciliation and issues, Madam Speaker. And I believe that that is a positive thing. As I believe this government has been very progressive and moving forward with good intent, often following the leadership of Indigenous people in dealing with calls for action. Today's call for action, Madam Speaker, is number 53. And I'd like to read specifically in terms of what the call for action 53 says. We call upon the Parliament of Canada in consultation and collaboration with Aboriginal peoples to enact legislation to establish a National Council for Reconciliation. The legislation would establish the Council as an independent national oversight body with membership jointly appointed by the Government of Canada and national Aboriginal organizations and consisting of Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal members. Its mandate would include, but not be limited to the following. I, monitor, evaluate, and report annually to Parliament and the people of Canada on the Government of Canada's post-apology progress on reconciliation to ensure that the government accountability for reconciling the relationship between Aboriginal peoples and the Crown is maintained in the coming years. 2, monitor, evaluate, and report to Parliament and the people of Canada on reconciliation progress across all levels and sectors of Canadian society, including the implementation of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission and of Canada's calls to action. 3I, develop and implement the multi-year National Action Plan for Reconciliation, which includes research and policy development, public education, programs, and resources. And 4I, promote public dialogue, public-private partnerships, and public initiatives for reconciliation. Madam Speaker, that is the call for action number 53. But it also deals with calls for action 54, 55, and 56. If not in its entirety, in good part, Madam Speaker, I believe that something that has been driven through Indigenous leadership, that we've got to the point where we are today. There were amendments that were brought forward by the Senate to further enhance Bill C-29. And if I were just to quickly highlight those amendments, Madam Speaker, to use of the term Indigenous governing body, purpose of the Council, narrowing and defining the scope of the Council's functions, clarifying English and French, Indigenous governing bodies and duty to consult, bilateral mechanisms, tabling the annual report, functions of the Council, disclosure of information by the Government of Canada, preamble to use First Nations, Inuit, and Métis. Now, Madam Speaker, I say that because I believe that at the end of the day, that there has been a great deal of effort that has gone far beyond any one individual or political party. And as I've said in my comments thus far, it has been led and driven by Indigenous community leaders. And the reflection of what we're debating today is on the results of that, Madam Speaker. Not only did the House here review, debate, have it go to committee, and then ultimately pass it, but likewise the Senate of Canada has also recognized through its process of how that legislation could be further enhanced. And I believe that the Senate has done a wonderful service in working with Indigenous people in making sure, and what I believe is that the legislation is healthier as a direct result. There are many members inside the chamber, including myself, that would like to be able to see this legislation pass sooner as opposed to later. We recognize, Madam Speaker, that at the end of the day, this legislative agenda is fairly packed. There's a lot of things on the government agenda. We've called this, and even though we've had debates on it, hopefully we will get some sense from all members in terms of its support generally, Madam Speaker. I believe once it's all said and done, that there is a lot more that we can do. You know, the location of the office, I believe, is yet to be determined. I would like to hopefully see it be in the city of Winnipeg. And the reason why I suggest that is because as a government, we committed, I believe it was just under $60 million, Madam Speaker, to a permanent home for the National Centre, Madam Speaker. And that is something which I believe will be a great resource going forward. You know, I have had the opportunity to be able to take and look at how it is that all of us can play a role into reconciliation. And I was really quite impressed when one of the local schools, just recently in Seven Oaks School Division, decided that they wanted to fly an Indigenous flag alongside the Canadian flag at the front of the school, Madam Speaker. And it was actually driven by children. It was the children that started that campaign and wrote to the school superintendent. The superintendent is the one that ultimately first came back, I must say, Madam Speaker, my understanding was, first came back saying, well, maybe we can just put up a flag stand attached to the school. But the children of this elementary school, Madam Speaker, said no, they would like to have a permanent pole. So the superintendent ultimately took it to the school division as an idea that comes out of this classroom, or out of the school. Well, Madam Speaker, at the end of the day, that flag is flying there today alongside the Canadian flag. There was a wonderful feeling that was in that gymnasium with all these elementary schools, and they actually brought back a couple of the students that were in, I think it was grade 6 at the time when they initiated the letter campaign. And whether it was the individuals that spoke, but I felt the most touching part was when you had the children going up to the mic, talking about reconciliation and why it was important, Madam Speaker. And for me, education is an important aspect to reconciliation. All people of all backgrounds need to be engaged in the process. On the statutory holiday where I walk along with Indigenous people and others, when I go to the St. John's Park in recognition of Indigenous reconciliation, it's more than Indigenous people that are there, Madam Speaker. And I think that's an important component to this. And we see that in the makeup of the council itself, where there will be the opportunity to be able to recognize through education, through accountability and transparency in terms of how it is that we continue to move forward, no matter what political entity is in power. I like to think that we all have a role to play, Madam Speaker. I look forward to continuing the debate, whether it's on the National Council, children, language, the statutory holiday that I just made reference to, the murdered Indigenous women and children, which I must say, Madam Speaker, there are still Indigenous women and children that are going missing and are being murdered. These are issues that I very much I like to think most, if not all, members of the House give serious thought to, and by doing that they get behind positive legislation such as that we're debating today, Madam Speaker. I hope the legislation passes quickly and passes with unanimous support. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And comments. The Honourable for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader for his speech. You know, he's right. I agree the children are the future. And, you know, it warms my heart to hear the children of Anjanon singing O Canada at the Remembrance Day ceremonies in Sarnia-Lambton. But I think we need more. We need more action. And there's been very slow progress on the Truth and Reconciliation 92 recommendations, slow progress on murdered and missing Aboriginal women recommendations. And so how is this council really, outside of the government, going to do anything to press the government to accelerate their efforts in reconciliation?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Madam Speaker, one of the powers within the council is to get a proper recording from departments and provide reports. There is going to be, I believe, which will in fact be Indigenous-led, accountability to the different levels of government. As I indicated, it's just not Ottawa. There are things that happen within our provinces, within our municipalities, within communities of all size and aspects. We all need to play a role in it. And I believe the council is going to be in a wonderful position to ensure that there is accountability at all levels. I honestly believe at the end of the day, that is going to be the greatest value in terms of this particular call for action.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for L'Honorable Député de Beauport.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Reconciliation is essential. And I was wondering, because I've been looking through the bill, I see the mission is there, but there's still something that's unclear. The most racist law in Canada is the Indian Act. Can my colleague say if this bill will allow the Commission to suggest amendments to the most racist law in Canada?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I was first elected back in 1988, and I can tell you, even as far back as April of 1988, people were talking about the Indian Act and it being a very racial imposed legislation. And I don't fully understand the rationale or the reasons as to why it even exists today. I would like to think that the Council will, in fact, play some role into the future dealing with the Indian Act.
Questions and comments? The Honourable from Winnipeg Centre.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I know my honourable colleague from Winnipeg North tried to boast about how much progress his government has made, especially when he talked about the crisis of murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls. By the way, the Yellowhead Institute just came out. They completed 0 calls for justice in 2023. But going back to the amendment that I proposed in committee, which would make sure that the legislation is conforming with Bill C-15, and I'm going to read it very quickly. It says, for greater certainty in this part, a reference to the placement of one or more children with the claimant for the purpose of adoption includes a situation in which one or more Indigenous children are placed in accordance with the customs and traditions of the Indigenous group, community, or people to which they belong with the claimant, other than their parent, for the purpose of giving the claimant primary responsibility for providing to their day-to-day care, which would mean that we can keep our kids in our home. The core of reconciliation, the reason why we have it in the first place is because they kidnapped our kids and brought them into residential school. There are more kids in care now than at the height of residential school. If this member is so dedicated to reconciliation, I'm wondering why he won't bring our kids home and support this amendment.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I left the Manitoba Legislature in 2010. I believe it was Billy Bishop, don't quote me on the name, but a child advocate said that Manitoba was in a child care crisis. Well over 10,000 children were actually in foster homes or being taken away from biological parents. I'll remind the member that that was an NDP government. And, Madam Speaker, at the end of the day, not much has actually changed in the province of Manitoba. And when you predate, that's one of the reasons why we needed the legislation as a part of the call for action, Madam Speaker. That's why we brought forward the legislation to better enable the communities, the Indigenous leaders, Madam Speaker, to be able to take more control, because provinces and some governments, like the provincial government, when I was in opposition, didn't do anything to address the issue, Madam Speaker. They had the opportunity, Madam Speaker, also.
I want to remind members they have an opportunity to ask questions. They should wait for the answer, and I know that it may not be the answer that they're looking for, but if they wish to add, they should wait until it's time for questions and comments again. Questions and comments? The Honourable for Saanich Gulf Islands.
An honourable colleague from Winnipeg North has, in congratulating his party and his government for bringing in UNDRIP, invited the inescapable question: how did this government ignore UNDRIP, violate UNDRIP, by approving putting the Crown Corporation we own it Trans Mountain Pipeline expansion permission to drill right through, dredge right through the most sacred territory of the Secwepemc and Secwepemc First Nation, right through their area called the Pipsell, which Trans Mountain had promised they would never touch until they changed their mind.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I think that we got to bring it back to the focus of the National Council, and its primary responsibility in good part is dealing with the calls for action. The reason why I raised the calls for action is because there's 94 of them, and out of those 94, a majority of them are in fact the sole or joint responsibility for the federal government. Not only just the federal government, other levels of government, other stakeholders, if I can put it that way, Madam Speaker, need to be held to account also. The federal government continues to work. We can still do more. I'm not saying that as a government we've done everything that we can. We continue to work, and we will continue to work on this critical file, Madam Speaker. The National Council is going to ultimately complement and ensure that that high sense of accountability, transparency continues on well into the future, because its job in good part is going to ensure that the calls for action are in fact not only reported on, but ultimately implemented. That is a good thing, and I think we need to remain focused on that, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's an honor for me to speak on this very important bill. I was listening to my colleague's speech, and he said how important it is that all people need to be engaged, and I agree with him. So my question is, why the Liberals are excluding the Congress of Aboriginal Peoples. Now, this group, Madam Speaker, was founded in 1971. It's the largest group representing Aboriginal peoples in Canada who live off reserve, and as of 2011, over 70% of Aboriginal people lived off reserve. So if we really believe all people need to be engaged, why would they not allow such a large group to be participating in this? And will it affect the legitimacy? Could you please explain why this extremely large group was left out?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Madam Speaker, in many different ways, over the last while now, we've had a considerable amount of work and consultation that was done, not only by the Government of Canada. Indigenous communities that, in good part, led the way, also did a considerable amount of consultation, from what I understand. And if the member has something very specific, like he's just said, I would suggest that he bring it up to the current minister to see if anything can be done on it.
I'll take a brief answer. The question, the Honourable Deputy House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just very quickly, I remember in the Parliamentary Secretary's speech, he was talking about the location specifically of the National Council for Reconciliation. He suggested Winnipeg. I'm wondering if he can expand on why he thinks that Winnipeg would be the best choice for that.
Answer from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I believe because the University of Manitoba and the efforts that they've put in terms of working with the federal government and Indigenous leadership is now going to be investing tens of millions of dollars. That's going to be on site dealing with truth and reconciliation. I'm hoping, it's not for me to make that decision, but I'm hoping it lands in Winnipeg.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brox.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It is an honor once again to rise and speak on Bill C-29. This flawed bill was the government's attempt over 9 years in office to address the Truth and Reconciliation Commission calls to action number 53 through 56. And indeed, since 2015, Speaker, the Liberal government, for all their rhetoric on reconciliation, continues to ignore Indigenous voices. They break promises and perpetuate the archaic, broken, and paternalistic Ottawa knows best approach to Indigenous issues. And we don't have to look very far, Speaker. The Chiefs of Ontario, which represents more than 130 First Nations in the province, filed for a judicial review because this Liberal coalition government refuses to listen to Indigenous communities to axe the carbon tax. The First Nations argue that the imposition of the price on carbon is leaving their communities worse off than others in Canada and breaching the principles of true reconciliation. Abram Benedict, the Grand Chief for the Mohawk Council of Akwesasne, said that people feel their rights are being violated. The Chiefs want the federal government to redevelop the policy with their communities by either exempting First Nations people from the price on carbon or allowing them to recoup all the costs associated with the system. Many First Nations members can't benefit from the rebate, Speaker, delivered under the pricing mechanism because the payments are linked to income taxes which aren't collected from individuals working on reserves. The leadership also argues the price on carbon places a burden on their constitutionally protected rights to hunt, harvest, or fish on their traditional territory because of the added fuel costs for all-terrain vehicles, trucks, boats, and snowmobiles. Furthermore, Speaker, with respect to the long-anticipated National Loan Guarantee Program, this Liberal government has remained silent on the details. Indigenous leaders are very concerned that oil and gas will not be included, sidelining over $300 billion in projects over the next decade and $40 billion in LNG projects ready to go next year. Indigenous leaders are asking for details, but this government refuses to engage with them and give them the details they actually need to plan. Speaker, this isn't reconciliation. This is alienation. This leads me to Bill C-29 and the National Council for Reconciliation Act. Speaking previously, I made it clear that it was important to use a consensus-building approach to improve this piece of legislation. Bill C-29 deserved, in its formation, a responsible look at areas where it needed improvement. At second reading, I pointed out that Bill C-29's foundation was cracked and will need some care and attention at committee if the government hopes to provide a workable council that is respected by all leaders, all communities, and organizations across Canada. I wanted to make sure that all 5 Indigenous national organizations were represented, not just the 3 that were in the actual original bill, notably the Native Women's Association of Canada, or NWAC, and the Congress of Aboriginal Peoples, both of which were ignored. My colleague, the Member of Parliament for Disnethe, Mississippi Churchill River, added that he wanted the following addressed: the transparency and independence in the selection process of the Board of Directors, words that were purposely vague to avoid accountability, the lack of any measurable outcomes, and the fact that it took over 4 years to bring this bill to the House in the first place. And of course, lastly, that the Prime Minister should be the one responding to the Council's annual report, as was the direction in the Calls to Action 56. Speaker, in 2015, the Prime Minister claimed that building a good relationship with Indigenous peoples would be the government's top priority. But I'm not sure the word priority means to this Liberal Prime Minister, but to me it does not mean tabling any Indigenous-related legislation at the last possible minute. Bill C-38 was introduced December 14th, 2022, the last sitting day of a House sitting session. Bill C-53, introduced on June 1st, 2023, the last day of a House sitting session. Bill C-29, of course, introduced June 22nd, 2022, and what do you know? The last day of a session. Speaker, I don't know about you, but the trend certainly does not scream priority to me. Indigenous peoples deserve more than a last-minute Liberal effort. Need I say that while this Prime Minister would love to take credit for being the first to advance reconciliation, it was actually the previous Conservative government that finally issued a formal apology on behalf of Canada to all Indigenous peoples across the country. I believe that actions speak louder than words, which is why I remind this House that 17 of the 19 amendments we put forward were actually passed at committee. Speaker, it is the job of the official opposition to improve legislation where possible and to make it representative of all voices, and that exactly what members on this side of the House did. Unfortunately, Speaker, there was one amendment we proposed that was disproportionately voted down by the other parties, and that is what I would like to discuss for a few minutes. One of the most glaring issues with C-29 is the lack of representation on the National Council for Reconciliation. The bill sets aside 3 seats for the AFN, ITK, and the MNC. three national organizations that the Liberal government almost exclusively deals with when it comes to Indigenous issues across the country. They chose to ignore the other two major organizations, NWAC and CAP. At committee, we got a motion passed to have both organizations recognized in the same manner as the AFN, ITK, and MNC. Yet, when the bill was reported back to the House, the Liberal NDP coalition chose to deliberately vote against the will of their members on committee and remove the Congress of Aboriginal Peoples from the bill. The Liberal NDP coalition chose to ignore the voices of large swaths of urban and poor people. CAP represents over 800,000 off-reserve Indigenous voices, and yet they have no voice when it comes to reconciliation. Speaker, they have been alienated by this government and their supporters. The Conservative senators in the other place tried hard to rectify this, but again, the Prime Minister made sure his Liberal senators defeated that amendment. And Speaker, I often hear in meetings with Indigenous leaders about the importance of economic reconciliation, not to address their own issues with their own resources, but to also return to a sense of self-sufficiency and honor to a people that have had it stripped away by the paternalistic, archaic, and irreparably broken Indian Act. We also put forward an amendment to add a seat on the board of directors for someone from an Indigenous organization that is focused on economic reconciliation. With many options available from a whole list of organizations, they're all doing great work in this sphere. Finding a well-established organization that has done historic work in creating economic opportunity for Indigenous people would not have been a barrier. The lack of support for this amendment, it should be pointed out, came at the expense of not listening to multiple witnesses who clearly voiced their approval for the inclusion of an economic lens being a part of this board. To ignore these voices discredits the very process of reconciliation. Speaker, as the Shadow Minister for Crown Indigenous Relations and Indigenous Services Canada, I hear regularly from Indigenous groups and leaders across the country how important economic development and prosperity is to reconciliation. Having members with fiscal expertise on a commission directly focused on advancing reconciliation seems like a key component to ensuring an economic lens is at the forefront of their work. Instead, Speaker, obstruction comes from this Liberal NDP coalition who looked down upon the Conservatives with encouragement for economic reconciliation. We need to establish, Speaker, an economic national dialogue with Indigenous leadership and organizations to remove the bureaucratic barriers to economic prosperity that exist at Indigenous Services Canada and Crown Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs Canada, with a goal of phasing out these government bureaucracies altogether. Conservatives are moving in this direction with a recent announcement of the grassroots, Indigenous-led First Nations resource charge. Common sense Conservatives are ready to dismantle the Ottawa Knows Best archaic and paternalistic way of doing things. For hundreds of years, First Nations have suffered under a broken colonial system that takes power away from their communities and places it in the hands of politicians in Ottawa. The Indian Act hands over all reserve land and money to the federal government. This means that First Nations must go to Ottawa to ask for their tax revenues collected from resource projects on their lands. This outdated system puts power in the hands of bureaucrats, politicians, and lobbyists, not First Nations. The direct results of this Ottawa Knows Best approach has been poverty, substandard infrastructure, housing, and unsafe drinking water. The First Nations resource charge is a signal to Indigenous peoples that the Conservatives recognize there is a need to correct the fiscal imbalance between Indigenous and non-Indigenous communities to ensure they receive stable annual fiscal benefits and to advance reconciliation by promoting First Nation self-determination and economic development. We tried to do this with Bill C-29 as well, Speaker, yet the Liberals were not interested in hearing from the voices of off-reserve Indigenous peoples or even consider economic reconciliation on a national committee tasked with reconciliation. Speaker, Conservatives continue to observe Liberal and NDP MPs aggressively challenging Indigenous leaders who have appeared as witnesses at the Indigenous and Northern Affairs Committee advocating for economic reconciliation. And unfortunately, I find myself asking why. There is there is an aversion, it seems, to even having a discussion on economic reconciliation. So that tells me something doesn't add up. What is it about Indigenous peoples being the creators of their own destiny that they dislike? What is it about empowering the creation of healthy, strong, and vibrant communities through prosperity that they don't like? What is it about using own source revenue from true partnerships that solve the long withstanding social issues that they dislike? What is it about leaving behind the destructive grip of poverty to offer hope and opportunity to future generations that they dislike? Why won't this Liberal government listen to what Indigenous people are trying to tell them? And sadly, the answer, Speaker, is that they are more concerned with political power and control. By imposing their own views, rather than listening to Indigenous voices, they create the same environment that Indigenous peoples have lived under for far too long in this country. One group's worldviews and political opinions forced upon another. And Speaker, this past week I heard I'm on not one but many different occasions that the Minister of Indigenous Services claims that her department is focused on co-development within First Nations. And the Prime Minister even stood in this House and said the term co-develop as well. Now, Speaker, this sounds like another Liberal buzzword used to create the illusion of equal partnership between Indigenous leaders and Canada. In fact, in response to the use of the term co-development, First Nations leaders have pushed back and said they aren't sure who this Liberal government is co-developing with, because it sure isn't them. We heard from the Congress of Aboriginal Peoples National Chief Elmer St. Pierre that reconciliation must start with inclusion, adding despite the existing of 5 national Indigenous organizations, the Liberal government seems to be engaging in partisan politics by excluding CAP and the voices of urban Indigenous people. The government's attempt to divide and conquer by selectively recognizing certain Indigenous groups is deeply concerning, states CAP National Vice Chief Kim Beaudoin. In reconciliation, he goes on, cannot be defined to reserves alone, as the majority of Indigenous peoples now reside in urban and rural areas, demanding their voices be heard too. What an embarrassing indictment of this government, Speaker. To make matters worse, one of the 3 original council members, the ITK, an organization that represents Inuit peoples, has withdrawn its support for C-29. ITK President Nathan Obed fears that reconciliation body created by this bill could undermine ongoing Inuit work to build a direct relationship with the federal government and advance Inuit rights and interests, and that the bill, as it stands, also does little to make the federal government accountable for fulfilling its obligations on reconciliation. On the issue of co-development, which the Liberals insist is how they do business, President Obed said it has been a debacle on the Inuit side on whether or not we would describe how we've interacted with the federal government as co-developed. These terms are largely subjective, and we wanted to make them more clear. CAP National Chief Elmer St. Pierre was far less forgiving, saying this extraordinary move by the Liberals is a slap in the face to thousands of survivors who live off reserve. For 7 years now, the Liberals have trumpeted the importance of reconciliation, but this exclusion reveals their true colors. It's time to fundamentally change this approach. Speaker, much of my work on this file was shared by my colleague, I mentioned him earlier, the member from Disnethe, Mississippi, Churchill River. In fact, it was that member who shepherded Bill C-29 through the House, and I want to take a moment to thank him for his work on this file. And out of respect for his work on this file, I'd like to share a story from his riding, which really highlights the changes that are already happening on the ground in northern Saskatchewan. Having spent time with Pelican Lake First Nation Chief Peter Bill, the RCMP, and 2 of Pelican Lake's own community safety officers, the member asked how the newly established community safety officer program was going. Chief Bill replied that the community now has 6 full-time employees, had their own fully equipped vehicles, and were in the process of training more officers. The RCMP also explained how helpful the program had been in the overall safety of the community. And how did Pelican Lake First Nation pay for this community service officer program? In fact, Speaker, it was their own source revenue generated from their forestry business. They invested the profits to assist the overall health of the community instead of waiting around for years while the government and the bureaucrats plan and meet and plan and meet and make frameworks and charts and graphs to do benefit announcements, benefit assessments, feasibility studies, or use the signing of MOUs for photo ops. Later that day, the member from Disnethe, Mississippi Churchill River was at Flying Dust First Nation to participate in a walk of solidarity with residential school survivors. And on that walk, Speaker, he saw the hockey rink that was built a few years ago, and beside it, the newly built 6,000 square foot sporting goods store and facility called Snipe and Selly. And if you were to look in the other direction, Speaker, you would find the new Petro-Canada gas station located right on the highway. For the member, it was a stark reminder of what MLTC Vice Chair Richard DeRoche had mentioned to him earlier in the day when he spoke positively on reconciliation. He shared that his wish was one day when people were either visiting or driving through the area that they would not be able to recognize when they were leaving Flying Dust First Nation and entering Meadow Lake. Generating prosperity through economic development works. It's a shame this was not recognized by the government. The existing model of federal public servants determining who is and who isn't ready for self-government needs to change. Reconciliation must be centered on the future of Indigenous peoples, not which is in the best interest of this Liberal government. By modernizing our approach to Indigenous partnerships, we modernize Canada, and we will usher in a new age of economic prosperity and equality of opportunity. Conservatives promote and believe in economic reconciliation because it is the solution to eradicating poverty and with it the social ills that poverty creates. By putting control back in the hands of Indigenous peoples, they can begin to manage prosperity instead of poverty and take concrete steps to healing through self-determination. Conservatives support off-reserve and non-status Indigenous peoples. And unlike the Liberals and NDP, we have demonstrated this publicly with our support for the Congress of Aboriginal Peoples' inclusion on the National Council for Reconciliation. The Liberals and their NDP coalition partners effectively silenced those voices of those 800,000 off-reserve and non-status Indigenous peoples when they voted against amendments that would have included CAP on the National Council for Reconciliation. Let the record show that it was the Liberal, NDP, and Bloc members who stood against the addition of economic reconciliation to the National Council, while Conservatives recognized the importance of consultation and to hear from as many diverse Indigenous voices as possible. Speaker, to conclude, I'm proud of the work our Conservative team did in making Bill C-29 a better version than what originally came to this House. Thank you.
Question et commentaire. The honourable member from Nunavut.
And I'd like to thank the member for his intervention. I'd like to remind the member that the bill speaks to requiring the National Council on Reconciliation to have a minimum of 9 members and a maximum of 13, and that just because it names 4 organizations, that it doesn't exclude others from becoming board members of the National Council for Reconciliation. Can the member agree that there is nothing in this legislation that states that CAP shall not be a member of the National Council for Reconciliation?
The honourable member from Peterborough, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Halliburton, Kawartha. That's all right. Same general area-ish, somewhat. That's okay. Peterborough County is part of my riding too. Kevin Monaghan in Peterborough County. I want to thank the member from the NDP for that question and do appreciate her work on committee. She is correct. There is nothing really saying that CAP cannot be on this board, but the point was that there were spaces set aside for ITK, MNC, the AFN, and then the Native Women's Institute, NWAC, for guaranteed spots on this panel. And what our point was, and what we were trying to make, is that if you're talking First Nations, for sure, the vast majority live off-reserve, and this is a group that not only represents off-reserve Indigenous peoples, they also represent Métis and other Indigenous peoples. So you have a governing body that represents so many voices that may or may not be guaranteed a seat on that committee. And when you're looking at the structure, this is the overall arching body. It's important to have those voices on this board. So that's what our point was. They should be included, not excluded.
The honourable member from Winnipeg South Centre.
Oh, thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. I've got a lot of respect for my colleague along the way. I've enjoyed my time in committee with him. I'm a little disappointed that his speech was verbatim from what appears to be a Conservative staffer, because there were a few things written in there that perhaps he may want to reflect on. If I understood correctly, there was reference to aggressive questioning at committee by members on the Liberal and New Democrat side. He referred to an obstruction or an interference with economic reconciliation. And he also talked about, I think it was phrased in the form of a question, what don't they like about allowing Indigenous people to be creators of their own destiny. I note, Mr. Speaker, that on that committee that I'm proud to sit on, the member from Nunavut, the member from the Northwest Territories, and the member from Sydney, Victoria are all Indigenous. I just want the member to clarify, is he suggesting that the 3 Indigenous members of this committee are interfering with the ability of their people to create their own destiny? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes Brock.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and thank you for the question from my colleague across the way. I think the point was that the government itself is creating policies that prohibit or severely stunt the growth of the oil and gas sector, even the mining industry, lumber, our natural resources, a lot of which are on First Nations land, and a lot of which have the ability to create wealth in those communities with jobs and opportunity. And it's bills like C-69 and others that are hampering that growth. It's policies that they're using behind the scenes to stop those investors from investing in the first place and creating those jobs, opportunity, and wealth. They're creating that continued dependence on the government for these handouts that what I'm talking about. And the handouts are in the form of program funding. So when you do have a project, so you have the resources leaving the community, then the community has to turn around and go to Ottawa to ask for it back. We think that system's broken. We think the status quo isn't working. We think there is actually a better way, and the better way is listening to First Nations themselves, these leaders in the community, like the Tax Commission, like the First Nations Financial Management Board, and many others doing amazing work that want to change how the status quo is being operated. And that's what we support.
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. I listened closely to the speeches by my various colleagues regarding funding for the National Reconciliation Council. Where will it come from? We're talking here about adding investigators and about recommendations and needs. Where will that budget come from? The bill does not mention it. Thank you.
From Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes Brock.
Thank you very much, Speaker. We're not actually sure. You're right. The bill does not actually mention that. And that's one of the many questions that we had in committee with this bill, with this piece of legislation. And we tried our best to bring it up. As I said, there were lots of voices that we had in committee that talked about putting a reserved seat for an organization that focused on economic reconciliation for Indigenous peoples. Unfortunately, that did not go through, but I still think the point's still the same. I think it's important to have that lens when we're talking about reconciliation. Otherwise, we still have this broken system that is failing Indigenous people, and it's time to change.
The honourable member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to congratulate my colleague on an excellent speech and his excellent work. I wanted to ask him a question about economic reconciliation as it relates to procurement. And one of the ways that we advance economic reconciliation, of course, is that we seek to ensure that government procurement is available to Indigenous-owned businesses, as well as businesses owned by other maybe historically disadvantaged communities. That there aren't aspects of the procurement system that are excluding people that have been historically disadvantaged. One of the problems we've seen as we've unraveled the Arrive scam, looking at the Auditor General report, is that there are systems built into government procurement which are designed to advantage incumbent players. That is, you have to have had a certain number of contracts with the Government of Canada already, which means that if you're someone that hasn't dealt with the government before, you started a new business, maybe you've had other governments as clients, but you've never sold products to the federal government before, that you're systematically disadvantaged. And so in the past, I've heard from stakeholders, for instance, saying, well, how come we're not meeting our targets in terms of Indigenous-owned businesses getting government procurement? And then we find out in the context of this, the Procurement Ombudsman's report, that in fact one of the reasons is probably that there is a systematic advantage as a result of the way the system is designed that steers towards incumbent players, steers towards insiders, even if other people have innovative ideas. So I'd be curious for the members' thoughts on how we can advance economic reconciliation by addressing some of the issues in the Arrive scam scandal and more broadly that prevent new entrants from participating in government procurement.
The honourable member from Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you to my friend from Alberta for that great question and the great point. We as a party believe in reducing and eliminating these barriers to entry, these barriers to competition, but those that believe in big government, they quite enjoy these barriers, right? Because you have these big companies that only the government department has to deal with a few of these. This is why economic reconciliation is so important. When you're creating these jobs, the opportunity and wealth, these businesses will spark up. You will have, as long as you create the environment for them to do so, and the entry to the marketplace, by reducing those barriers, you will have that opportunity. You will have those jobs sparking up in the oil and gas, in lumber, in mining, you name it. There are many opportunities here in Canada. We've just handcuffed ourselves to the point where these businesses, unless you're a big player, as my friend mentioned, it's very difficult to get into the field. So abundance equals peace. Let's have more jobs, opportunity, and wealth for all.
Nous avons
We have time for a 30-second question and a 30-second answer.
From Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his dedication to advancing reconciliation in all ways as he moves forward. And I was just wondering if he could talk a little bit more about the innate nature of economic reconciliation and what it means for Indigenous people he discusses with.
The member for that brief question and an equally brief answer from the member from Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you to my friend from Cold Lake for her leadership on this file. It's been great serving with her in the committee the last few weeks, and appreciate her views on this very important file. And she points out something that is really important, is the fact that even in my speech I mentioned the fact that Indigenous peoples are then able to, with this wealth, with this revenue stream, are able to create their own path and not having to ask Ottawa for permission to do so, and that's the way it should be, Speaker.
Reprise du débat, resuming debate. The member from Winnipeg Centre.
Speaker, and it's such an honor to rise today to talk about Bill C-29. And I want to let you know that the NDP wants this bill to pass, and I'm always very honored to work with my good colleague from Nunavut and all the effort she put to amend this legislation to make it much stronger. If we want to reconcile in this country, we must focus on children and families. And I say that, Mr. Speaker, because I want to go back to why we have to have these discussions in the House to begin with. And it's the country to try and reconcile, as they affirmed in the Haida Nation case, the sovereignty of Indigenous people with this assumed sovereignty of the Crown. And I share that because it was an assumed sovereignty that began a violent genocide of Indigenous people in Canada that began with the dispossession of lands and led to the dispossession and the kidnapping of our children, taking them off to residential schools where they experienced all kinds of abuses, Mr. Speaker. And it's important to note that as we sit here in the House debating this bill today, that there are more kids now in the child welfare system than at the height of reconciliation, or than at the height of residential schools. And we will not reconcile in this country until all governments make a concerted effort to bring our kids home. But yet that doesn't happen. That doesn't happen in real time, even though in the last session, this government, the Liberal government, and I worked on this legislation in committee making amendments, passed Bill C-15. I'd like to read Article 5 of Bill C-15, and it says the following. Under consistency, the Government of Canada must, in consultation and cooperation with Indigenous peoples, take all measures necessary to ensure that the laws of Canada are consistent with the Declaration. And I share that, Mr. Speaker, because at every turn on matters impacting children, this government, the Liberal government, continues to not support the free, prior, and informed consent of Indigenous people to make decisions about our own children. I'll give you an example. The National Child Care Strategy, up until the NDP amendment, did not support the inclusion of honoring the free, prior, and informed consent of Indigenous peoples to make decisions on matters impacting our children. Why is this significant? One, because the government is obliged to ensure that all legislation is compatible now with the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. And two, because one of the most serious violations that has reverberated in our communities and had lasting impacts is when they robbed us of our children and shipped them off to residential schools. And I've said in speeches before, Mr. Speaker, I can't even imagine as a mother the pain that reverberated in our communities when they fell silent each September, when they stole our children. Many who never returned home. And I share that, Mr. Speaker, because every day, even now, we have a growing movement of residential school denialism, where survivors and descendants have to confirm the fact that genocide did occur in residential schools, that many of our children did not, in fact, return home and are buried around schools around the country. What school needs to have a graveyard, Mr. Speaker? What school is built with a graveyard attached? There was nothing about these schools that were about education. And I say that because although this government talks a good game of reconciliation, although it passed Bill C-15 in the last Parliament, it's one thing to pass a bill, it's another thing to change colonial behavior, a tradition of colonial violence in this place, including something that I had to experience today, having the member from Winnipeg North lecturing me about the dark cloud that I place on this place when I talk about the ongoing genocide of Indigenous women and girls. When I complain about the fact that this government has not moved fast enough around the crisis of murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls.
Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, I didn't attribute anything to that specific member, and I will continue to listen to what she's saying, but I did not contribute it to her.
Point of order, the honourable member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, the member has risen on a point of order that is not a point of order. It's a point of debate. If he thinks that the member is mistaken in some substantive point she made in her speech, the appropriate time to raise that would be during questions and comments, but we shouldn't be using points of order to make points of argument.
Noted. The Honourable, I'm reluctant to interrupt the Honourable Member from Winnipeg Centre's very poignant speech. The Honourable Member from Windsor West, rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was here at that time, and you could feel it.
Okay, so that's not a point of order, and a lot of things aren't points of order. I'd like the Honourable Member from Winnipeg Centre to please continue with her speech.
Just pointing out, he did mention Winnipeg Centre, so I did assume that it was towards me when you say my riding, that the comments were made towards me. However, let's leave that. Going back to what I was saying and the fact that he felt a need to defend himself in the middle of my speech, another example of what I had requested in my point of order for him to leave, through you, Mr. Speaker, his white male privilege at the door and not tell Indigenous women what to talk about when they're talking about Indigenous kids. The reason we're here today is because of the violent kidnapping of our kids that has had lasting impacts on our families. And going back to the dark cloud that our parents and families felt when they robbed our kids, leaving our community silent. Can you imagine being in a community without laughter, without play? I can't imagine that. Having the privilege of actually being able to raise my son for somebody for no reason other than who I am and where I was born, to be able to steal my child and have that legislated. That's why these amendments are so critical to legislation if we're going to reconcile and honor this new bill, Bill C-29. That's why amending legislation so it's compatible, especially on matters impacting our children, is so critical. Especially because not only, I would argue through you, Mr. Speaker, that this government is violating their own law, their own constitution, by not ensuring legislation is compatible with Bill C-15, as we saw with the child care legislation in the last session that we managed to get through in committee. Now they're going so far as going against amendments to make the legislation compatible with the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People and trying to overturn it, Mr. Speaker, in the House. If this government is not willing to give our kids back, if this government is not willing to give our kids back when we have more kids in child welfare than the height of residential school, when we know that 90% of kids in care are Indigenous, the fact that all this new adoptive care legislation will probably not apply to 90% of parents, leaving once again the financial burden on families to care for their children, this government is not ready to reconcile. This government is not ready to reconcile, like the fact that it took over 13 non-compliance orders in the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal ruling to let them know they were intentionally racially discriminating against Indigenous kids on reserve, First Nations kids on reserve, on matters impacting child welfare. 13, to finally come up with a settlement that was $17 billion less than what was ordered by the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal ruling, $17 billion. And then I have to listen to the government all the time talk about how we want reconciliation when we constantly have to fight for the fact that our kids deserve the same as other kids in the country. The fact that I have to go in committee and fight the EI legislation, and I would like to read you the amendment. Once again in this place, an amendment that would allow us to uphold Canadian law,
an amendment that was passed in the committee, even though the Liberal members abstained from this vote. They outright voted against it during the national child care legislation. They're now outright abstaining in this vote and now trying to overturn it in the House because it was passed in committee. I will read you the amendment again. For greater certainty, in this part, a reference to the placement of one or more children with the claimant for the purpose of adoption includes a situation in which one or more Indigenous children are placed in accordance with the customs and traditions of the Indigenous group, community, or people to which they belong with the claimant other than their parent for the purpose of giving the claimant primary responsibility for providing for their day-to-day care. I'd like to refer to the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. In the NDP's attempt to make this legislation compatible, I shall read Article 19. States shall consult and cooperate in good faith with Indigenous peoples concerned through their own representative institutions in order to obtain their free, prior, and informed consent before adopting and implementing legislative or administrative measures that may affect them. 20. Indigenous people have a right to maintain and develop their political, economic, social systems or institutions to be secure in the enjoyment of their own means of subsistence and development, and to engage freely in all their traditional and other economic activities. Indigenous people deprived of their means of subsistence and development are entitled to just and fair redress, and that would include equal benefits under employment under EI. Article 21, Indigenous people have a right without discrimination to the improvement of their economic and social conditions, including inter alia in areas of education, employment, vocational training, and retaining housing, sanitation, health, and social security. States shall take effective measures and, where appropriate, special measures to ensure continuing improvement of their economic and social conditions. Particular attention shall be paid to the rights and special needs of Indigenous elders, women, youth, children, and persons with disabilities. And yet, once again, like the Twilight Zone, I'm here fighting to bring our kids home. I'm here having to plead with the government about if they're ready to really reconcile or not. Now, I've been told that there's this bill by the government, Bill C-54, that they're putting forward, and they want to consult with Indigenous people, to which I reply, you find me one Indigenous person who would argue against the right to raise their children in their own traditions and customs. You find me one. You find me one. Because the kind of things we're used, that we have to consult about, basic human rights, as a stalling mechanism, is another form of institutional racism. I'm going to give you a couple of examples. How do you feel about clean drinking water? Let's consult about that for 4 years. How do you feel about toilets? And how we're going to get a fire truck in your community so your houses don't burn down? Tell me how you feel about that. And then you find me one Indigenous person that feels that they need to consult about human rights and life and death matters at every turn. Yet, I can give you a whole list. I can give you an encyclopedia, in fact. In fact, I can give you the Indian Act that they developed without the free, prior, and informed consent of Indigenous peoples. I can give you 1 million resource extraction projects where militarized police are smashing in doors of Indigenous women, being called out by the United Nations where there was no consultation. Yet, when we say bring our kids home, when we say we want to uphold Canadian law so that this new legislation is aligned with the United Nations Declaration on the rights of Indigenous peoples, something this government is obliged to do. What do they say? Oh, you know, thanks, Leah. Thanks for your work. We need to consult about it. And you know what I call that? Racism. You know what I call that? Systemic racism. You know what I call that? Child welfare, a pipeline to murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls. You know what I call that? A pipeline to the justice system. You know what I call that? The 60 scoop, a loss of identity, and the disruption of our families that we will never get back, and the ongoing genocide of our families. This is shameful. And I am going to call out this shame, Mr. Speaker, unapologetically, because it's time for all governments, without excuse, to bring our kids home. Period. It's time for our kids to get, and our families, to get the same resources as afforded to other families in this country. And you know what I think the problem is, Mr. Speaker? I'm going to be fully transparent here. It's money. It's money. Because 90% of kids in care are Indigenous, so they're going to fight it every step of the way, like they did the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal. And you know what it tells me? We are less than still in this country. Our kids are not as valuable. Our women will continue to go murdered and missing to us LGBTQIA+. You know why? Because they've completed 0 calls for justice in 2023. They finished 13 altogether out of the 81 that they're responsible for as the federal government. And yet, I had to hear a speech about the dark cloud that I place over the head. But I'll tell you something. I'll tell you a dark cloud. I just had a friend have her loved one murdered in an incident involving grotesque police brutality. That's a dark cloud. That's called systemic racism. So if that is dark, if people say, oh, you want your clip, Leah. Oh, there you got your clip, I heard. If that's what they think it's about, I don't care. We're going to bring our kids home, and I'm going to fight this government or any other government that comes in place to give us the resources we need to bring our kids home. And I will not be questioned from a member who has the highest number of kids in care in the whole country, justifying and celebrating how well his government's doing when I'm now once again fighting them so that our families don't have to live in poverty. That is disgusting, and it is racist. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaire. L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague spoke a little bit about the Indian Act, which is based upon ideas that are violent, racist, and colonial. And the former name of that act was even more repugnant. The Indian Act is an amendment to a previous act, and I won't name the previous name here right now. I'd like to ask her, how does she feel that still today, in 2024, a so-called modern, contemporary country that claims to be open and multicultural and progressive can still have an act in place that's called the Indian Act?
The Honourable Member from Winnipeg Centre.
Well, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question, and I'd also like to say, you know, we passed a legislation in the last Parliament. In fact, I worked with the current Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations, amending it, putting this bill forward. We have something, in fact. It's not a lack of legislation. Now it's a fact of pushing for a change of colonial behavior. We have the TRC 94 calls for action. We have the 231 calls for justice at the National Inquiry into murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls that provide a framework and a path forward. We have a legislation, Bill C-15, to make sure any legislation going forward respects the human rights of Indigenous peoples, because we know globally why we needed a declaration is because there's been a universal global violation of Indigenous people throughout the globe of our human rights. I'm just heeding the government's call to act on the very legislation that they supported.
The honourable member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I did want to ask this member a specific question about anti-Indigenous violence and reconciliation. One of the sad continuing examples of anti-Indigenous violence that we've seen in this country has been a series of attacks on churches and Indigenous communities. Many churches and Indigenous communities, sacred spaces for Indigenous Christians steeped in personal and familial traditions and sometimes containing important community records, have been vandalized or burned down. These acts of arson aren't just damaging to property, they're also very dangerous to human life. And I've noticed that we haven't heard anything from the NDP on these incidents. So I want to ask this member, will she join me in condemning these attacks on churches we've seen in Indigenous communities?
The honourable member from Winnipeg Centre.
So I'm kind of concerned with this question because there seems to be a presumption of who's done it. Yep. So I'm not sure who's burning the churches and why he's relating it to this speech. Is he insinuating that it's Indigenous people? Does he have proof of that? Because if he doesn't, I would say that would be a stereotype. I would also call that racist. And so I would ask him first if he had proof, and then I would be willing to discuss it, because without knowing what the answer is, it's really hard for me to answer for him what the root of that issue is. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Windsor West.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her intervention to today's debate and making it relevant in so many ways to not only the history but the future. And so my question to her is to the future. And she mentioned about residential schools in particular and finding grave sites. And the reality is that there's so much more work to do. And I'd like to know from her a recommendation in terms of what we can do to kind of get past that, or at least acknowledge that, and get to the point where a school, again, shouldn't have a history record of youth being buried at it.
The honourable member from Winnipeg Centre.
Well, I think, it's not about getting past it. Like, history's important, right? But I would say that this history continues with the child welfare system. And it's about justice. You can't get past things when things are still in your way that impact your ability to receive justice. For example, the fact that we still have a crisis of murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls. Where's the justice? We need to implement those 81 calls to action. Specifically, I would call all of them, but specifically the 81 still tasks to the federal government to complete. We need to not just read and talk about reconciliation, but we need to implement and lift up the 92 calls for action from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. And we need to ensure that all legislation is compatible with Bill C-15, especially on matters impacting our kids. Like 90% of kids in care are Indigenous. You know why? Because it's called intergenerational impacts of colonization, most specifically residential schools. This government has to allow this amendment to go through. It has to if it's serious about reconciliation.
Honourable Minister for Crown and Indigenous Relations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for a very important speech. I do want to just pick up on the conversation about missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. I know it's an area that's particularly right now really being highlighted. The work that we've been doing for the last several years in order to get both the calls to justice as well as the implementation. I'm wondering if she had mentioned 81 items that are still outstanding from a federal perspective. If she could maybe talk about how the red dress alert, for example, is part of that, because that's one of the things that she had advocated for many years.
The honourable member from Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you to my honourable colleague, and I enjoy working with the minister very much on the red dress. And I have to say that I've appreciated since he's been appointed that in very short order he's actually pushed things forward. That's reconciliation to me. That's called justice. The red dress alert will save lives. It needs to be implemented, however. We've had a number of consultations to date, and we need to get it implemented in short order. We know that it's a crisis. I think, through the consultations we found there's wide support, figuring out what it's going to look like, but the sooner we get it in place, the sooner we will save lives. But again, we should never have to use a red dress alert. We need to deal with the root causes so that we don't even have to use the system. Right now, we're in a crisis. We need something to deal with the end game because the system is so broken that it's resulted in this. And we need to respond to those 81 calls to justice. I look forward to working with this minister to get the red dress out the door as soon as possible.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just in follow-up to my previous question, I thought my question was fairly clear. I characterized these attacks on churches as a form of anti-Indigenous violence. That is, somebody it has in many cases burned down churches on Indigenous communities, and I see this as an attack on those communities. I thought that was clear in my initial question, but I'll repeat the point. I'm in no way making any assumptions or suggestions about who is doing this. I'm concerned about how these attacks on churches, they undermine the religious freedom, but also they're an aspect of destruction of the cultural property of these Indigenous communities. And we have not heard from the NDP statements condemning these attacks on churches. Again, in the spirit of condemning anti-Indigenous violence, I wonder if the member would be willing to join us in condemning these various attacks on churches and Indigenous communities that we've seen.
The honourable member from Winnipeg Centre.
Well, again, I give him the same response. I don't know what the motive was. Who burned down the churches? And secondly, because I don't know that, I can't call it anti-Indigenous violence. I don't know if I haven't heard him debate anti-Indigenous violence when he talks about residential school denialism. I know what the motivation is for that. I know where it's coming from. They're very public about it. I don't have the facts, so I can't assume the motive. That's a basic premise in law. I think as legislators, we can understand that basic premise in law that I can't read into an action where I have no facts. And I don't know what the motive is. Maybe he should do some research. Maybe he would understand potential motives. Or he could talk to officials.
Resuming debate, the honourable member from Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's really outstanding that we are still debating this bill. And in large part, I consulted with my notes the last time I addressed this chamber to speak on this bill. It was November 30th of 2022. And at that time, I highlighted the fact that this bill was missing some important pieces, and specifically it was missing economic reconciliation being a factor. And economic reconciliation was something that was heard throughout testimony on this bill. And it's something that I bring up because it went through, it had tons of witnesses. This was something that was brought forward by a number of witnesses, and yet this bill still contains no actual piece on economic reconciliation. And I believe strongly that economic reconciliation is going to be an integral part in how we go forward and move with these kinds of pieces. And it speaks to the failure to do consultations in advance. The fact that this bill is still here, that we are still in the process of debating this after having numerous amendments, which I am very proud of my Conservative colleagues and all members of the INAN committee that worked to make this bill better. They worked hard to make this bill so much better. in the committee process, and then it went to the Senate and was amended further. And it was amended because the government failed to do adequate consultations before bringing forward this piece of bill. And so, in my estimation, and from everything I have been able to ascertain, that tells me that the bill wasn't done properly to begin with, because typically good bills with adequate consultation don't actually require that many amendments and to be in the chamber for this length of time. And yet this speaks to this government's overall perspective of failing to consult and having a very paternalistic approach to pieces. And so I'm frustrated. I'm frustrated tonight that we're still here debating this bill. I'm frustrated on behalf of many Indigenous people I've talked to in my riding that economic reconciliation still has not come to pass. And I think that this is an important piece because the track record on the legislation before us should be noteworthy, because even though there's cause for some congratulations, and indeed I truly believe this is an important step forward, it's been very frustrating that we brought forward Indigenous partners, we brought forward stakeholders that highlighted a missing piece of economic reconciliation, and it was completely blindsided. And we've also heard that it established a not-for-profit organization to monitor, evaluate, and report the progress that's being made towards reconciliation, and that it responds to calls to action number 53 made by the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. And it's worth noting that last year, the entire year of 2023, the Liberal government that purports to be there for Indigenous people and that is their number one relationship didn't accomplish a single one of the TRC's calls to action. In fact, 94 calls to action, and there are 81 that are still unfulfilled. And this piece of legislation, had they put the work in from the beginning, it would have fulfilled one of those calls to action. And it wasn't stalling from the Conservatives. Conservatives worked quite collaboratively with many members of this House to ensure that things were going forward so that this was going to be the best possible piece of legislation. And so it's just frustrating that we see that there is an oversight body, and yet we're still missing the mark when it comes to some of these pieces. And Conservatives have been supportive of this legislation and the very concept around this legislation from the very beginning. And I want to highlight that fact. So me speaking poorly of this is in the hopes that at some point when a future parliamentarian goes and looks at this and looks at this piece, that they look to see that there were concerns being raised when this bill was first brought forward that highlight this piece being missing. And Dr. Willie Littlechild, I've been actually really fortunate in my time being an elected official to have the great fortune to get to know Dr. Willie Littlechild. He was a chief. He is now a companion of the Order of Canada. He was a member of Parliament for Wetaskiwin and Rimbey. He is truly such an amazing, wonderful man, and great hockey player. You know what? He pretty much did it all. And Dr. Willie Littlechild, when this bill was first introduced in 2022, and I quote, "The Council will be an important tool for Indigenous peoples to hold the government accountable to achieving meaningful change for our peoples. We need to know where we are today as far as reconciliation and how we measure the advancement of reconciliation," end quote. As with almost all Liberal initiatives, the establishment of this council sounds like a very good thing. And indeed, in many respects it is, but now we come to the first problem with Bill C-29. The Act stipulates that the first board of directors is selected by the minister, in quote, in collaboration with a transitional committee. However, the transitional committee was selected by the minister in December of 2021. So this raises some pretty serious questions about how independent the new council will be. And I've seen the body of this council, and the body of the council, and the council is made up by members like Dr. Willie Littlechild. And so I don't have any concern with the members that have been put on this council. However, I believe the mechanism for how it was done was not right. And when I was a kid, my mom used to say, the ends do not justify the means. You have to do things with the right intention along your path for it to be ultimately good. And so I try in every step that I do to remind myself of those important words of my mom, that the ends do not justify the means. And so while I think that the committee and the composition of that council have some amazing, wonderful people that will really help our country move towards reconciliation, it was not done in a consultative way, in a way that I believe moves us further towards reconciliation. And that in of itself is, to me, problematic, because the ends do not justify the means. And when I look at this, we've had so many concerns that have been brought forward by colleagues in my from the Conservatives. I know the NDP brought forward many amendments when it came to council, as did others. And this continuation of the fact that it seemed to be almost rushed, or whatever was the most convenient for the government at the time. And I understand that this is complicated. Reconciliation is not static. Dr. Willie Littlechild, one of the phrases he uses frequently that it's really stuck with me, is that it's not reconciliation, it's reconciliation. And the idea that that we need action. We can't just sit here and continue to consult, continue to get stuck in the bureaucratic processes and the red tape. We really need to reach past that. And how can I make things better? And the fact that we're still here in this chamber a year and a plus after I gave my last speech, still having these conversations about how this bill is better than it was, but it's still not as good as I believe it could be, is very frustrating. And if it's frustrating to me, it has to be intensely frustrating for those that are working towards this. And one of the pieces that's interesting in this bill is it's very prescriptive. And so it sets aside 3 permanent seats, one for the Assembly of First Nations, one for the ITK, and one for the MNC, and those three national organizations that the government has almost exclusively dealt with when it comes to Indigenous issues in the country. But one thing that I've heard very clearly in my role as Member of Parliament for Fort McMurray Cold Lake is that the AFN does not speak for the First Nations specifically in Treaty 8. They speak more broadly, but chiefs that I have chatted with, that I have had the good opportunity to be able to sit down and have conversation with, have told me that the ASCFN does not represent them, and consulting with the AFN is not consulting with them. And they believe that that is an issue when it comes to their inherent treaty rights. And I believe that this is indicative of the overall issue we are facing when it comes to how this government is approaching some of its dealings with Indigenous people. And it is going to some of these larger umbrella organizations rather than having what could be sometimes very tough conversations. We have to do very difficult things as people, but people, I believe, are able to do tough things. I try to live by a space where if I have something difficult ahead of me, I try not to kick it down the road. I try and deal with it in the moment. Because the faster I can deal with something difficult, the more likely I'm going to learn, and the more likely I'm going to stop and live in that space of discomfort until we can find a space of magic. And the fact that the government is looking to these big national organizations rather than sitting down with each and every chief to have these conversations, to me, highlights perhaps a lack of reconciliation. And I know that that would require a whole bunch of work. And so I do understand that there are some pragmatic challenges with this, but the fact that there is not representation of women or children designated on the council, I believe, is problematic. I've had an opportunity through my years being elected and my time just casually growing up in Fort McMurray Cold Lake to be able to have many important conversations with a variety of First Nations elders and hear how important the relationship of women was in their society and how the matriarchs of the community help guide how the decision-making processes are and how sacred women are and how sacred the power of women are. And the fact that there is no space for women specifically in this, I think, takes away from that sacred recognition that exists in many Indigenous communities about the power of women and the power of children and the power of these positions. And I think that it's really frustrating that there aren't the on-the-ground communities, because when someone is sitting there and making a decision from Ottawa, they don't necessarily understand the reality on the ground in a community like Fort McMurray or Thunder Bay or Timmins. They are a little bit further insulated from those nitty-gritty minutia problems, and it's often in the nitty-gritty minutia that we can find the simple solutions. And they failed to include, despite the fact that Conservatives put forward many amendments trying to include the Congress of Aboriginal Peoples, which represents the 800,000 off-reserve Indigenous people in this country, which I think is, it's overlooking the important fact that Indigenous people do not just live on reserve. That is something that many have chosen to move off reserve. Many have not chosen to move off reserve, but were forcefully removed from their reserves. But the reality is that there are over 800,000 people in this country that are First Nations that do not live on reserve. And through this process, their voices aren't prescribed into this bill of being included. And so I think it's very frustrating. And in fact, Kim Baudouin, the Vice Chief of the Congress of Aboriginal Peoples, noted that Bill C-29 is, and I quote, really very disappointing, and the government has ghosted the Congress of Aboriginal Peoples, end quote. Ghosted. That is the term being used. So that is a fairly slangy kind of comment of when you just stop talking to the group. I don't understand how a government that is trying to move forward with reconciliation would leave aside the voices of people that are living off reserve because it perhaps is more difficult to do. In fact, Kim Baudouin later says that the exclusion from the council is more than just a simple oversight by the government. He says it's part of an ongoing strategy to exclude off-reserve and non-treaty status people from the decision-making process. And again, I quote, "One thing that is really frustrating is that this is a divide and conquer policy that's been around for hundreds of years by the federal government, and these organizations, ITK, MNC, AFN, they're playing right into that playbook," end quote. Mr. Speaker, those are not my words. Those are the words of the Vice Chief of the Congress of Aboriginal Peoples, Kim Baudouin. As I mentioned at the outset of my remarks, Conservatives, we do support this bill. We believe that reconciliation is critically important. But it's worth highlighting the fact that the ends do not justify the means. And I believe that the means of preparing this legislation is part of why we are still here more than a year later, still having these conversations, still having this space, because the work wasn't done before the legislation was brought forward. They didn't make it clean and neat because it was easier to not. And as was pointed out, it was a divide and conquer. And I don't know if that necessarily was the case, and I don't want to assume why members made certain decisions, but it is now pointed out. It has been pointed out for many times by members from various parties in this House that voices were excluded. And so I'm just going to continue laying it down there because it's important to highlight. Sometimes you don't make a mistake intentionally. Sometimes it's an unintentional mistake. But I was taught that if you make a mistake, whether it was intentional or not, you do better. When you know better, you do better. When something has been brought to your attention as not as good as it could be, you try and make it right. And the fact that this government has failed to do what they can to make it right is frustrating. And it's frustrating to a number of Indigenous people that have brought forward their concerns to me on this bill, that they feel like they haven't been heard, that this isn't their version of reconciliation. And as important as this bill is, it also highlights the failure of the Liberal government to listen to Canadians. and to listen meaningfully and consult with Indigenous peoples. And this is, of course, not the first time that we've spoken about the inability to consult and listen. Most recently, the Liberal government, the chiefs of Ontario and Attawapiskat First Nation filed a lawsuit against the federal government over what they allege is discriminatory and anti-reconciliatory application of the Greenhouse Gas and Pricing Pollution Act to First Nations. This is a troubling pattern that we have been seeing over and over again with this government, where they are not spending the time to understand what their jurisdictional space is, and they step over the line, and then instead of correcting it, they wait till it goes all the way to a court, the most expensive possible option. And so what happens is we are seeing increased costs. We are seeing a space where people are waiting in limbo for court decisions to be made because the government went too far. They go too far time and time again. And in this particular case, while non-Indigenous taxpayers get approximately 90% of charges refunded through tax rebates, this is not the case for First Nation members because property and income on reserve are tax exempt. And most Indigenous people do not use the income tax system if they're living on reserve. And therefore, chiefs are now demanding a judicial review of the policy, something that they said would have been unnecessary if federal officials had bothered to engage with them to begin with. So we're in an expensive, costly court battle over something that probably could have been avoided had there been some actual meaningful consultation and dialogue. And that is the difference, is that consultation does not necessarily mean that everyone's going to get their way. It means that you're going to understand the arguments, and so perhaps you can make a change to identify those concerns and prevent you from having to go to court time and time and time again. But this government seems to be more keen on satisfying their agenda than sitting down and doing the tough work and actually having those tough conversations. Mr. Speaker, though, in contrast to the Liberal government, Conservatives are listening to First Nations. Actually last week, we announced the support for an optional First Nations resource charge that enables First Nations to take back control of their resources and their money. This is a First Nation-led solution that is made to a made-in-Ottawa problem. First Nations and First Nations tax commissions developed the plan, brought it to Conservatives, and we accepted. Putting First Nations back in control of their money and letting them bring home the benefits of their resources will help get local buy-in for good projects to get ahead. Only common-sense Conservatives will fight for real economic reconciliation by supporting First Nations taking back control of their money and their lives. Bill C-29 is deeply flawed, as I've pointed out, and Conservatives have proposed numerous amendments to improve it, and I'm very proud of the work my colleagues have done to improve this legislation. But many of them have been rejected by this Liberal NDP government, which continues to implement an Ottawa knows best policy, which generally fail to accomplish their goals, no matter how laudable they might be. On this front, we will continue to support Bill C-29, but not without some very serious reservations on this very seriously flawed bill. With that, I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member from Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member spent a lot of time on her comments dealing with the National Council itself, the makeup of it. And I think it's important to recognize that the minister did work in collaboration with the Transitional Committee, a committee in which the member made reference to some of the membership. And it is a very impressive grouping of people on that membership of that committee. And they came up in terms of the future board, where there is 4 identified groups that will ultimately get appointments. And I'm wondering if she could just add her further thought in regards to what would the Conservative Party or what would the member suggest if there's specific groups that should be incorporated into the legislation, or is she okay with the 4 that are actually listed in the legislation?
The honourable member from Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for that question. If he had been paying attention to my speech, I made it pretty clear that we believed that the Congress of Aboriginal Peoples should have been included. And I mentioned the fact that they weren't included on a number of occasions. But as I said in my speech, the ends do not justify the means. I believe I have looked at the composition of both those councils, and like I said, they are some truly stunning people that will do some amazing work. And I have no issue with the composition of that council, of either of the councils for that matter. However, it was not done in ways that was advancing reconciliation. It was a top-down approach where the minister got to name people, and I don't necessarily believe that if we are actually trying to work on reconciliation, that old paternalistic approaches to these problems are the best ones going forward. And I truly believe that if we want to have transformational change when it comes to reconciliation, we're going to have to do transformational difference. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Just going to come on to questions and comments. The honourable member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for an excellent speech. Of course, her riding has a very large number of Indigenous peoples within it, and her riding is also central to Canada's energy sector. She spoke a little bit about this in her speech in the context of the carbon tax. It seems to me that when this government talks about reconciliation, what they actually mean is only listening to some Indigenous people who share their views on resource development and environmental issues, and in the process they very often ignore Indigenous peoples who are looking for economic reconciliation, who are looking for opportunity, and who are a part of the development of Canada's resource sector. I posed this question to the government in the past, saying, what does reconciliation mean in the context where you have Indigenous communities asking for energy development, benefiting from energy development, and wanting projects to proceed instead of to be blocked? And the response I always get back from the government is, essentially, they claim that Indigenous people agree with them. We recognize that there's a diversity of perspectives within Indigenous communities, but many are involved in the resource sector. I wonder if the member can share a little bit about what she's hearing from her riding in terms of economic reconciliation and the role that Indigenous peoples are playing in energy development.
The honourable member from Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for that question. And as he rightly pointed out, I very proudly get to represent a majority of Canada's energy industry in the Fort McMurray Cold Lake riding in the oil sands. And it's actually really interesting. Last week, one of the member for Timmins James Bay brought forward a piece of legislation, a private member's bill, C-372, that would make it illegal for people to talk positively about fossil fuels. And just today, actually, in the National Post, there was an op-ed from Stephen Buffalo, who is the CEO of the Indian Resource Council, and he's also a member of the Samson Cree Nation, truly a really wonderful man. And he said, and I quote, "In other words, it would make it illegal for anyone with a connection to the fossil fuel industry, including First Nations involved in oil and gas development, to discuss the benefits this will bring to Indigenous communities," end quote. It's pretty sad state of affairs that the NDP think that that is the way towards reconciliation with First Nations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for intervention and just to congratulate her publicly on the arrival of an addition to her family. There was a lot of discussion in her speech about resource extraction. I've said many times in this House that I'm a firm, I firmly support the human right to free, prior and informed consent. Often I hear the Conservatives talk about nations that choose to participate in resource extraction. I'm wondering if my honourable colleague supports with the same level of enthusiasm the free, prior and informed consent of communities who don't wish to participate in the resource extraction sector. And if so, how would her Conservative government should they ever form government, deal with that? Thank you.
The honourable member from Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for her question and her congratulations on the birth of my little boy. He's 9 months old, and it's very tough having him home in Fort McMurray and me being here, but this is exactly the kind of work that I have been sent here by the people of Fort McMurray Cold Lake to do, and I'm very proud to do so. What I do know is absolutely not okay for First Nations is to point blank tell them through a private member's bill like the one that was brought forward by the member from Timmins James Bay that they are not legally allowed to say anything positive about an industry that supports them, and that they could go to jail for up to 2 years or have a $500,000 fine simply for saying truth and facts. That is both censorship and goes against any form of economic reconciliation. So I'm very disturbed, and over the weekend I had an opportunity to talk to a number of Indigenous people throughout my riding who share the concern they have with this bill and how tone deaf it is to tell Indigenous communities in my riding and across the entire country what they can and can't say about industries they want to participate in. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member from Nunavut.
And I'd like to thank the member for her intervention. I'm going to ask her a similar question that I asked a previous Conservative member because she spoke to it as well. She mentioned that CAP is not, by CAP not being mentioned as one of the board members, that it's being prevented from being a voice in this board. But just the same reminder, the National Council for Reconciliation will have a minimum of 9 members and a maximum of 13. So in addition to the 4, there's going to be several other board members that can be on this National Council for Reconciliation. Can the member tell us, through you, Mr. Speaker, where she sees in this bill that CAP is being prevented from being on this board?
The honourable member from Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member opposite. I really appreciate getting to learn from her on the I-9 committee, and I know that her kindness is one of the reasons why we do better in this place. But I do want to highlight the fact that, yes, this bill does not preclude them from being on this committee, and I really would hope that they, at some point, do get named to it. But I think it is an absolute oversight to not include an organization that represents 800,000 people that live off reserve, and I believe it's an important voice that is missed. And so, yes, it does not preclude them. I hope that they are included, but I do think it is a mistake to have not included them to begin with. Thank you.
Extraordinarily brief question from the member from Barrie Innisfil, and same kind of answer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I know that the honourable member spoke about humility, and sometimes we don't get things right, but it's important to recognize when we do get things wrong and correct them. And in this case, I'm just wondering if she has any further comments on that. Thank you.
And thank the member for that brief question and a brief answer from the member from Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for that question. I believe that humility is absolutely key in doing good in the world, and that this government could learn a thing or two, and all of us could learn a thing or two if we simply admitted when we made a mistake and tried our best to make things better. And that is unfortunately not something I have seen very much of since I have come here from this government. Thank you.
Reprise de débat, resuming debate. The honourable member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to rise and address the House on Bill C-29. And I think you might confirm with a nod my understanding of the schedule of the day is that I have about 12 minutes, and then we'll continue when we next come back with the bill. So I know some members are eagerly waiting for the opportunity to ask questions and comments, but they will sadly have to wait. until this bill is next up for consideration. And it's been a pleasure for me to listen to many of the interesting and insightful speeches that have been given by my colleagues. There might have been a few less interesting and insightful speeches given, but I won't name any names. And I wanted to first of all, identify some of the key aspects of this bill, and then drill into a few specific areas around reconciliation. So, Bill C-29, for those just joining us, deals with the creation of a National Council for Reconciliation. This is a body that was called for in the calls to action associated with the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, and it now seeks to, through legislation, give life to that specific recommendation by creating a council that would be responsible for, in various fora, providing advice and recommendations around reconciliation. This specifically responds to calls to action number 53 through 56. And I would just note, out of interest, that we do seem to see a number of these legislative proposals from the government for the creation of advisory councils or bodies that will be representative of some community of concern and provide advice to the government on specific issues. And what I always look for in these kinds of proposals is whether these advisory bodies will have the capacity to authentically represent the people they're supposed to represent, or whether these advisory bodies are subject to such a level of control by the government that they're more limited in being able to be representative or operate independently. And so, I mean, I could think of it of a similar case of the creation of an advisory body on childcare, where the government said, we're going to create a childcare advisory body. But in every case, the impulse of this government is to say, we're going to create this consultative advisory body that will be an important stakeholder, that will inform us of situations on the ground, but then to, at the same time, create a system in which the power of creation of appointment, maybe in some cases in an ongoing way, in other cases just in the first instance, is appointment by the minister. And this obviously creates challenges for that body to be authentically representative, or to challenge the government with an alternative conception of how to proceed in a policy area that may be different from what the government is proposing. If the government says, okay, we want to have an independent body that's advising us, that's going to be championing specific issues, childcare, reconciliation, some other issue, and yet we're going to choose the people on that body, then to what extent is that body able to be a meaningful check on what the government is doing? So I think that is an important area of caution in general, and I would hope to see, and I suspect that that the framers of the calls to action were more thinking of a council of reconciliation that could provide that check on government. I note that the legislation, Bill C-29, it does identify certain organizations that should be represented on the council. But the problem with that is if the minister is still choosing the individual, okay, you got to have someone from this group, and you got to have someone from this group, someone from this group, but the minister is still choosing, or if a majority of those individuals, the minister exercises a greater degree of discretion, again, I think that it creates some obvious problems, and something I think we need to be cautious about. I note as well, as my colleagues have, that there is no representation for the Congress of Aboriginal Peoples. Members have pointed out in questions and comments that yes, but it's possible that the government could choose someone, or the council in replacing a position, they could choose someone with an affiliation with the Congress of Aboriginal Peoples, but it's also possible that they could not. Right? So the fact that there are protections for the inclusion of specific voices and not for the inclusion of that voice that represents Indigenous people living off reserve, that is a problem as well, and one that Conservatives have highlighted. And then we've also spoken about economic reconciliation, and I'll come to that. But Mr. Speaker, I wanted to, I think, add to the conversation some reflections on diversity in procurement. on the inclusion of Indigenous businesses in procurement. This is something that has been on my mind and the minds of many members today, of course, with the release of the explosive Arrive scam report from the Auditor General. And this report contains a variety of findings that I know we've had an opportunity to discuss, and we will have more opportunity to discuss in this House. Basically, multiple levels of incompetence and corruption in government procurement associated with the procurement of the Arrive scam app. $60 million spent, but no certainty about where the money, about how much money was actually spent, a complete lack of documentation and tracking, a two-person company that was hired that has no IT experience to do an IT application, on and on and on. So you wonder why in the world was this company hired? Who made this decision? These are still questions that we're asking. But the Auditor General's report builds on work that was done by the procurement ombudsman, who identified aspects in the procurement system that are loaded towards insiders. And this is important for the discussion that I want to have in the context of this bill, which is diversity and inclusion in the context of procurement. For a long time, there have been asks from Indigenous business owners, but also I know I've met with leaders in the Black business community and representatives of other communities saying we want to see more inclusion of businesses from our community in the procurement system. And governments have talked about this. They've set targets that they haven't always achieved. There's been discussion about, should we have quotas, targets, how do we do this, and all that. But if you look at the existing system, and this was revealed through the procurement ombudsman's report, you have a situation where actually there is strong protection in place for incumbent businesses. So you had a situation with GC Strategies, which is not what you think of as an incumbent business. It's not massive. It's not, but it's a two-person company with lots of close connections with government. It gets the work, it subcontracts, and makes a lot of money in the process. So there's a lot of problems there. But you've got this incumbent business with close relationships to the government, and then GC Strategies, we found out, has sat down with the government to discuss what the terms of the contract are going to be. So this company has a significant advantage because they're sitting down with people in government who they have relationships with, and they said, we think you should ask for these specifications and these specifications and these specifications in the contract. And that is a process that I think is effectively rigged. And then the government puts requirements in there that they say you've got to have a certain amount of experience having procured with the government, right? So this is a structure that advantages existing incumbent businesses with a lot of privilege. So if you're part of a historically disadvantaged community, right? If you're an Indigenous business owner, if you're a business owner from another community who does not have the same privilege of access or incumbency in the existing system, then you're disadvantaged. So it's not a matter of saying, people who may not have the best product should be advantaged. No, it's actually saying if we took out the protections for insiders who are not providing a good product, that's clear in the case of Arrive Kent. If we took out the protections for those who are not providing a good product, then we would probably see more diversity in procurement. If we had a more open, democratic, accessible procurement process, where we weren't protecting incumbent bidders, I think we would see more Indigenous-owned businesses, more minority-owned businesses being able to engage in the procurement process. So we talk about this issue of economic reconciliation, providing jobs and opportunity for people of diverse backgrounds. Well, one easy way to do that is, to coin a phrase, remove the gatekeepers, break down the systems in place that are preventing people who may not have generational money, privilege, access to government, but who have good ideas and who have started their own businesses. Break down the barriers that prevent people in that situation from being able to access government procurement. So part of economic reconciliation is to authentically democratize procurement allow opportunity for more businesses in Canada who haven't sold to the Government of Canada before to nonetheless pitch their product as the best product. The other thing we heard from the Procurement Ombudsman is that they actually had a system for disadvantaging those that present low prices. It's crazy. The people that didn't ask for enough money when they were selling their product to the government got cut out. So you can imagine someone who hasn't sold to the government before but says, okay, I actually know what I'm doing. I can build this app. I've got a great product. And I'm going to charge less in order to try to get the business, right? I'm still going to make a decent return, but I'm going to try to charge less. Well, with the existing system the government has put forward, that new entrant who might be trying to pitch at a lower price actually gets disadvantaged in the evaluation system purely because of the low price he's charged. So we want to create jobs and opportunity for all Canadians. Part of how we do that is by removing the gatekeepers that prevent authentic diversity and inclusion in our procurement system. Mr. Speaker, I think I might be on the verge of being done. When we come back, I'll have more to say about economic reconciliation, jobs and opportunity for Indigenous Canadians, and how Conservatives will remove the gatekeepers to help make that happen. And I know there's some discussion of a possible UC motion to allow me to speak more, but I think maybe I'll save the surprise for when I come back. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The time for debate has come to an end on this. The honourable member will have 8 minutes left on the clock for him to resume his debate. It is now time. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House now do adjourn. I'd like to recognize the honourable member from Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to rise on behalf of the living, breathing, flesh and blood women of Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke. That Canadians are real is never something I expected to be debating in this place. Yet in response to my question about our constituent Edmund's gas bill, the Minister for Natural Resources denied Edmund's existence. He claimed Edmund was not an objective fact, but a conservative opinion. We've seen these proud socialists engage in inflation denialism. We've seen them resort to balanced budget denialism. Now they've reached a new low of Edmund denialism. The only thing they won't deny is giving fentanyl to children. I'd like to assure you, this House, that Edmund is not some conservative opinion. He's real. His gas bill is real. The $72 he paid in carbon taxes in December alone on his gas bill is real. The $9.41 of HST he paid on the carbon tax is very much real. The quarterly climate bribe this NDP Liberal government loves to brag about works out to $39 a month. 72 is bigger than 39. I understand math denialism is central to the NDP Liberal coalition's ideology, but most Canadians I know can count past 100. These proud socialists can scream fake news all day long, but 72 is larger than 39. The minister is entitled to his opinions, but he's not entitled to invent alternative facts. If the minister would like to come up to the Ottawa Valley, I'd be pleased to introduce him to Edmund. Then the minister can tell Edmund to his face that according to Statistics Canada's social policy stimulation database and model, he doesn't exist. In the minister's response to my question, not only did he claim Edmund was just my opinion, he also took the time to mansplain what I already know. Or at least what he thinks I know about the often cited statistic that 80% of Canadians get more in climate bribes than they pay in carbon taxes. It's actually a great illustration of what former extremist Liberal Environment Minister Catherine McKenna said about repeating a big lie over and over again. These Liberals, along with their media allies at Canada Press and CBC, have repeated the 80-20 claim so often they forget it's not real. Reality is complex. It's messy, so we make models. Those models inform us about reality, but we must never forget they're not real. No model can capture the full lives of people like Edmund. But when you lock yourself away in a social media bubble, it becomes hard to tell the difference between the real world and simulation. It's time these Liberals took the red pill and or pull off their Apple goggles and wake up to the reality that Canadians like Edmunds are facing, the reality that they're facing, because Edmunds not
not alone. There are millions of Canadians just like him. Like Edmund, they worked hard all their lives. They followed the rules, yet after 8 years of this NDP Liberal government, they're being left behind. As long as the Socialist Coalition clings onto power, they'll fall further behind. The Liberals can deny these Canadians exist until they're red in the face, but it won't change the facts. Canadians are hurting, but common sense Conservatives have a plan to turn that hurt into hope. That's why we're going to axe the carbon tax, build new homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. Working together, we will deny this NDP Liberal coalition another 4 years in government.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, I thought maybe what I would do is reflect on the word real that my friend amplified during her 4 minutes. And to pick up, and I give her credit, you know, she knows the 4 priorities of the Conservative Party. She probably even has the bumper stickers already produced, ready for circulation. I'm sure it'll come. I'm sure it'll.
From Winnipeg Centre, but if I could ask the folks in the back to just ask the people outside to keep their voices down, because their voices are carrying over to the debate. I'm having trouble hearing the Honourable Member. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, please continue.
And Mr. Speaker, in fairness to her, I suspect if she doesn't have them, she will likely be the first Conservative to have the actual bumper stickers. And she sticks to the points. I know she puts in a great deal of effort into every word in which she puts in. Now, you know, sometimes we hear, you know, don't let the facts, you know, deny you a potentially good speech. And I suspect that my friend across the way adhered to that. Because even when she made reference to the 80%, let's take a look at the 80% that she says. It's the Independent Parliamentary Budget Officer, not the Liberals or the NDP or anyone else, that has said 80% of people will receive more back through the carbon rebate than they will pay in the carbon tax. Now, she'll say, well, you know, if you do this and do that and do that and do that, then maybe you might pay more. But all of that, do that, and do this, Mr. Speaker, doesn't take into consideration things such as weather patterns and the impact that climate change is having on farms, and that also needs to be taken into consideration. So I think for now, what we should do is acknowledge that the Independent Parliamentary Budget Officer is correct when he says 80% of Canadians will actually receive more money back than they're actually paying in through the carbon tax. Rebate bigger than the tax for 80% plus. In Winnipeg North, I suspect it's even higher in terms of the percentage. I don't know that for fact, so I can't say that as fact, Mr. Speaker. But what I can say is that the Conservatives don't talk about getting rid of the cancelling or getting rid of the rebate portion. All they talk about is getting rid of the tax. In reality, it does 2 things. One is it reinforces that the Conservative Party is loaded with climate deniers. And 2, it takes money, disposable money, net disposable money out of 80% plus of the residents in which I represent, Mr. Speaker. But you wouldn't know that if you listen to the Conservatives. If you listen to the Conservatives, you think everyone in Canada. Yet, provinces like British Columbia and province of Quebec, they do not have the carbon tax. But that doesn't stop the leader from going around saying, what I would suggest to you is somewhat misleading information through social media and other forms, telling Canadians that they're going to be better off because, after all, if they axe the carbon tax, they're going to have more money, when that is just factually incorrect on a number of fronts, Mr. Speaker. So, bottom line is that I think it is good to have a sound, solid environmental policy, and it would be nice to see the Conservative Party share what their new environment policy is, because we know back in 2021 their environmental policy also had a price on pollution, or dare I say, a carbon tax. In fact, the first administration in virtually North America to have a carbon tax was the Conservatives in the province of Alberta. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Speaker, it's disappointing to see the parliamentary secretary continue to deny Canadians the truth. The carbon tax is not a price on carbon. It's a tax on individuals. It's a tax on energy. It's a tax on everything that uses energy. It's no more a price on carbon than income taxes are a price on earnings. The truth is, this government doesn't know what the price of a carbon tax is. They admitted on their website they're trying to get farmers to make costly investments to reduce methane emissions by promising to give out carbon credits. Yet the one question every farmer asked was, how much is a credit worth? But the government can't say. The government can't say because it doesn't know. When it comes to a price on carbon, the carbon offset, the government admits the price of something is determined by supply and demand for that thing. Only a proud socialist could believe that government can set a price by decree. It didn't work for Pierre Trudeau, and it won't work for this Prime Minister. The fact is, it's just undeniable.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, it's amazing in terms of the places around the world where you see a price on pollution actually being implemented, or a carbon tax. One can talk about Ukraine, which has a price on pollution or a carbon tax. Countries like Poland, many European countries. In fact, whether it's Mexico or even, you know, people often say, well, they don't have it in the United States. Well, they don't have a national carbon tax, but they have many states that have a carbon tax. The reason why I say that, Mr. Speaker, is at the end of the day, having a price on pollution, making the polluters pay, is a sound public policy. Unfortunately, it's being distorted to the nth degree by the Conservative Party, all in an attempt to have a shiny bumper sticker of deceit for Canadians. And I think that's somewhat sad. We're supposed to be here to develop and encourage sound public policy.
The Honourable Member from Spadina, Fort York.
Mr. Speaker, every home bought by fraudsters is one less home that Canadians can buy. It's basic demand and supply. All else being the same, when demand increases, naturally prices go up. And when there's less supply, prices also go up. So in the GTA and many real estate markets across Canada, we see not only increasing demand as our country continues to receive from immigration, but now the alarming allegations of mortgage fraud, where fraudsters are buying up homes and in turn reducing supply. This double whammy, Mr. Speaker, of increased demand and decreased supply due to fraud has made home ownership so out of reach that in Toronto, people will have to save on average for 26 years, Mr. Speaker, for a down payment. That is a quarter of a century. That's why I asked the Prime Minister on February 7th about the incidents of very significant alleged mortgage fraud being conducted at a major Canadian bank. I had mentioned unbelievable evidence of a person living in Canada having no income or employment, somehow still able to obtain HSBC mortgages to purchase not one, not two, not three, but at least 4 homes, simply based on a fake statement that the individual had equally fake high incomes from employment in China. Mr. Speaker, that astounding information was lost on the Prime Minister, who either did not understand the question or simply did not care to address the issue of mortgage fraud. So then I asked how the government could make more housing available and affordable to Canadians when fraudsters are out there buying them up, buying multiple homes that in turn create housing scarcity and drive up house prices. Mr. Speaker, I would have liked to have been told that the government is aware of the issue and is doing something to address the damage created by money laundering and mortgage fraud in Canada. But instead, the Prime Minister seemed more interested in waxing poetically on the foreign ownership ban. Given housing unavailability, unaffordability, and record high interest rates, it's a little late in the game for the Prime Minister to be suggesting that the government is stepping up on housing and will continue to do while the Conservatives have no plan. Quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, Canadians at this point don't care which party has a plan as long as it works. And unfortunately, the Liberal plan has been failing. Home ownership is out of reach for so many Canadians. And even if they found a home, they couldn't afford it. To top it off, Mr. Speaker, we have money launderers and mortgage fraudsters adding fuel to real estate markets, especially those in urban markets. And they're gobbling up multiple homes under false pretenses. In one case, Mr. Speaker, a casino worker owned 3 homes, claiming to earn $345,000. In another, someone somehow had $10,000 in student loans that they still owed, but claiming to earn $700,000 annually working remotely in China. The most incomprehensible one was the one that I cited to the Prime Minister of an individual with no income or employment somehow financed to own 4 homes. Just from these 3 examples, Mr. Speaker, that's 8 homes less for Canadians. And that might not matter to the Prime Minister, but it sure does for Canadians struggling to find a home. So therefore, Mr. Speaker, I have to ask, yet again, how can the Prime Minister make housing more available and more affordable when he and his government are turning a blind eye to money laundering and mortgage fraud in Canada? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would disagree entirely with what it is that the member is trying to give in terms of an impression which is just not even remotely close to the reality of the situation. For example, I would challenge the member to cite a Prime Minister in the last 50, 60 years that has done more in terms of investing in housing in all sorts of ways, not only financial commitments, but we've seen other budgetary issues where we have attempted to deal with issues such as fraud and foreign ownership. We understand and very much appreciate and value the importance of being able to own a home, Mr. Speaker, and that's why this government, like no other government in the last number of decades, has made the decision, and this isn't just something that's in the last 24 hours, Mr. Speaker. This is a decision that was made years ago, shortly after being in government, back in 2015-16, Mr. Speaker, where we consciously said that as a national government, we want to be proactive in dealing with housing going forward. We brought forward the first ever national housing strategy, but it's important that we recognize, Mr. Speaker, that it is not just the national government's responsibility. We can lead, in which we have, both financially and legislatively, and reached out to the many different stakeholders. We need the stakeholders also to come to the table, Mr. Speaker, and we are seeing that. We are seeing literally hundreds of millions of dollars of investment in working with mayors and working with other jurisdictions to ensure that we can increase the housing supply. Mr. Speaker, I'm a little bit concerned when the member talked about the issue of immigration. I do not believe we should even attempt to blame the issue on immigrants. At the end of the day, you will find whether it's provincial governments or the national government, we have recognized and believe in the power of immigrants and how they have lifted all of us higher, Mr. Speaker, and it is in good part something that we will continue to work with other jurisdictions. So I don't like the tie-in to immigrants on the issue of the frauds. This is a government that has recognized the issue, and we are working with others to resolve it, but most importantly, recognizing the national government's lead in ensuring that we have more housing, more affordable housing, Mr. Speaker, because we understand the importance of it. But unlike the Conservatives, we will work with other jurisdictions. We're not going to go around saying, you're a bad mayor, you're a bad mayor, you're a bad mayor. Oh, well, I haven't heard him say anything good about mayors, Mr. Speaker, but I think it is important that we recognize that we do need to work with other jurisdictions because often it's the councils, or in some areas, the provinces that actually have more tools than we would have outside of, let's say, financial supports.
The honourable member from Spadina, Fort York.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have to give it to the Parliamentary Secretary to hone in on the one word of immigrants and try to spin it off as some sort of xenophobia. I am the son of immigrants. I'm the son of refugees. It is simply stating a fact that as immigration increases, if the housing supply isn't there, there's more demand and there's pressure for the housing prices to go up. Now, the parliamentary secretary speaks about reality, that no one has done more than this government. Well, let me tell him about the reality. Let's accept what he has said at face value. The reality is it takes 26 years for a Torontonian to be able to save up enough for a down payment for a home. Is that the best that they got? Is that the plan working for them? Is that success for the Liberal government? Give me a break. So I ask again, how are you actually going to address housing unaffordability, unavailability, and record high interest rates so the dream of home ownership can actually be possible? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the government is very much concerned about the cost and affordability of housing, and that's one of the reasons why it's imperative that the government work with the Government of Canada, continue to work with municipalities and provinces in particular, but also nonprofit organizations that are out there. I'm a big fan, for example, of Habitat for Humanity. Without that particular organization, there are literally hundreds of people in the city of Winnipeg alone that would never have had the opportunity to own a home, Mr. Speaker. They do a lot of good work. There's a number of advocates that are out there and organizations to give that helping hand. I think that we need to work collectively to try to make things more affordable. All I can tell the member is the Government of Canada is at the table, and we're going to do what we can.
The Honourable Member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
In follow-up to my last session question period rhyme, we will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, stop the crime. Poverty, chaos, and gross food inflation have become severe across this great nation. Liberals, they deny it, but these are just facts, and that's why the Tories will first axe the tax. You know costs are up if you know how to add. So many young adults must live with their dad. While Liberals just think of their photos and combs, a new Tory government will build the homes. Deficit spending kills jobs, drives up prices on things ranging from homes to cheap kitchen spices. Liberals promise change, but at best, they'll nudge it. The Tory party will soon fix the budget. Car thefts, extortion, drugs, deaths, and disorder under the misrule of PM Wake Border. It's getting dire. It is surely past time for some new leaders that will quickly stop crime. This session, these topics on which we'll opine: axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, stop the crime. The call will resound across this great nation as people prepare for bright transformation. As we prosecute government trespasses, Liberals do nothing and sit on their hands.
Well, a very quick poem. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I will withhold my comments in regards to the poem itself. I kind of wish I would have been given it in advance, because then I would have taken line by line and maybe provided a few thoughts. The poem might not have rhymed as well, but it would have definitely been a little bit more factual. And I think when we're inside the House, facts are really, really important. So, for example, the member is concerned about inflation as well. The member should be, and he ties it to the tax, along with axing the rebate. Got to make sure you get both of them in there, because that would only be fair, because then you're telling Canadians what you're really going to do. And that's only to those provinces that actually receive and pay both. I would put that as a qualifier too. So you don't include BC and you don't include Quebec, which is a fairly high percentage of Canada in terms of population. But now, if you talk to, let's say, farmers, and you ask them about the issues of concern in regards to inflation and how inflation is impacting with respect to, let's say, food production into the future. Well, I believe the greater threat to food production in the future is actually the climate. It's things like floods, You know, earlier today, we had members on all sides of the House talk about floods, first thing this morning in the first hour of the debate, and the impact that that was having. Imagine the impact that floods and droughts and fires and so forth, these natural disasters, which is all on the increase, is all based in regards to climate change, something in which the Conservative Party refuses to recognize. But I can tell the member opposite that there's a very good chance that that's going to have a much larger, more significant impact in regards to inflation. When the Conservatives talk about axe the tax, it might sound nice. It might even look nice on that bumper sticker, as I made a reference to earlier. But at the end of the day, it is not sound government policy, even if you try to tie it into inflation. You know, I believe it was the governor of the Bank of Canada that indicated that the actual percentage of increase on inflation was kind of like, I believe it was 0.015. I might be a little bit off, but it's a fraction anyway, Mr. Speaker. And that's the inflation that they're talking about. Compare Canada's inflation to countries that do not have a price on pollution, like a national price on pollution, like the United States. As I point out, some of the states do, but you will find that in many areas that their inflation rate is actually higher than Canada's inflation rate. So this whole idea that cutting the carbon tax and cutting the rebate, the carbon rebate, is somehow going to drive the price of food down, Mr. Speaker, is actually quite misleading. The Conservatives said that they will build, in the poem, the member talked about, well, the Conservatives are going to build homes. You know, the leader of the Conservative Party was also responsible for housing while he was a minister. And I need to remind my colleague across the way that he literally bombed on the issue. Didn't even come close to dealing with the housing issue. And I want to be nice, so I best leave that one. On the car theft, take a look at the province of Manitoba. When it was the very, very worst, it was actually, I believe, when Stephen Harper was the Prime Minister.
The honourable member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I mentioned, on this side of the House, we want to axe the tax. It seems across the way their priorities are distracts and axe the facts. So let's insert some facts back into this discussion, Mr. Speaker. As we seek to axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime, let's be clear that the carbon tax, the NDP Liberal carbon tax, is a failed experiment. This government has, after 8 years of talking about it and talking about how raising your taxes is going to save the planet, it hasn't worked. They haven't met any of their environmental targets. The Environment Minister might be planning on climbing on a roof somewhere again because they haven't achieved the results that they promised. It was an experiment. They thought, let's try to force people to pay more and see if that fixes the environmental problems we have. And they've clearly failed the result. So let's axe the tax instead of their approach of axing the facts.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
The member that gets the gold star for the day in terms of the amount of times in which he said axe the tax is probably the member across the way, and he does deserve a pat on the back for that. But at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, let's take a look at the reality of the situation. When you talk about a price on pollution, the Liberals, the NDP, and the Bloc all support it inside the House. Countries around the world support it. They actually have a price on pollution, or a carbon tax, if you like, Mr. Speaker. The only grouping that does not, even though back in 2021, each member, including the member that just spoke, actually campaigned on a carbon tax, but they flip-flopped on that, Mr. Speaker, and they've made a change. Just because they got a leader and they got a nice idea for that bumper sticker, Mr. Speaker, it does not make good public policy. And I would look to the Conservatives and say, tell us what your plan is with the environment. Tell us what you would do, Mr. Speaker.
La motion portant.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1. Have a nice evening.